Hello. Hi there. How's it cooking? How's everybody doing? So chapter's not out yet. We have 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes until the chapter comes out, but I just thought I'd pop in, say hi. So, let's just be real. There's probably like I don't know, man. I think like predicting this stuff is getting harder and harder. And Reishi's gonna keep like doubling down. Thank you. Yeah, it's a Undergo for sure. Cool thing. There's a diamond or something underneath Chizuru, just because and Chizuru is like aligned differently than the other girls. Anyways, so I think like Reishi's just kind of keep doubling down on the hate thing for a little bit, for maybe like a few chapters or so. And then, of course, we're gonna hit some sort of breaking point, and people are gonna get pissed and be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this. I hate this manga." That kind of shit. I really wouldn't be surprised. But it does feel like Reiji's kind of, doubling down from what I've seen. I haven't seen the spoilers, but someone said they were frustrated by it. I was just like, okay, whatever. That seems to be a running thing. Like I kind of expected more anger and frustration. Let's be real. Up, chapter's out. All right. 390, the boyfriend in the news. Okay, so we were correct. Kazuya probably didn't know. Okay, let's get into this. Do you have a moment, something I want to talk about? Yep, so they have not texted. So it makes you wonder what the fuck the point of the Dmail thing was. Because the Dmail thing is like about going back in time, so why reference that at all? Okay. Oh, that's so funny. She's sprinting. She's sprinting. The boyfriend in the news, rating 30 and 391. So yeah, Chizuru did not text him. It makes sense for her to not text him. But something is weird, right? We can all just admit something is weird. And like we're like, and it leads us to overthinking. Like it feels like we're supposed to be overthinking, and we're supposed to be like, why is this being treated like a game when it isn't? Like you're supposed to kind of feel that way. That feels really intentional. I'm live, right? Nobody's like saying anything. Anyways. God damn it! I have no idea what to send her. Please stop. Don't make me suffer anymore. How do I message me? See, he knows. He knows. Please stop. Don't make me suffer anymore. Reishi knows. You've won. Ugh. I mean, I get the logic behind it. It's like Yamori-san says, but there's absolutely no guidebook. How did society deal with this stuff up until now? To help me through what kind of message to send her right after a random kiss. Oh my god, is he using Twitter's AI? He is. What should I first line message after a surprise mysterious kiss? Answer. The post mystery text is all about balance. How to respond depends on the situation and your relationship with the other person. Keep it natural, a little surprised, and give the person a time to explain. For example, so that kiss, he caught me off guard. What was that about? Ha, lol. Oh my god. If you're close, wait, the kiss now. Like, what? Split it. What's going on? He's talking to AI. Specifically Grok or something. I think that's how it's called on Twitter. Like that seems really specific. And right, it's K. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's K because in Shiunji family, the dad bought Twitter and changed it to K. That's why it's Reishi's own version of Twitter. That's so fun. This is a reference to Shiunji family. This is straight up a reference to Shiunji family. Ugh, I can't. Does this kind of sound arrogant? Doesn't this kind of sound arrogant? People people have a thing called a heart. Wait, what does it say? You show the surprise while casually asking the intent. A light emoji softens the tone. You leave space to see the reaction. That's almost literally what Minnie said. Well, like, like, okay, but understand, the only reason I'm blaming this on Kazuya is because he's just not talking to her, and and she's trying too, and he never considers she's trying too. He's not treating her like a person. I think too many people are just like, oh, unfair, fair. It doesn't matter if it's fair or unfair. Like literally, they need to talk, And Chizuru is trying to talk and he's not talking. And the next thing Chizuru sees, Minnie shows up at her fucking school, starts yelling at her and saying a whole bunch of bullshit to her. And it's like, okay, but I just kissed him. What the shit? You know I kissed him, so why am I the blame? That's my issue. My issue is people are tossing so much blame on Chizuru and never considering Kazuya's issue in this. Anyways. You show your surprise while casually asking if someone you're close with, you can afford to be a bit more casual. It's someone you don't know. Safer, for example. If you're close, the key is to match your message to the relationship and your own feelings. If you give more details about the particular situation, I can offer more helpful suggestions. How is that? She was originally my rental girlfriend. A mysterious kiss from rental girlfriend? Well, that escalated quickly. So since this is technically a professional relationship, there should normally be some boundaries. For your first line, the best move is to show a lighthearted surprise but casually trying to figure out their intentions. Here's the suggestion. It's so funny. No way. No way. Whoa, the kiss really caught me off guard. Is that part of the rental girlfriend service or something else? Well, tell me what you're feeling. Oh my God, Kazuya, stop listening to it. It doesn't know, right? She was, oh my God. I love how Reiji's literally showing you how this AI shit's stupid. I love how he's straight up showing you how this AI shit's stupid. Right? You know Reiji asked this. You know Reiji asked the AI this to make sure. And literally, it's giving him stupid fucking takes because it doesn't actually understand how close they are. He refuses to tell him. Notice how Kazuya refuses to tell the AI we're really close. Notice how he refuses to do that. And so the AI keeps digging deeper and deeper into the wrong direction, literally fueling Kazuya's own bias. That's the whole point. Whoa, that kiss really caught me off guard, blah, blah, blah. Keep the tone upbeat and share a surprise, fun way. Throw a physical service. Huh, joke. Show she doesn't get heavy. Keep the door open for her to clarify whether it was business or personal. Emojis like help keep things casual and avoid awkwardness. Okay. If you actually want to dig deeper into her feelings, honestly, that kiss really made my heart race. It felt more like just trying to go for it. What do you think of it? Blah, blah, blah. Come on, Kazuya. Yeah, no way that's happening. Like, hell, I'm going to ask if that's more than just a rental girlfriend territory. This thing's nuts. He admits it. It's worse than ChatGPT. He's using Twitter's AI. It's worse than ChatGPT. Special rental option. Totally unexpected. Explain, please, lol. Are you freaking kidding me? I'll destroy you. He's not that kind of girl. Oh, there it is. See? See? Even he's aware how fucking stupid it is. The whole thing feels shallow. I can't even use it as a reference. This is Reishi just straight up saying, AI stupid. AI stupid. I love it. I love it. AI stupid. Oh my God. I love how Kazuya tossing his phone is similar to chapter 1, where after he talks to Chizuru, he tosses his phone. And he gets upset that Chizuru was acting. And now he's upset at a literal AI. I think that's so funny. I think that's so funny that, like, in the very beginning of the series, he's upset that Chizuru was acting, right? That Chizuru was a virtual persona, if you will. And here he is talking to a literal virtual persona, and he says it's shallow. Just like he thought Chizuru was being shallow at the beginning of the series. Do you see the irony? He's looping to the very beginning of the series, but in a different way. Literally, the image is like flipped a little bit, and he's literally doing the same exact thing. He's literally looking shit up on his phone. You see exactly what he saw on his phone, and then he tosses it on his bed in the exact same manner. God, it's impossible. I know that I need to muster up the courage, but the situation makes it extra hard. Plus, even after a whole night, she hasn't sent me anything. God, seriously, why? If Yomori-san's right about this, then shouldn't she have sent me something by now? I'm totally feeling the lack of sleep. There's one thing that bothers me. Could she be doing one last part of her research? Huh. Well, then how about one more kiss? Maybe you guys can figure something out. You already did in Fukushima. Oh my God. Huh. Man, Reishi's just like fucking with us. I love it. I love that Reishi's fucking with us. Bro. Timeline is a bit weird because it's supposed to be around 2019 manga, but large language media AI was first. Oh, Reiji just kind of tossed time out the window because he wanted to include things in modern time. You see this in the chapter Reiji is referencing right here with Minnie, where he has Chizuru pull up her phone and it says 20XX, and it's because Reiji doesn't really want to worry about time anymore. He just kind of wants to include whatever he wants to include. So don't start thinking about the time thing. Just toss it out the window. Reiji just said, "Fuck it, I don't really care about that anymore." Yeah. So literally, just toss that out. It doesn't matter. Mori-san said something like that too. It sounds like Mizuhara was backed pretty far into a corner when we were out drinking. It's impossible, unlikely. It's possible, unlikely, but possible. Maybe she took it seriously and used extreme measures. See, I thought of that too, right? I thought of that too at some point. Like, oh, did Chizuru take like an extreme measure to try and figure out her results? But that doesn't make sense because to me, Chizuru's feelings have been consistent. And it feels like on the walk home, she kind of found an answer. But then what makes it weird is chapter 384 and 385. Something in that chapter is weird, and I can't quite pin it down. I feel like that's the mystery. Reiji just has this mystery just sitting there, and you don't know what the fuck happened, right? And it feels like you don't know what the fuck happened a lot. Like that seems like the intention. No way. Mizuhara herself even said that it was absurd back then. Besides, she wouldn't do research like that. But if it's true, congrats. I should have done this from the beginning. We made it pretty far, but your breath stank at minus 500 million points. Living hell. Yeah, no. So like when you see this, you know it's bullshit. When you see this, you know it's bullshit. It's this kind of stuff that gives you the indication, okay, you're going in the wrong direction. You're going in the wrong direction. I already know that's not the kiss is still a mystery, yes, but I feel like I really feel like that walk home allowed Chizuru to accept her feelings. That's what I feel. So literally this feels like Chizuru is very much committed and she has a true sense of conviction. It doesn't feel like anything else. And that's why I don't feel like I've said this when the kiss happened. The kiss isn't Chizuru trying to find her feelings. The kiss is an expression of Chizuru's feelings. That's what I genuinely believe because Minnie is wrong. We know Minnie is wrong. Minnie wanted Chizuru to just kiss him and find that out that way, but just plain intimacy wasn't going to do the trick. It wasn't just touching him that was ever going to do the trick. It was the intention and the meaning behind the action, not just the action itself. Chizuru literally said this when it comes to cheating. The intention behind the action. It had to be a meaningful action. Anyways. But this can't be. Okay. Skip Park group meeting. Huh? Just tell me the restaurant's name instead. Order button is on the screen. Interesting. Oh my god. Look at Minnie. She sprinted. Seriously, what is this? Why does she call me here? She didn't explain anything in the message. That kind of makes me feel super urgent. Yomori-san. Whoa. Oh, the machine follows her. That's cute. Reiji really wanted to pick this scene, so he has the machine follow her. Sorry, but I'm kind of in a hurry. She got angry at the panda. At the AI panda. Why is this chapter all about AI? What is with that? Why does this chapter have a consistent focus on AI? Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird that the chapter has a consistent focus on AI? Oh my, that's so funny. Huh? July 11th. Huh? You can start dating her on that day, master. Huh? What? What are you talking about? Okay. I asked Chizuru-san about what that kiss was. I saw her at school. What? Why'd you go and do that? It was just one of those things. What one of those things? Just forget about that for now. She gave me an answer. Or more like she didn't give me an answer. See what it is? See what it is? She gave me an answer, or more like she didn't give me an answer. Huh. What did I say when we were when we broke down the chapter and just analyzed it for what it did? What did Chizuru do in the last chapter? She intentionally misdirected away from the kiss. She didn't explain the kiss. She didn't explain her feelings. She didn't explain any of her actions. She literally just misdirected away from it completely. Didn't she do that? Can we just not agree she did that? Right? That's just plain and true. Chizuru literally misdirected away from that. And Minnie just admitted it right here. Chizuru didn't give her an answer. She has a big play coming up. Her answer was that she wouldn't have a boyfriend until July 11th. When I asked her what she'd do after that, she left in total silence. Do you understand that was her only answer to the reason for the kiss? So does that mean? It's clearer than ever that Chizuru-san has made up her mind about how she feels. That really was a concrete answer. Okay. Oh my God! Christ! This feels intentional, right? Just a bombardment of information. This feels intentional, right? It's just a bombardment of information. Ever since she learned how you felt, she contemplated it over and over. After living together for a month and going on a date, she couldn't find her answer. She rejected you once for your sake, but then you told her again that you loved her, making her even more confused. What? She was still unsure, even on the next day, but the moment for you two to part ways was approaching. She was backed into a corner and unsure of what to do. Right as she was watching you get into the taxi, she felt a wave of sadness overcome her. Those were feelings of affection that she couldn't put into words. That was the big step that she needed. That is the answer to the kiss. That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense because it wasn't I'm sorry. I know we're in the middle of this. We're in the middle of this. But let me show you how that's wrong. That's factually wrong. That's literally factually wrong. 385, when the kiss happened. Okay. Chizuru didn't do anything. Literally did absolutely nothing. Until he said this. And look at the look on her face. This is not sadness. This is not sadness. You did not have a wave of sadness and do what she did, and that was the answer to the kid. Minnie is blatantly wrong. This cover is just a whole bunch of words being thrown at you, and it feels stupid. Notice how we don't see them. Notice how we don't see the characters. Minnie is totally wrong. Minnie is completely wrong. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. She had doubts if it was really okay for a rental girlfriend and a client to become lovers, and that it wouldn't be fair to date someone without understanding her own feelings first. She had the gods of morality and guilt watching over her shoulder. But the super earnest and mind angel gave you the silent answer. It's a full-fledged I love you. Yamori-san, are those tears rolling down my face? I only see diamonds. There it is. I only see diamonds. See, it is an I love you. It is an I love you. I just think something is weird about the way Minnie's describing this. The way the words are just everywhere. The way the focus is on the words. The way that we're in a cafe and it just doesn't make any sense. This feels weird, right? Wait a second. Tell me everything. Mizuhara, what did Mizuhara say? Sure, let's talk. Let me order a drink first. Give me that touchscreen. They're drinking again. They're drinking again. This is twice now. This is twice now. She's taken him out again. They're drinking again. No, this is weird. Minnie only got like 2 sentences. It's a counter to the soulless response of the AI. That's a good assessment. I kind of agree with that. This is a counter to the soulless assessment of the AI. You think Minnie's interpretation is accurate? I don't think it's that. I think there's accuracy to it. I think there's accuracy to Minnie's interpretation, but I don't know. Something about it is weird. I think there is accuracy to Minnie's interpretation, but Minnie got like 5 sentences. Minnie got like 5 sentences. At best. Chizuru didn't explain the kiss to her. Minnie got like 5 sentences. You have to admit this is a little strange. Why Chizuru put a deadline on the date? What? Title of the next chapter is Distrust of Men. Huh. Wait, really? Minnie is sabotaging our man as we speak, lol. Minnie chose so wrong here. No, okay. Let's clear up something about Minnie. I really wish to clear up something about Minnie. What Minnie does is messy as fuck for a very simple reason. Her words are a mix of interpretations, assumptions, expectations, as well as facts. She mixes facts with assumptions. She mixes facts with these kinds of assumptions. Wait, misandry? Whoa. Okay, let me go by the chapter and in Japanese and send it to my friend because something is weird. This is weird. This is really, really weird. Have you noticed how we're digging deeper and deeper into Minnie's interpretation? We're going to hit a breaking point at some point. We are going to hit a breaking point. I am feeling it. And it's going to be upsetting to people. Oh my God. We're going to hit a breaking point and it is going to be upsetting to people. Oh man. 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 Oh. We're going to hit a breaking point soon. That's not good. Oh, that's not good. You guys ready to fucking like get blown up and get upset? People are going to come in my chat in like a few weeks time and then I'd be like, this is the worst thing ever. I fucking hate this manga. I can feel it in my bones. Oh man. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up. I can feel it in my bones. This is weird. I love you. She says, I love you in English. Okay, and I think the easiest way I can prove to you that what Minnie is saying is nonsense is because when Minnie talked to Chizuru talked for like a few panels, and yet Minnie somehow got all of this from that. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Like, seriously, I'm not dooming. I'm very, very aware. What I'm saying is that, isn't it weird that Chizuru talked to Minnie for like 5 sentences? Like, literally 5 to 6 sentences. And Minnie had all of this to say about these 5 sentences. And Minnie represents the readers. What do I do? What do I do when I get 5 sentences? What do I do when I get 5 sentences in this manga? It means all of this. I'll just write you a wall of text. I'll literally write you a wall of text. I'll talk for hours. Don't I do exactly what Minnie does? Don't I just straight up do exactly what Minnie does? I'll talk like this and I'll never fucking shut up. I did this last chapter. I literally did this last chapter. We made a whole bunch of assumptions. We just got into this. And yeah, let me guess, it's by design. Yeah. But literally, did I not do this? Did I literally just not get 5 sentences from Chizuru and then just get into this whole spiel explaining everything? Did I not do this? Straight up. Literally, last chapter, we were streaming for like 6 hours. And I was literally just constantly breaking down, making all these assumptions about what's going on. Didn't Minnie just do that? Minnie is the readers. You pick one thing, you get a little bit of information, and then you somehow think you understand everything because you create a narrative that suits your own perspective. You created a narrative that suits your own perspective of what's going on. It has to mean this. Minnie just happens to present it in a very positive way. What this chapter is telling me is that we're all fucking wrong. I feel it in my gut. I feel like we're wrong. And Minnie is saying to Kazuya in some ways exactly what he wants to hear. Minnie is the mastermind of her own narrative. Yeah. Kazuya wanted to hear this. He needed to hear this. This makes him feel so much better. It's all the landscape, not just the small talk that she had with Chizuru. Yeah, right? It's the landscape. It's not actually, and it's not literally showing anything Chizuru showed her. Did Chizuru say any of this? Do you have any visuals that actually piece it together and actually align with what Minnie is saying? Literally, the visuals contrast what Minnie is saying. Manga, and Reiji has said this, is a visual medium. Both the writing and the dialogue match each other. They have to match. So when literally the visuals do not match what Minnie is showing you or what Minnie is saying, it means it's nonsense. This is all nonsense. It's literally a bombardment of words. It's nonsense. The visuals has nothing to do with this. Literally, the visuals have nothing to do with Minnie's words. It does not make any sense. And literally, look at this and see the similarities between a very particular shot. What did we say? Didn't we see chapter 388 and think to ourselves, Minnie is wrong? Huh. She said the same thing, but now it escalated to I love you. And literally, what happens right after this shot? Kazuya thinks to himself, I was just thinking the same thing, when he spent the entire chapter not thinking this. Are any of these actually what Chizuru is saying? Is any of this actually what Kazuya believes? Or is this just what he wants to believe because Minnie is presenting this to him? Do you see the issue? This is why I'm kind of like, okay, this chapter is weird. Johan, Minnie is literally throwing Kazuya under the bus with the bullshit, and people say she's carrying the manga. I think that's literally the point. I genuinely think that's literally the point. Is next chapter going to be Mommy coming back? Is it literally just because it's called Miss Andre? That's it. Literally just because it's called Miss Andre. Mommy's coming back. That's a fucking hilarious take. That's a hilarious ass take. I'm sorry. Miss Andre, Mommy's coming back. Oh no. No. Let's it's more like Kazuya has started dating Minnie. Actually, that's kind of by design. In some ways, like literally, Minnie is a terrible influence on Kazuya. Minnie is a very, very terrible influence on Kazuya. She's so caught up in his love life that she's constantly involved to the point that all Kazuya ever fixates on is love. That's the issue with Minnie that I'm seeing. Minnie makes Kazuya absolutely fixate on love to the point that is unhealthy. I don't think Mommy's gonna come back. Not yet. But why? We'll have to see if it actually reads Miss Andre, because I'm not gonna take your word for it. I would like my friend to actually give me a translation. Chizuru told Minnie about the play on the 11th because she wants Kazuya to watch the play, but Minnie assumed it's completely wrong. Yeah, maybe Chizuru just wants him to see the play, and Chizuru has not contacted him yet. Maybe, and like one assumption we had was that Chizuru is trying to, again, I'm going to check with my friend before I assume it actually reads Miss Andre, specifically because I know when people do the spoilers, because I know you got this from the spoilers, people do this from the spoilers, they usually they usually use some sort of AI translation, or they use ChatGPT or something. Or distrust of play, like in the play. A distrust of men, like in the play. What in the play? What play? I have enough about the pair of Dumb and Dumber. I've had enough about. Yeah, I really think this is Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. This seems to be a reoccurring, consistent pattern. Because we've done this for like literally. Look at the chapter panels. Minnie. How many of these are there now? Are you starting to see an issue? Kazuya keeps talking to Minnie and her interpretation of events. He keeps listening to her and not making his own choices. Is any of this Kazuya's choice? Is any of this real? Is literally any of this real? Or is this just a whole bunch of bullshit? The news, right? Notice how Minnie didn't actually just relay exactly what Chizuru said. Notice how she spent so much time talking and talking and talking and talking and spreading a whole bunch of assumptions based on how she understood events. It's almost like Minnie is the Dmail. It's... Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, Dmail is straightforward. Minnie is walking Dmail. She's literally a walking time machine. That's okay. I'm stupid. She's the literal Dmail. She is the literal Dmail. She literally, you send a message back in time. Minnie sent a message back to Kazuya and changed the timeline. Get it? She's literally walking Dmail. She sent the July 11th date. She is the email from future July 11th. See what? Yeah, she's literally walking Dmail and she doesn't realize it. Yeah. She sent Kazuya the future message from July 11th to this point. She's walking Dmail. I don't see what's wrong with Minnie. She's just trying to help a friend out. Okay, Jesus. Very simple point. Very, very simple point. Just follow me through this. Just follow me through this. Minnie went to Chizuru to get an answer about the kiss. Is that or is that not true? Is that or is that not true? She went to get an answer about the kiss. She saw that they hadn't texted. She yells at Chizuru at school, and Chizuru just tells her, July 11th, a month and a half from now, there's a big play. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Minnie turns to Chizuru, then what about after? Chizuru does not answer, she leaves. Isn't that... That's all Minnie was told. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pages. That's it. Text bubbles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's it. 11 text bubbles that are really small, very concise, straight to the point. Let's go to Minnie. Let's go to Minnie. Okay, July 11th. She relayed the message of July 11th. 1, you can start dating her on that day. Did she say that? Did Chizuru say he can start dating me on that day? Were these her actual words? Did Chizuru say these words? Did Chizuru ever say this? No. She just said she won't have a boyfriend until then. Chizuru never said we can start dating then. That was never said. She never said these words. Let's keep going. I asked Chizuru's son about what the kiss was. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Let's read it again. It's understandable that that Minnie would know what Chizuru means because she's a girl. No. No. You want to know? Here, Jesus. Actually, I have factual proof to you that girls would not know what a girl is thinking. Mommy. Mommy does not know what Chizuru is thinking. Mommy doesn't even know what she's thinking. And yet, she did all that stuff in Hawaiians. A girl, just because you're the same gender, it does not mean you understand the other person. That's just a fact. And just because you share a gender with someone, it does not mean you understand what this person is thinking. Minnie and Chizuru could not be more different. I can show you factual proof of that. For instance, when Chizuru eats the cake on her birthday, it's literally on Chizuru's birthday, she eats the cake, and she says to Minnie, isn't the cake from a famous place? It was a beautiful one too, so I was just wondering if you wanted to take a picture or something. But it was smushed. Minnie just says, doesn't that feel weird, like turning someone's birthday into some sort of cheap festival? Minnie doesn't know that what Chizuru is asking here is about her coworkers who are literally doing this, but she realizes this secondhand because of what she herself feels. She sees Chizuru without realizing she sees Chizuru. That's where Minnie is good. Minnie sees Chizuru when she doesn't actually try to see Chizuru. And literally, when she says this, her eyes are closed. She doesn't realize this is what Chizuru is feeling, and she's connecting to Chizuru. She doesn't realize she actually touched Chizuru here. If she did, Minnie would have made a much bigger deal about it. Is that not true? Minnie would have made a much bigger deal about it if she realized, holy shit, I actually reached Chizuru in this scene. But she never does. Because this is just how Minnie sees things. That's the whole point. Minnie helps Chizuru when she's not trying to help Chizuru. That's the whole point. Minnie doesn't know what Chizuru is feeling here. Her eyes are closed. She literally doesn't see her. But she understands the meaning of a birthday, and she does not want to mess up a birthday. This is meaningful. But Minnie doesn't see what Chizuru is thinking here. She doesn't know. She doesn't, literally, does Chizuru ever tell Minnie this is about my coworkers and they treated me like shit? The more Minnie appears with Kazuya and butt in, the more I hate her and I want her to leave them alone. Reiji is definitely dialing that up. Yeah, Minnie doesn't know shit. That's just a fact. Just because you share here, do your guy friends, if you're a guy, I'm assuming, do your guy friends always know what you're thinking? Just because you happen to be a guy too? I felt very misunderstood by a lot of my guy friends who don't understand shit about me. I feel pissed off and annoyed a lot of times. They don't know shit about me. So you think if Kazuya asks Chizuru, she will answer? Yeah, actually. She wants to talk to him. I literally think what Chizuru told Minnie in that chapter was a truth disguising a lie. I think what Chizuru told Minnie in that chapter was a truth disguising a lie. Okuba used the Dmail, but it was changing the present for the far worse unexpectedly. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I genuinely think so too. Like, Okuba used the Dmail and it made things worse. So I think that's a signal to us, hey, Minnie's Dmail is making this worse. Right? Maybe in this instance, Chizuru used the Dmail and made it worse, right? So maybe you could think of Chizuru as the one who actually sent the mail, and Chizuru made things worse without meaning to. Right? And then she has to course correct. Because Okuba eventually had to course correct. So something is weird. Right? Maybe Chizuru is Okuba, maybe Minnie is Okuba, who knows? But something is gonna go wrong soon. Something has been happening. Like, I think Chizuru not being able to properly communicate in the past few chapters might result in something bad coming up soon, because it's going to subvert all of our visuals and understanding of what's going on. And you have to please understand, I'm not always correct, right? I just know what we're being presented is factually wrong. I can just tell, literally just based on what Minnie said here, that what we're getting is factually incorrect. I somehow feel that the fight between Chizuru and Kazuya is going to happen and it's going to be related to Minnie. Not yet. I don't think Minnie is the immediate issue. I don't think Ruka is the immediate issue. I've been trying to understand what the immediate issue is, but it seems like the immediate issue is communication. Like, communication seems to be the big fucking issue, because we're so sure we understand what Chizuru is thinking when we don't, and we can't read her mind. So it feels like we're really wrong about Chizuru. Like, really, really wrong about Chizuru. And it feels like what the actual problem is that element of communication and how little we actually understand about this person, and how Kazuya is operating on a whole lot of assumptions. We're operating on a lot of Minnie is an accessory to the problem. She's not the actual problem. Well, she kind of is, but you get my point. The problem is, I think, in my opinion, in chapter 390, Chizuru decided to actually use Minnie. Which was her fucking mistake. I think, like, literally, because someone just pointed out Akuba used Dmail, which fucked everything up. I think Chizuru may have fucked something up here, and she didn't mean to, and we're gonna see the repercussions of that soon because of everything Minnie is doing here. So it seems like communication is the big issue. Right? Intimacy, Kazuya not moving, all that other stuff, that's not the issue, I think. Like, those are issues. But it feels like communication is the big fucking issue. I think you can do a Trump mimic. How does Trump sound again? I know words. I know all the words. Something like that. I don't know. That was my best attempt at Trump. I don't know. If Chizuru wasn't this fucking sneaky, we would spare a lot of trouble, laugh my ass off. But that's the thing. Is Chizuru being sneaky? What's actually going on? I think the issue is Chizuru being sneaky, or what's actually going on, because we don't know. You have to admit, you don't know what the fuck is happening. If you don't know, you have to admit, Chizuru, we don't know what the fuck is happening. Chizuru is hiding stuff from Minnie. She's not trying to hide stuff from Kazuya, but Kazuya won't talk to her. So we're just kind of stuck in this fucking limbo of just what the fuck is going on. What does Berserk have to do with any of this? What the fuck? Bunch of fucking weirdos in chat today. We're gonna get another isekai thing. Minnie's probably gonna call Chizuru to hang out, and Chizuru might drop the SO with "Have you guys been up to?" Where's Johan Lover? I hope they don't show up. I'm kind of not in the mood. People are saying this is one of the worst writings after Data Arc by Reiji. Oh, they're gonna keep saying that. Oh, people are gonna keep saying that, and I can kind of bet it's gonna keep getting worse. But it feels very intentional. This feels very, very, very intentional. See, I didn't say it's by design. I did right here, but I didn't say it's by design. I said it's very intentional. Hey? No. This chapter... Okay, so this chapter has a motif of AI. Kazuya talks to AI first, and that's very intentional, right? So Kazuya speaks to a machine first. The machine is not helpful. And then as you get to the later point of the chapter... Minnie literally steps in front of a machine, which keeps getting in her way, and she steps past the AI and talks all about emotion. So this is really important. I think what this reminds me of is chapter 1. And let me show you what I mean. I think this is a very intentional motif by Reiji. It reminds me of chapter 1, where Kazuya is looking for emotions. Kazuya is looking for emotions, and he thinks emotions are there with Chizuru. Right? He thinks emotions are there, but then the element of money is introduced. And then, look at him. He gets very emotional. He has an experience, a rental experience, if you will. And then he gets home. He goes on the online forums, and the online forums say how it's an amazing act. Literally, diamond. And what does Minnie say? What is the teaser for this chapter? The teaser for this chapter was diamonds from the eye. And what did I say? Where was it? Where right here. This shot. Look at this shot. And look at this shot. Kazuya does the same thing. The whole damn thing was an act. What did they tell her to hold her hand in that fucking manual? Stupid whore. Huh. Are you starting to see parallels? He looks at a computer. The computer tells him Chizuru was AI. Here, he sees a thing that tells him Chizuru is AI, and he's literally speaking to an AI, and he gets upset and mad. He's looking for an emotional connection. He reaches out with an emotional connection here. And so, what's actually happening here is that this is a nod to chapter 1. And when Chizuru inevitably explodes on him when he accosts her in public. And she's literally saying, I am not AI. I'm a human being. I am not a virtual persona. You can't just fucking do that. You signed up for this. This is what you chose to do. You signed up for AI. You chose this. Literally like how Kazuya turning to an AI here is the exact same thing. He turned to an AI machine here, expecting it to not give him an AI answer. And then he turns to a human person who walks past the AI and gives him an emotional response that may not be based on true objective reality, and he listens because that's what he wanted. Do you see what's happening? Both the human and the AI can be incorrect. The only true objective truth is to actually speak to Chizuru and know what she's thinking. A human being and an AI do the same thing. We do the same crap because we're not always correct. There is no objective truth. You're shaping that truth based on your own perception. Literally, like how Kazuya was talking to the AI, and he specifically tells it certain things, but never mentions certain other things in that time. So, for instance, he tells the AI, the girl kissed me. And then he says she was originally a rental girlfriend. And then the AI tells him something he doesn't want to hear. He thinks it's stupid because he knows it's stupid. But he's creating that. He's shaping that reality. He knows it's incorrect. He's only looking at his phone. Then he goes to Minnie, who actually does the same exact thing. She is a mirror to him. Minnie got a few pieces of information that confirmed her own bias, just as when Kazuya talked to the AI, he confirmed his own bias, and then Minnie comes up with this entire elaborate story, much like the text Kazuya was getting when he was talking to the AI. Isn't that literally the same thing? He put in a prompt, and the AI gave him a whole bunch of stuff that proves that like tells him what he should do, but he doesn't agree with that. Minnie, however, is a real person, and Minnie got her own prompt, right? Minnie got her own prompt from Chizuru that she worked on and created this entire elaborate scenario. Minnie is like AI, but in human form. Like AI, we create our own perception. The AI is simply a reflection of you. It only does what you tell it to do. It doesn't actually have a mind of its own. It doesn't actually make its own decisions. That is what AI is. And that's literally what this chapter is saying. Minnie is kind of like AI, except the big difference with Minnie and the AI is that Minnie's a human being and she makes her own perceptions on her own biases. And she keeps digging deeper and deeper to confirm this thing that she's conditioned herself as the truth. She's literally kind of has her own personality, if you will, right? And so literally what Kazuya is getting here is a reinforcement of rental, of AI. That is what's happening here. This chapter is a direct reference to rental. This entire chapter is a direct reference to rental. That's why it's diamonds from the eyes. I said rental is called diamonds. Also, Chupto, you can not Chupto, sorry. Lawless Bacon, you can toss out the marriage thing, your marriage theory. We're tossing that out the window. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. You can toss that out the fucking window. Diamonds, no. It's diamonds from the eyes because it's fiction. This is a nod to chapter 1. This is a nod to fiction, not reality. This is a nod to us creating our own fiction. That is what this chapter is all about. Creating our own fiction. The fiction that suits our reality because of the AI answers. That's true. The advice Minnie gave to Kazuya in the trial date was like an AI answer, isn't it? In fact, well catch. Good catch. Actually, that's a great point. Let me point out something really interesting to you about that particular thing you just mentioned. Okay, the sun is like right in my eye. It's getting kind of annoying. Just give me a second. Yeah. This. Do that. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. Hope I don't get demonetized for this. Okay. Kazuya does this play Minnie gave him on the date. Chizuru says, I saw that on social media. Our sources are the same. Minnie is just Instagram. Huh. It's like Minnie is just AI. AI is being trained on real people's posts and simulates them. Minnie is being trained on real people's experiences and simulates them. Huh. It's almost like everybody constantly calls Minnie a plot device. But what is a plot device if not a character that is shaped by what you desire, by what you want it to be, and then it constantly continues to evolve in that direction the more you push it? It's almost like Minnie has no true character of her own. It's almost like Minnie has no real character of her own. All she cares about is Kazuya and Chizuru's future. All Minnie cares about is Kazuya and Chizuru's future. She cares nothing for what she desires or wants. Has Minnie ever told us anything about her future? At all. Once. Has Minnie once mentioned her future? Not a single time. In fact, Kazuya literally admits in the practice state, he had no idea. He doesn't know anything about Minnie. Right? I wrote a whole thing about this. Minnie does not actually, like, pay attention to her future or anything. I thought the chapter was set up, but next chapter is going to set it up. I think this is all build up, not set up. I think this is, well, okay, that's kind of technically the same thing. This is all build up to an inevitable talk between the two that's just gonna blow up in our fucking face, and we're gonna all just be completely wrong. And I think in my opinion, I think Chizuru's mistake, whether, see, I wonder. I'm still wondering this. I was talking to a Japanese fan, and we were talking about this, and we kind of broke it down, and it feels like chapter 390 is Chizuru intentionally orchestrating and creating a scenario. Because she completely misdirected away from the kiss. And it feels like she orchestrated and created a scenario. And that's just weird. Right? I think that's just weird. Because the anime is also going to end airing. We don't Antonek, you're operating on inconsistent information. We don't know if the anime is going to stop airing on episode 12 and then have a break, then continue with core 2, or if it's just going to continue. We don't know. We don't know if it's a back-to-back core. We don't know if there's a break at all. Nothing ever said there would be a break. We just know they have 24 episodes, and it's a 2-core part. But is there going to be a break between the cores or no? We don't know. So we have no idea. We said our assumption was that the anime would end on either chapter 213 or 214, and it's when Chizuru runs away. So I think it's going to be a flip on that. We're going to get another isekai. What isekai? What the fuck are you talking about? Feels like Reiji has been kind of making fun of readers nonstop since the date rejection. A lot of small things that hint to the reader's outrage via small subtle jabs. Oh yeah, totally. Totally. The fact that he said Minnie represents the readers very openly and in public, and then proceeded to make Minnie look like a complete jackass, and literally constantly making fun of her, and also making you like her. He's intentionally making you like Minnie. He's intentionally making you like Minnie. He's intentionally having Kazuya sit down with his thoughts and never getting any answers, and making a whole bunch of assumptions that make no fucking sense. And literally, it keeps digging and digging and digging, and it doesn't add up. Isn't that weird? And so you don't know at this point. You don't know if Chizuru's kiss is her trying to find an answer still. You don't know if Chizuru's kiss is an expression of her actual feelings. You don't know anything. Personally, I feel like the kiss is actually an expression of Chizuru's feelings. In my opinion. I could be wrong. I think Kazuya was the real Kazuya on the walk home. I don't know if Chizuru was trying to bring out the real Kazuya, or if Chizuru was waiting for the real Kazuya to show up. Because it felt like she was waiting for something. If you go to chapter 384 or 385, it felt like Chizuru was waiting for something. And Minnie reinforces that to you. Minnie intentionally reinforces that to you. As long as season doesn't end on chapter... Oh, it won't end on chapter 218. I think chapter 218 might be the first episode of Core 2 or Core 3. Or no, sorry, it might be the first or second episode of Core 2. I think that's where chapter 219 is going to come into play. Okay, there's also a misunderstanding that's continuously happening in chat that I'm seeing. Season 4 is 2 parts. It's not season 5. when this season, when we reach episode 12, season 4 is not over. It's still season 4. It's not season 5. When we get to episode 13, 14, that's not season 5. That's still season 4. I see this a lot online. That's not what it is. I just need to correct that. Anyways, I think we'll get an adaptation of episode 218 as the first episode of part 2, or maybe the second episode. Really not sure. For fuck's sake. First it's a distrust of men, then it's suspicious men. What next? I think 218 is a very important chapter. I understand people don't like it, but that chapter is very, very important to Kazuya's character. And I get it. People don't like it. It makes them feel uncomfortable, but that's part of this series. This series does stuff that makes you feel uncomfortable. This series does things that you would think this is terrible writing, and then you actually like think about it and you're like, that feels pretty in line with this story. This is that kind of story where it does things that, you would think are terrible, but it makes sense for this kind of story. And I don't think it's actually terrible. I understand people don't like it. Suspicious man. Is Chizuru's dad coming back? Yeah. Assumptions. Let's not operate on assumptions. Suspicious man. I don't know. Really don't know. The problem with Chizuru is that she can do all these shitty things and always go with impunity. She doesn't, though. Chupto. You're on it again, dude. Chizuru never... Here. Fine. You seem so certain that you're correct. Here's Chizuru being called out for her bullshit in chapter 235 for ghosting Kazuya. Minnie literally calls her out. She literally says right here, "You're just running away, aren't you? If you don't understand your own feelings, that's all the reason for you to talk it out. Saying that you're a rental girlfriend and that it means you have to keep a lid on your emotions is just making excuses, don't you think? Going no contact is the worst thing you can do. There's no need to think so little of your persona. I truly believe you're a good person. But if you keep doing this, you're actually going to be a shitty person. I know what you're about to say, but even being confessed to, if that's your reason, then I honestly think you suck." How is Chizuru getting away with shit? She literally constantly gets called out by Minnie. Minnie constantly thinks Chizuru might be a terrible fucking person. If anything, you want to know someone who did get away with things? You want to know who is getting away with things? Mommy and Minnie. Mommy got away with everything, and she's not happy at all. She has a shitty life. She literally lives in a prison. She makes no fucking changes in her life, and she's fucking depressed and terrible. Chizuru actually tried to make real change. Chizuru went out of her way to make change. Chizuru does not, it does take responsibility for her actions. She apologizes to Kazuya. She goes out of her way to hang out with him. She lets him live in her home. She tries to constantly talk to him. What is your point? See how your bias is fueling your own perception. Your bias is fundamentally fueling your own perception. None of the other characters have done this. Nobody else did this. Minnie did not go out of her way to change anything, not for herself. Minnie doesn't take any responsibility for herself. Maruka is still on the usual shtick, knowing full well her relationship with Kazuya is akin to living dead. Mommy just constantly sees and does absolutely nothing. Even Sumi is still doing rental girlfriend and never talks about her future and never does anything for her future. Every character in this story is trying to move forward in their own way, but they're all stuck dealing with grief in some way, shape, or form. And yet, because Chizuru does certain things we want to perceive as bad because maybe it looks a certain way to us, we want to assume it's all terrible and sucks and we hate Chizuru. In reality, maybe the reason Chizuru's doing this is because we've tried so hard to not understand her. Maybe the reason Chizuru's doing any of this is because we're doing our absolute best to not understand her. Going out of her way to not understand her, and she feels alone and isolated. Chizuru doesn't talk to Minnie. Minnie doesn't feel like a friend. Minnie will literally just go and regurgitate everything to Kazuya. Chizuru cannot speak to her in confidence. And yet, when Kazuya talks to Minnie, she can keep that all in secret. To some degree. Right? But Kazuya, no. Even Kazuya doesn't do this. Everything Kazuya tells Chizuru, he goes and just tells to Minnie. Does Chizuru have a confidant? Does Chizuru feel like she has actually a confidant with Kazuya? Or does it feel like he'll just go and tell Minnie everything Chizuru is feeling? Or does it feel like Minnie will just go and tell Kazuya everything she's feeling? Have you considered for a moment the reason Chizuru acts like this is because we're making her act like this? We're isolating her. We're making her feel like a terrible fucking person, and she feels the need to lie because we keep fucking doing this shit to her. Kazuya is being a fuck up. I'm sorry, he is. He was not ready to date Chizuru in chapter 380. That's just a fact. Chizuru could not find her answer because of his own choices. He did this. I understand people are going to be upset and think I'm blaming Kazuya, but that's just a fact. He did not open up to her every time she fucking asked. Kazuya right now is depressed, rejected, and powerless, the same way that was Mommy. Chizuru has become the villain, Mom. No. He's doing this to himself. Kazuya in the entire date was fucking acting. She asked him, why can you say you love me? And he can't fucking answer. He tells her, I don't have doubts about my feelings. And Chizuru still had faith in him. Here, let me show you the chapter. Chizuru is not the villain. Kazuya is not some porcelain fucking doll. He is a dude. He is alive. He can live. He can move. Stop being depressed. He has no reason to be depressed. Kazuya has literally no reason to be depressed right now. There's nothing shitty in his life right now. There's literally nothing shitty in his life right now. He has no reason to just constantly stay depressed forever. Literally, the entire cohabitation is Chizuru coddling him. Hey, are you okay? Hey, I'm here. Hey, this, hey, that. She puts up a whole bunch of fucking boundaries just for him. She tells him, I don't not trust you. She gives him a fucking key to her goddamn house. Chizuru gives him a key to her goddamn house and gives him a gift with the key. She constantly hangs out with him. She invites him to hang out with her. She agrees to a date with him. What more does Chizuru have to do to show she fucking cares about him? That is plain idiotic. Kazuya is not weak. He's conditioned himself. He is weak and pathetic. He is not. He is strong, and he showed it at the very end of the day. He got rejected. He still had the balls to fucking carry her home and not feel shit about it. He is not weak. Stop treating him like he's a fucking baby. I'm sorry. At some point, you gotta wake up to fucking reality. You can't just be babying him forever. He wants to talk to Chizuru, fucking talk to her. Stop talking to Minnie. Minnie's a goddamn idiot. He keeps listening to Minnie, and Minnie keeps getting proven wrong every single time. Kazuya is an absolute fucking champ, but he has conditioned himself. He's a goddamn loser, and you see him that way too. And you feel bad for him, and ooh woo, and oh, the girl's treating him badly. No, dude. Set boundaries. Take responsibility. Watch Superman. He knows Lois is acting fucking weird. He asks her what that means. She refuses to tell him what that means. He walks out. He has respect for himself. Oh, Chizuru's the one who put him through all the money BS shit. Like Kazuya didn't fucking agree. He signed the form. Kazuya signed the form. He signed the rental agreement. He's not a child. He spent that money knowing full well what it means. Stop babying him. Kazuya is not a goddamn baby. Unbelievable. Chizuru asks him, why can you say you love me? Even as I stand here, the real me inside of me is wanting to hold you so tightly. Oh, but what if she judges me poorly? Ooh, ooh. And he can't answer. And he goes like this. Chizuru feels bad. Hey, sorry about that. Let's keep walking. Kazuya sees her, gets inspired. She's so sincere and straightforward. And then he says, I don't have any doubts about how I feel about you. Chizuru says, I don't have any doubts either. I don't doubt your feelings. She still believes in him. She still has faith in him, even in this moment. And he still chooses to not tell her how he feels, to close off, to be scared. So no, this is on Kazuya. That's just a fact. He is not ready to date her, and the fact that people still think he's ready is fucking stupid. I love Kazuya. I think the real Kazuya can date Chizuru. Kazuya as he is right now, no. Kazuya as he is right now cannot date Chizuru. He can't handle it. He's running away. He's fucking scared, and he's running off. And I say this with Kazuya being my favorite fucking character in this story. Right now, he's a goddamn coward. I love Kazuya. He is a goddamn coward. And he's letting fear decide for him. He is letting fear make these choices for him. Kazuya has shown, he literally, you know, remember when people read chapter 383 and they're like, this is the real Kazuya? Because it is. The reason Chizuru feels like she can love him, the reason Chizuru reacts specifically when this Kazuya comes out, because this is the one she loves. Not the fake one that's acting constantly. This Kazuya. This is who she loves. In fact, this is reinforced to you in what Chizuru says in chapter 382. Even still, I remember that walk home. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside of a story. Who is him? That's the question you should be asking. The real Kazuya makes her feel like she's in a story. Makes her feel like anything can happen. Makes her feel like every single action she takes is rewarded. This is the real him. This is the Kazuya she loves. The real him, the one that's not constantly running away and scared. The one who faces reality. The one who's actually like constantly trying to believe and dream in things. Kazuya in the date doesn't believe and dream. Yeah, we know Kazuya is better. But he has let fear decide for him. Comparing Chizuru to Mami is so off-putting. I think it's by design. That's literally Reishi saw how people started cheering for Mami. Oh, wow, I said by design. You got me there. You got me there. Reishi saw how people started cheering for Mami in Hawaiians. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to explore that. I'm going to explore this idea that Chizuru is a bad person, and that people really want to believe that. And I'll constantly like give them the truth of how she's a kind person. Constantly. But I'll just present it as it is. And I'll let them feel what they feel. And then I'll make her look like a bad person because, you know, they want to assume the worst in her. And then I'm going to challenge them. Hey, is she actually a bad person or are you just a piece of shit assuming the worst about her character? He intentionally gives you a pattern. He gives you a pattern you're all so familiar with. Going back to that chapter, what are your thoughts about the past tense? It felt like story by a few chapters removed. Any new impressions of its meaning? I think the meaning of this being in past tense is because this Kazuya isn't always there. That's why it's past tense. That moment is special to Chizuru because this Kazuya is special. The Kazuya, when he dreams, when he believes, is special, but Kazuya isn't always there. This Kazuya is not always there. And you see him not there in chapter 384 until chapter 385. Yeah, I saw. I'll get to the translations. Thank you. I saw. Right? For most of this, Kazuya is still acting. She still doesn't feel anything. That Kazuya from back then isn't the same Kazuya. I think Chizuru was waiting to see that Kazuya again. I think this is what that was. Chizuru was waiting to see this Kazuya again in this chapter. And then when he finally shows himself, this is the one I love. This is the one I'll react to. This is what this feels like. This is to me what this chapter feels like. Chizuru doesn't react to any of Kazuya's jokes, any of Kazuya's bullshit, any of fake Kazuya's nonsense. She literally is not reacting because she doesn't feel anything. She doesn't feel anything when Kazuya does this crap. And then when he actually shows his real self, when this Kazuya actually steps the fuck up and actually shows his real self, look at her. You can hear in her head, I love him. I want to marry him. And she kisses that Kazuya. Show me this Kazuya. This is the Kazuya I love. This is who I want. I don't want any of this other nonsense that you're constantly doing. I don't care for that. Show me the real you. In the date, Kazuya is not the real him. That is a fact. That is a simple fact. He is acting. Chizuru even notices he is acting and calls him out on his acting. And he continues to act. He continues to not show himself. This is when Chizuru realized who she loves. This is what this scene is. This is an I love you to that Kazuya. Not the one that runs away, that constantly finds and runs all this stupid bullshit he does. This is saying I love this person. I don't love this fucking lie you keep telling yourself. I don't love this person you keep pretending you're not. Show me the real you. Yeah, Giga Chad Kazuya. She loves that Kazuya. She doesn't love the other Kazuya.
He takes no agency over himself. He needs to stop being a baby, right? That's the biggest lie of the cohabitation. The biggest lie of the cohabitation is that this Kazuya is gone. This badass Kazuya, the lie is that this Kazuya is gone. He is there every single time, but he keeps stopping himself. Right? People said, when we were reading the cohabitation, one thing I vividly recall people saying was that, oh, Kazuya has regressed. That part is gone, right? That isn't him anymore. In reality, you're getting the illusion that he regressed. He's still there. Just like the entire cohabitation is just a big fucking illusion. The cohabitation is just a big goddamn lie. It's literally just a writing trick. It's fan service. That's what it is. It's just a big fan service lie to you, to your face, that this needed to happen, that they needed to present it a certain way. In reality, what was actually going on in the cohabitation, and I think that Reiji kind of like started to piece together and figure out how he wanted to do, was that the cohabitation was the characters thinking they needed to act a certain way in order to have this. They thought they needed to make an excuse to live together. They thought they needed to put boundaries, literally represented through the curtain, in order to have this. In reality, none of that is true. They are already way past love. Curry literally tells them they are way past the 3-date mark. They should be fucking silly. And they're not. And it's because they think they need to act this way, and we just figured out why that is. We figured out why that is. Because this Kazuya isn't there. That's why they're not at that point yet. Because this Kazuya is not there. That's the problem. That's the issue. The Kazuya who takes charge, the Kazuya who dreams and believes and takes action is not there. And Chizuru continues to take action where he does not. And we're literally starting to see that issue, the lie of who the real Kazuya is. This is who Chizuru loves. She didn't act out of sadness. She didn't act out of worry or any of that. Kazuya was leaving, and she wanted that Kazuya. She would not react until she saw that Kazuya. I think this is what this was. Chizuru was literally, I'm not going to react until I feel his presence again. Until I remember he is here. Because what did I say about chapter 380? Chapter 380 and chapter 377 to chapter 380 is a direct parallel to Hawaiians when Chizuru runs away. When Chizuru is seemingly not there. And that's because that's when Kazuya was really not there for her either. He was cornering her. This is what this is. Kazuya in the date was not there. He never made her feel like she was included. He never made her feel like she was seen and cared for and loved. The only time that Kazuya shows up was in chapter 383 and 382. That's when he shows up. Because that who he was shattered. Then when he gets kissed, he's like, oh no, I'm going to revert to that. I'm going to go back to these safe spaces, this mental safe space that makes me feel comfortable. And that's what's going on. Chizuru loves the real Kazuya, not the fiction. That's why she doubted her feelings so much. Because the Kazuya that she sees constantly isn't that. He's giving her mixed signals. We're so sure Chizuru is the one giving him mixed signals. The reason Chizuru gives mixed signals, or it feels mixed, is because of Kazuya himself. The way he's acting, the way he's presenting himself. That's the biggest lie in this entire arc. That it's been Kazuya this entire time. It's literally always been him. And that's the reason Chizuru feels so goddamn confused. His own actions, his own choices. What he does. You see it as early as the fucking, 3-month time skip. When Kazuya gets a flashback to the Ruka thing, right? Chizuru and him are walking home. Chizuru wants to go home. She says later, Kazuya doesn't say anything else. Ruka shows up and pushes her. Ruka-chan, hey, that hurt. You should taste at least 1% of the pain you put me through. Chizuru makes her feel guilty. Listen up, I'm going to let this incident slide out of compassion. I'll consider it a necessary evil to save Kazuya, to save my boyfriend. But you should also consider your own position. As a rental girlfriend, you aren't supposed to go on the same train, Chizuru-san. Reinforcing roles. And what does Kazuya say? No, Ruka-chan, this is my fault. No, dude. Just clear that up. Kazuya, take fucking action. Set the boundaries straight. No, I love her. That wasn't a necessary evil. He never does this. And with you being who you are, you had a once-in-a-lifetime chance to tell everyone the real story. Don't you say you've wasted it once in a lifetime? You're exaggerating. They're fighting while Ruka is literally yelling at Chizuru. Dude, defend the girl that you love. What the fuck are you doing? She just defended you in front of Hawaiians, in front of everyone. Why the fuck can't you defend her against Ruka? This little peasy-wansy little shit. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Nothing. We have different perspectives on what a toxic relationship is. Oh, no. I think our perspectives are the same, but your interpretation is lost by your own biases. Actually, maybe they are different, because you think every mistake someone makes it toxic. That's what I'm seeing. Chizuru makes like small mistakes, and suddenly it's like, oh, it's just a one-way thing, right? But a toxic relationship is a two-way thing. And Kazuya is unfortunately making this toxic. It's part of his own choices. He's doing this. Like, let's not pretend Kazuya is some, perfect saint. He's not. Kazuya isn't some perfect saint. He's not some magical person. Go back to the beginning of the series. You can see it perfectly. Kazuya is a great character. But the simple truth is he's being a complete fuck up. He is. And he needs to get his shit together. Like, literally, you can't just do one thing and expect something to change. It's a constant choice. What does Kazuya do in the walk home? What does Kazuya do on the walk home? He makes a constant choice. He's making a consistent choice. He continuously tells her, no, I'm choosing to do this. I'm choosing to do this. He continues to do this. He continues to walk. He continues to move forward. Kazuya was not doing this before. He was just existing. He wasn't making an active, meaningful choice for his love. It was an indulgence, and he kept telling himself he was doing work, but he wasn't. Kazuya is, I think the best way I can describe it to you, what Kazuya is doing wrong, he's investing in the wrong things. I think that's the best way I can put it to you. He doesn't know how to actually be in a relationship, and a real meaningful one, because he's constantly investing in the wrong things. And I see that best during the practice state. During the practice state, he constantly tries to get everything correct. He tries to do all this stuff perfectly. What he doesn't realize is that's not what you should be focusing on. And another perfect way to express it is that how he spends his money. Kazuya spends all of his money that Chizuru wanted him to build back up on all the clothes he got for the date. To him, it's an investment in his future. But is his future just dating? Do you see the issue? Do you see the problem? Chizuru tells him, don't spend your money. Chizuru tells him, be safe about how you spend your money, be careful. She tries to split the money with him when they're on the date. In chapter 358, or 360, she tells him, I want to split the money. He chooses not to. He tells her that's the only thing that can make me look cool. She's like, you're already cool. You don't need to do that. And she's like, but for now, I'll just go along with you. The problem is how Kazuya is channeling his expression of his commitment. It's all wrong. He's investing in the wrong things. He's literally investing in all of the wrong stuff. That's the issue. He is literally investing in all the wrong shit. You don't need to buy some fancy clothes that'll last a long time if you take care of them for a date. You should do that if you have the money for it. Don't just burn all of your funds, which he did. Kazuya literally burned all of the money he built up over the month for this. What the shit? Do you see the issue? I think right now Kazuya should push for more, because obviously Chizuru loves him, but up until recently his attitude was toxic. He has the terminal stage 3. What? What is that? No. I think Kazuya's entire perception of dating Chizuru is just wrong. That's the problem. The way he's looking at dating is wrong. The way he's approaching it is completely wrong. His attitude is completely incorrect. And that's why he's not really ready for dating at all, in my opinion. I don't think he is. Autonitis, obsession with one chick who gives you mixed signals. I don't think that's it. So I do have to clarify something kind of important. What Kazuya is going through is messy, because he has real actual love with Chizuru. He has real actual love with Chizuru. that love is being mixed with his own trauma, and that is turning it into a messy obsession that he does not understand. And Minnie fuels that obsession because she's so irresponsible. Careful, you say being romantic in a pragmatic world is bad, but that's not true at all. I don't think so. I think it's hard. I think, if anything, if you're romantic in a pragmatic world, you are strong as shit. But if you're a real romantic who actually sees the cruel reality, if you see the cruel reality and you still choose to be a romantic, props to you. If you're just ignorantly romantic, if you choose to ignore the reality around you, if you're just, silly and stupid and you don't really want to live in the real world, that's stupid. There's a difference between being a romantic while seeing the cruel reality around you, seeing how awful people are, and still choosing to be a romantic and an idealist, a dreamer. Dude, you are a goddamn king. You are a queen. You fucking rule. Because that means you choose to be a good person in a world that tells you being bad is easier. That to me is fucking impressive. And that's who Kazuya is. But he's losing that. He's losing that. He's constantly caught up in his own trauma. He's constantly getting sunk into that trauma. And he's losing himself. And that's the problem. He's literally forging an identity around his trauma. You think if Minnie hadn't come over with drinks, Kazuya would have messaged Chizuru? I don't know. I think Minnie was just an inevitability. Maybe a part of Minnie is Chizuru's fault. Maybe a part of Minnie is somewhat Chizuru's fault. Maybe. Let's not get that wrong. Maybe a part of Minnie is Chizuru's fault. I think Chizuru was trying to use Minnie because she knew Minnie would do this kind of stuff. She didn't realize what Minnie would do would make everything worse. Maybe in that sense you could interpret it that way, right? Maybe you could interpret the issue that way. That like Chizuru tried to use Minnie because Minnie's always like this, not realizing Minnie would cause these issues. So maybe this was all inevitable, right? Maybe this was all inevitable. Maybe this entire conflict was just going to happen regardless. So outside of the rejection, was Chizuru giving mixed signals, or is it just a coincidence that he can't read the obvious signals she's giving? Perfectly said. Let's prove that. Chizuru was not actually giving mixed signals. I can prove it to you in a very simple chapter. In a really, really easy chapter, actually. So they go drinking. And Chizuru asks, what are you going to do after graduation? You are going to telecommunication before. Do you still have the same plan? I'm super happy that she guessed that. I would be curious. She makes it sound like a casual topic between students, but I feel like it's part of her research. Well, I'm going to find a job. I'm looking into different businesses now and applied for a few internships. Wow, I see. How long do you plan to do that? 3 years? 5 years? Kazuya isn't thinking ahead, but she is. It's important to plan for the future, right? Your career options will change depending on if you want the experience or to achieve something. She's just speaking facts. There's nothing wrong here. I should be the one doing it. She's talking about something super serious while skimming broth. What now? I haven't really put that much thought into it. I shouldn't lie. I'm not sure. To be honest, I probably gotta try to first before I know anything. I guess I'm just waiting to see how it goes. Do you want to just wait and see how it goes, or do you want to actually make meaningful action and plan your future ahead? Chizuru looks at him. I like people who think things through. Don't just do that. Think it through. Be smart. She challenges him. It's not like I haven't put any thought into it. I screwed up. Mizuhara's always been so sincere. Does she think I'm reckless and not thinking long term? Damn it. I really wish that I put more thought into it so that I could give her a better answer about it. Oh, sorry. I know I shouldn't be putting more thought in this kind of stuff. It's just I had nothing else on my mind except for preparing to today. She sees this and she says, being busy isn't a good excuse. Hardship makes the man, as they say. You need to put your best effort into both romance and your work. She's not lecturing him. She's just like, okay, you fucked up. It's okay. I understand. That's not a huge issue. Oh, right. God, she's always so sensible. What should I do if she thinks I'm an idiot? She didn't say you were an idiot. She saw him bothered by this. She says, hey, calm down. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life, but that doesn't mean it's not okay. It's okay to not have one, right? Make a plan, please. That's all I'm asking. That's why if we're together, I'd like to know that what you'll be doing in 3 or 5 years. Will you be moving for work? How much time will you have off? What kind of company will you work in? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? Communicate to me. Plan something and tell me what that plan is. I just want to understand what you're feeling. That's all she's saying. That's what she meant by this question. The truth of this question, that's what she meant. Plan ahead. I understand. When she sees he's stressed about it, she talks to him. Hey, that's not what I meant. Please don't get the wrong idea. I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? Talk to me. I care about you. I want to share our future together. Tell me how you feel. And it scares her, but she did it. Kazuya says these are, well, what's with all these mixed signals? I feel like my head's going to explode. What mixed signals? She clarified what she was feeling. There was no mixed signals here. She was very clear. Hey, this isn't how I feel. This is how I feel. Please don't assume what I'm thinking. He assumed what she was thinking, and he's still assuming what she's thinking even now. Do you see the issue? This is why he's not ready to date her. She clarifies, and he doesn't fucking listen. She tells him how she really feels, and he doesn't fucking listen. Do you see the issue? 3D model, just catch up to what I've been saying before. I'm not going to explain it to you. My point is simply this. Kazuya is not listening to Chizuru. And he's making all sorts of assumptions and assuming everything is going a certain way. When it isn't. He's wrong. And this all fundamentally comes back to Hawaiians. Where he was literally doing this. This is when it started. They're in a cafe, so they're not going to drink alcohol instead of a cold drink. Oh, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. Well, is it a cafe or a restaurant? Oh yeah, we should get back to the chapter. I gotta read the translations. So, cafe, restaurant, just. They might have alcohol. They may not. There's a chance they may not. A girl asking you for 3 to 5 years is as much of a declaration of love as you'll ever get. That's not something you hear from a girl instead of dating for fun. It's painful. I know! Chizuru is literally showing how dedicated she is. Literally, I remember someone saying, and looking back on it, it's perfect. I remember someone saying, every single chance Chizuru talks to Kazuya, she's literally confessing to him. Every time. Every single one of those is a confession to him. And it's true. It is. She's constantly confessing to him, and he never reaches to her. If you go through the entire date, Chizuru confesses like 10 times. I kid you not. She confesses to him like 10 fucking times. And he never does anything. He never reaches her. He keeps thinking it's mixed signals. He's convinced it's mixed signals. He's convinced it doesn't make sense. She hasn't found her answer. She's constantly confessing to him over and over and over and over. And he never does anything. And so Chizuru realizes by the end of it, she's not going to find her answer. She can't sugarcoat it. And he gets her fucking rejection because that's what Kazuya always truly wanted. All he was looking for was a goddamn rejection. Because he never fucking opened up. He never showed himself. He was never ready to date her. He needed to get fucking rejected to wake the hell up because she was confessing to him the entire goddamn day. And he never does anything. Kazuya is more mature than he thinks. But he's not just being a coward. He is literally consumed by trauma. Who he is gone. Well, gone. Not gone. Like you're still who you are, but the problem is he doesn't show himself at all. And she's literally confessing constantly. So when you get to the rejection and you're getting it from Kazuya's POV and you think she's been confessing the entire time, you're like, wow, she led him on. Are you starting to see the problem? She's confessing the entire day. He never does anything. You think, oh, wow, she must love him. And then she rejects him, so you think she's just using him. Because that's how it looks to you from the perception of someone who is traumatized and does not see what is happening. He perceives everything she does as a mixed signal when she literally has to clear it up and tell him how much she fucking loves him. And he never listens. Is Kazuya ready to date her? That is the simple question being posed to you. No. Where he is right now, he is not ready to date her. If he's gonna doubt every single thing she says constantly, when she always tries to tell him the truth, and she said we're gonna be fucking honest to each other, and he still fucking doubts her and still chooses not to act, what do you think is the problem? They're not ready to date. Not because they aren't, not because they're not in love, but because one is not being honest to himself. One of them is not being honest to himself. He's still trapped in trauma. He's still trapped in an alternate fucking universe. Kazuya is literally trapped in a goddamn alternate timeline that did not need to happen. The 3 months didn't need to happen. Literally, it's literally like Okuba. Okuba in Steins Gate sends a message back to the future, and there is he lives through 3 weeks of hell, where he constantly tries to save this person he loves, and she keeps dying. And then what happens, right? He eventually realizes he didn't need to go through all that, and he has to like reset, so he never went through any of that. So he can actually like live his life normally. And that's the problem. Those 3 months, it's partly Kazuya's fault. He's literally constantly stuck in that time period. He's never gotten over the past the 3 months. What people don't realize is that the 3 months is literally partially Kazuya's fault. He did this to himself. Chizuru ghosted him. Yes, it lasted 3 months because of him. He could have ended it at any time. He chose not to do anything. He's not ready for a relationship. I hate that you're right. Yeah. I think this next arc will be about reforging Kazuya. No, she's not going to date Umi. This is where you're completely wrong about the Umi thing. Umi is nothing. I genuinely think, I'm genuinely sure that Umi does care for Chizuru, but he is, I think, challenging Chizuru because he sees Kazuya there, and Chizuru and him are seemingly not together. And I think that's the issue. He sees Kazuya there, and Chizuru and Kazuya are not together. So he keeps telling her, I love you until you can tell me. Until you can tell me you're dating him. And she's about to, and he stops her. Maybe there's something more with Umi, but I think Umi's relationship with Chizuru's already dead. There's a reason he didn't fucking contact Kazuya or anything in that entire time. There's a reason they never talked. And I think that reason is simply that element of feelings and connections. I don't think Chizuru has anything going on with Umi. She's never even considered it. You can see this in literally the fact that many people have confessed to Chizuru, and she literally said, I've never felt like I love any of them. And then when Sayuri tells her in chapter 377 is that many people have confessed to me before, but the only one that made me feel like I wanted to marry him was Katsuhito. So when you look at chapter 385, that's literally what the real Kazuya made Chizuru feel like. And that is reinforced in chapter 387 when Minnie goes to Chizuru's place. And what do you see? Minnie literally calls her what is it right here? An amazing wife and a wise mother. And it seems like Chizuru's literally ready to marry him. And then you see this pose, which is a direct callback to chapter 301 when Chizuru said her ideal proposal. Do you see the issue? Are you starting to see the fucking problem? Chizuru is not someone who's just going to be like, oh, I'm going to date anybody. No. She's different from her mom, and that's a fact. She is. She's not going to just date anybody. She knows Kazuya is the one, and she's dedicated to that. She's never going to date Umi. That's never going to be a thing. But she needs to snap Kazuya the fuck out of it. Hell, I think if Chizuru dates Umi, it would literally just to make Kazuya pissed. Yo, snap the fuck out of it. And I don't think she would ever do that, to be honest. That doesn't seem like Chizuru at all. Like, that would be the only thing Chizuru might do, and she wouldn't do that. So literally, this feels like the arc where we snap Kazuya the fuck out of it. Yeah, she picked, dude. She picked. Like, literally, this entire arc has Chizuru been saying, I fucking love you. And he can't see it for shit. Kazuya literally cannot see it. Now, Chizuru using Minnie as a walking Twitter is going to cause a big misunderstanding. Minnie even told, not to play. When Kazuya finds out Chizuru is the play, when Umi kissing her. Oh, for fuck's sake. Enough with the Umi and Chizuru kissing in the play. Even if it does happen, Chizuru doesn't love Umi. And he knows this. Man up. Toughen up. Get a grip, dude. So what? Get a grip. There's no hope. Everything is bleak. No, it's not bleak. It's not bleak. Literally, this is hope persevering. This arc is entirely hope persevering. It is continuously going to show you how fucking bleak it is for hope to like just pull you out of the goddamn gutter. And it's gonna hit it like a super low. I can feel a super low coming in some point, and I can see people getting pissed. And then once we calm down and think about it, you'll be like, oh, that kind of makes a lot of sense, actually. What the fuck? No. This is literally like the Superman scenes, dude. Literally, the Superman scenes literally gets bleak as fuck, and hope perseveres. And I think this is literally what it is. Kazuya at this moment is unfortunately not ready. I think the next arc will be about reforging Kazuya. I kind of really feel it. I feel like the next arc is going to be about reforging Kazuya. Too many people with no reason think about the kiss between Umi and Chizuru, so it will never happen. Reishi never writes story in an obvious or predicted way. Yeah, right? That's the thing, too. It's like everybody tries to look at this story in a really predictable way, but Reishi doesn't do predictable. That's not his thing. He doesn't fucking do predictable. Oh, okay. I've been ranting for a while. We gotta look at these. So let me move this here. I've been ranting for a while. We gotta look at these. My bad. Thanks, Crumpy. I don't know if you're watching this. I'll tell him thanks here. Thank son of a mother. Thank you. You are the GOAT. I need to use. Actually, hold on. I need to use the restroom. Sorry. I know, terrible timing. I use the restroom. Sorry about that. I am back. See what we're happening. I swear, if someone else says it's okay, Lawless Bacon, if someone shows up here and says that we're stalling, I want you to ban them for 30 minutes or time them out for 30 minutes. If another person shows up in here and tells me that we're fucking stalling and wasting time, you're immediately, no more hesitation. Anyone says we're stalling, bashes this manga, or anything like that, I need you to immediately, not ban them, but teach them a lesson. Literally just put them on timeout. So, Manu, you're getting put on timeout, dude. Sorry. No. I'm done with this shit. No, it isn't. If some stupid motherfucker, again, starts thinking, oh, we're stalling. No. We are not stalling. Reishi knows exactly what he's writing, and he's having fun with it, and it's engaging, and it's interesting, and you're getting something out of this. If it was stalling, you would be bored. It's that simple. If it was stalling, you would be bored. You're not bored. You're still reading this every fucking week. I've seen stalling. I have been bored, and I have dropped many, many mangas. This is not stalling. This is interesting, and it's engaging, and every single chapter gives you something interesting to engage with. It's that simple. Okay. Cool. We're going to read this. So, page 1. The opening page. Kazuya is looking on his phone. Again, okay, I also want you to notice an interesting pattern. Last chapter literally starts with Minnie looking at her phone. This chapter is Kazuya started looking at his phone. Isn't that interesting? Literally, both of them are looking at their phones, expecting something instead of doing anything. I think that's fascinating. Right? And especially like when you consider Chizuru's been confessing to Kazuya the entire fucking date, and then she kisses him, and it's like, bro. Like, what if it's that too? What if that kiss is literally, again, her confessing, and now you're starting to see the problem that Chizuru in the entire date was confessing, and he did nothing. So now you're literally just seeing what the actual problem is. That the entire date is Chizuru confessing to Kazuya, and he never does anything. And then now, she confesses to him with a straight-up kiss, like, as direct as you can possibly fucking be, and he's like, why didn't she say she loves me? I'm like, bro. Bro, she said that after you said you'd wait for her to say to love you, and then she fucking kisses you. What more do you want? And then he expects her to act, right? He expects her to act when he's the one who needs to fucking do something. It seems like Kazuya, so this right here reads, it seems like Kazuya hasn't sent a single message to Mizuhara yet. Dash, Yamori. Fast horse for your master. She's a Trojan horse. Oh, she's a Trojan fucking horse. I've been saying this for so long. Minnie's the Trojan horse. Oh. 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 Last page. This reads, those are the tears that can only be shed by someone who have worked hard, who have loved, with sincerity and with all their efforts. They are fucking with us. They are fucking with us. I love it. I love it. Dude, doesn't this reinforce it? Doesn't this reinforce it? Doesn't Kazuya has put his full effort in. He cared so much. He's crying tears. It means so much to him. What have I been saying? When you're so certain you've put all your effort in. When you're so certain you put all of your effort in, you break down in tears. Oh my God. Oh my God. Kazuya has been doing nothing in the past few chapters. Literally nothing. For straight up, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 chapters, he's done nothing. And he thinks he put his goddamn heart out there. And now he breaks down into tears because he feels like he's being rewarded for effort. Bro. When Reishi finally puts this out there, the Kazuya has not actually done jack shit. People will be so mad. Reddit's gonna lose it. Incels will take to fucking Twitter and Reddit and just lose it. Bro. People are gonna lose it. This is peak writing. I'm not kidding. This is peak writing. That when you can literally like condition the audience like this, literally play into their expectations, completely understand what they're thinking, and even feed it to them, knowing full well what they want. And then just be like, you're all fucking idiots. That is really good fucking writing. And then you go back and you're like, wow, I've been an idiot this whole time. Reishi's just a pure troll. He has fun trolling readers. He's done this before. I like one of my favorite trolls that he's ever done, which also had meaningful writing. One of my favorite trolls that he's ever done was chapter 174. So chapter 174, Chizuru asks Kazuya, do you have feelings for me? And then they get interrupted. And you're like, damn it, the stupid interruption again. You get fucking interrupted again. Are you shitting me? People are so mad after this scene. They walk home, they have a talk, and then Kazuya says, for the longest time I've been in love. You actually get a confession. He gets interrupted again. And you're like, are you shitting me? Everybody gets so mad. Are you fucking shitting me? You get interrupted again. And then Chizuru fucking heard it.
So you got a confession. So okay, you get interrupted. You get a confession. The confession gets interrupted, but she heard the confession. She knows. I fucking love Reishi, dude. That's so peak. That's so peak. I love this man, dude. That shit is so funny. This shit's so funny. He fucking loves trolling the shit out of readers. Kazuya has done nothing. Are we reading the same manga? At the moment, he's currently done nothing. He even realizes he's done nothing. Here, you want me to prove it to you? See, the issue, look. The issue, Chupto. It's very, very, very simple. Love is an active choice. You have to consistently make choices. The problem with Kazuya is he makes a choice, does nothing else. That's not how it works. Well said, Lusa. Kazuya has no consistency. He will do a big move, then chicken out. In the end, if you continue to do that, you just end up having no reward, and the outcome you always don't go all in. That's the problem. He doesn't commit. And what is Chizuru's biggest fucking fear? What is Chizuru's biggest fucking fear? That she picks someone who's not committal. Do you see the issue? Kazuya, on one hand, seems extremely committed. He doesn't give up. He doesn't leave. He sticks around with her. On the other hand, he constantly chickens out. He constantly runs away. So Chizuru is literally scared and unsure because he keeps giving her the signal that he's committed to her, and then 2 seconds later, he chickens the fuck out. That's the problem. There is no consistency. He needs to be fucking consistent. He needs to be consistent in his feelings. And he has no consistency. That's why Chizuru is lost and confused about her feelings. That's why Chizuru is fucking scared. Because he is not consistent. And it scares her. It scares her that, like, he's seemingly always saying he loves her and he's committed to her, and then he chickens out 2 seconds later and he never commits. He never fucking touches her. He never does any of these things. He's constantly scared. Dude, if you're in love with someone, you have to consistently show that you're committed to them, that you care about them. Not to the point that, like, you've shown enough and you can't show anymore, right? You could consistently love someone and then that it's never enough for them. That's not what's happening. Kazuya is literally not doing enough. It's just a fact. He's literally just not doing enough. He says one thing and then does nothing else. The problem is what they're depicting to you is the confession mentality. The confession mentality is pretty much, I will confess and I will get the girl. That's not how life works. Kazuya confessed, she kissed him, he does nothing else. And he expects her to move. He tries to go to her. She doesn't respond. He doesn't even know if he actually talked to her. He tries to send her a text. She sees the text and doesn't respond. He never texts her again. And the text wasn't even, I love you, talk to me, or any of that stuff. He just says, hey, I have a coupon for you. What the shit? That is the problem. Kazuya thinks he just needs to do a big move, and that's all that counts. That's wrong. Love is an active, consistent choice you must do. You must consistently chase your happiness. You can't just say, I'll do this and never do it again. It's the same with your family. It's the same with the people that you love. You can say, I love you, but if you don't show it, it doesn't matter. Oh, come on. No, Kazuya did not put his full effort in, and you fucking know this. Kazuya rang her doorbell twice, and then sent her a text saying, I have a coupon, and she never responded again. That's it. He tried to use rental, knowing full well she just kissed him, and that would bother her, and he still tries to use rental anyway. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. That's the problem. Kazuya was trying to speedrun a confession. How's that giving it his all? Pretty much! That's the issue. That's the issue. Kazuya does a big gesture and that's it. He never keeps doing things. You can't just do big gesture, boom, that's it, good to go, whoop-de-doop-de-doop-de.
And that's it, right? That this line, I know, this line literally reads, oh, Kazuya is so sure he put his full effort in. He doesn't realize he didn't. Vertical line says that that the tears that only one who diligently put full effort in love can shed. Yeah, because you can convince yourself you put in a whole lot of effort. You can convince yourself you put a whole lot of effort, and the story is doing that on purpose. They're intentionally feeding you the idea that Kazuya has put his full effort in. He hasn't. And it's going to keep reinforcing this to you until it blows up in your fucking face. It's going to keep reinforcing this to you until it blows up in your fucking face. And you're going to be like, oh my God, he hasn't done anything. And if you read the manga, you realize he hasn't really been doing anything. He does little things. He has moments where he does things. This isn't to say Kazuya doesn't do things. He does. But they're sparse. Right? So, like, asking Chizuru out, big thing. Researching for the date literally takes like 30 chapters. He clearly cares. He's putting a lot of effort in. But then he never shows it to Chizuru. Does he? Right? He never actually shows it to Chizuru. When Chizuru tells him, I want to split the bills, he tells her, no, I want to pay. He doesn't show her, he doesn't involve her. When Chizuru asks him about kids, he doesn't put his full effort in. He just says, oh, like 2 or 3 kids. He's not honest about how many kids he wants. He never shows her, you can be honest with me too, because I'm being honest. She always has to do that, and she continues to have to do that over and over and over. In the cheating question, again, he gives a kind of answer. And then she sees him actually try to think about it, and it's like, oh, okay, we're getting somewhere. That's good. We're getting somewhere. That's good. And then Chizuru asks him, they don't actually ask a question after that. They actually connect. And then this is where you have a big fuck up. Kazuya gets asked about his love. He's doing good. He's doing good. And then he gets asked about his love, and he chickens out. A super important question, and he chickens out. But she still has faith in him. She still believes him. Chizuru continues to have faith in Kazuya until the very, very, very end. Literally the fucking end of the thing where they should have kissed, hugged, or something, and he does nothing. And she knows in that moment, I don't have feelings for him. I need to be direct. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't say, I can't take pity on him and tell him I don't have feelings or give me a little bit more time. I can't do any of that stuff. Chizuru is a very diligent person who takes responsibility. And even though she wanted to be with him, he wasn't showing it. And so she's just like, you know what? I have to do this. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to be direct with him. I'm going to tell him my honest feelings. I don't have feelings for him enough to date him. And I'm just going to end it. And that seems cruel, but no, it's not. He needed a reality check. 380 is Kazuya's reality check, dude. Get the fuck back here. What are you doing? He literally lives with her. She agreed to a date with him. She constantly hangs out with him. She invited him on a date herself. What more evidence do you want? And he never takes any action. Kazuya has convinced himself this is the truth. It's not. And this chapter reinforces that idea that this is Kazuya's full effort. That he went out of his way and did all this shit. It's not that Kazuya didn't put effort in. This is where the big mistake lies. This is where the big illusion appears. It's not Kazuya didn't put effort. He did. He went on a 30-part chapter with Minnie on his big efforts. He got all these things for this date. He did all of this stuff. But isn't this literally just like giving people gestures? Like, I bought all this stuff for you. Love me. Isn't it pretty much that? Hey, look, I researched this much. Hey, look, I did all this. Hey, look, I did all this. He pretty much just reenacted the movie arc and thought that would get him love. That's the problem. He reenacted the movie arc and thought that could give him love. It's not just about giving, dude. Like, literally, you can give in other ways. She literally tells him, you can do other things. You're already cool. I don't need cool. I want a person I can talk to. And that's his biggest fucking problem. He does not talk to her. He doesn't connect to her. She connects to him. He had the easiest layup and fumbled super hard. Pretty much. He didn't just fumble. He fell face first. And the ball hit him in the face too. And then he like fixed it, you know? 383 is Kazuya fixing it. 383, Kazuya got lucky. Fate helped him out a little bit. Hey, you got lucky, take this advantage. And he did. 382 and 383 is Kazuya taking that advantage. He actually did something. That was the only real true choice Kazuya ever made. The choices he made in 382 and 383, the only true choices he made the entire date. And then he doesn't do anything else. Except for telling Chizuru about his promise and that he'll keep believing in her. And then she kisses him. And it's like, huh. Look, another confession. It's like Chizuru's been confessing the entire fucking time. And he did nothing. That's the problem. It's like Chizuru is constantly telling him, this is how I feel, this is how I feel, this is how I feel, this is how I feel. And Kazuya never says, this is how I feel. He's just like, oh, that's great. That's what he's doing. Like if you open up to someone emotionally and then they just tell you, oh, that's great. How are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to feel, right? But when he actually connects to her, things go well. Right? And it's not that Kazuya didn't connect to her. He does. It's just he's inconsistent. And if Kazuya was just consistent about his feelings, he was just honest and consistent about what he felt, peak. The date would have been great. It would have actually ended well. They would have had sex. I'm not even kidding. It probably could have happened. Right? Every prediction I made was correct. The thing I did wrong, I didn't see Kazuya. That was my issue. Every single prediction I made was correct. The problem was I did not see Kazuya's character and what he was doing wrong, how he was trapped in his own mind. And you see that in chapter 382. He walks and he runs into a pole. He literally didn't see the pole, just like he never saw Chizuru's blister, just like he never saw Chizuru. She was literally in front of him, and he never saw her. People will blame and say Chizuru is the problem when really Kazuya is the problem. Pretty much. That's the idea. You're so convinced Chizuru is the problem. It's Kazuya. And when Reiji pulls that, and he's like, Kazuya's been the problem this whole fucking time. And Chizuru may say that to him. Or someone will say that to him. People will be upset. They'll be like, why the fuck is he drawing this? This is stupid. Oh, yeah. Next time is Distrust of Men. It's not misandry, it's Distrust of Men. That's different. Distrusting men is not the same as misandry. Oh, so cool details. This week's episode of the anime has some original dialogue in it, and original segments that were not in the manga. And Reiji was actually involved in writing those. So when we watch the anime, I will watch the anime in a little bit. Hopefully it's out. There will be new segments added into the anime that Reiji was involved in writing. Reiji literally wrote those segments in. Something like this did happen in season 3 as well, where in season 3, Reiji added a scene into season 3 where Chizuru looks in the mirror and she sees the little bump she had on her thing when she was sleeping on Kazuya, and she blushes a little bit. And it was supposed to be a parallel to when they first got on the train. When they first got on the train, she looks in the mirror and she's like, she's stressed out. When she gets off the train, after they come back, she looks in the mirror again and she sees the little bump and she blushes. So that is in season 3, and Reiji was the one who wrote that. So the extra segment that's going to be included in this current episode will be similar to that as well. So let's go watch the episode. I think we've discussed a decent amount. Did you see that Crunchyroll messed up the by Hero X? I did a quote into. Oh yeah, I saw that. That was so bad. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. I saw people say god awful shit in terms of that. But yeah, it seems like this chapter is literally about feeding your own bias, and it's reinforced in what is it? In Kazuya speaking to AI, and then Kazuya speaking to Minnie, both of which feed him his own bias, but one of them makes him tear up, one of them doesn't, because Minnie is a person, right? Minnie is a real person. She's gonna make him cry. Oh, this is perfect timing, actually. My mom is bringing me food, so perfect time to watch the episode, if it's out. Hopefully it's out.
Yep, there it is. Ring. Oh, okay, there it is. That's a lot. Honey, what the hell? Oh my god, I need to show you guys what she fucking brought me. What the shit? Bro, do you fucking see this? What is this? What is this? I am. I am showing it. Like, what is this? It's a full course meal, dude. I'll just grab some. I guess we can start small. Just so you know, my mom does not do this regularly, and I did not ask this of her. She just did this because she wanted to. Shit, I gotta correct the. I'll get it. I'll get a better green screen soon. Don't worry, I'll definitely get a better green screen soon. So yeah, we're gonna watch the anime. Nope, that's from the actual anime itself. Okay. So let's just begin. Oh, headset. I need the headset. Oh. Oh, the hot bath. Oh, the hot bath. This shit was so horny. Ah. Okay, they're using steam. Fair. Fair. Your body's really something else, Chizuru. Okay, okay, Ruka. Oh, the music's cute. Listen to this music, it's cute.
本当男の人が好きそうな体って感じ。
It's all curves. It's designed to drive guys crazy. I'm all skin and bones, so I'm nervous. Oh, wow. You can... They hide it with the water. That's interesting. They show things, but they hide them with the water. That's actually a cool technique. Can't really tell the difference yourself. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Nagomi, please. In my prime, I was known as the Cleopatra of Itabashi. How I had my husband wrapped around my finger. That's so funny. Damn, you can't. Oh, okay. So considering there's this much censoring, I think we don't need to worry too much about chapter 218. I think it'll be censored, like, to a decent amount. Like, it's probably gonna have a decent amount of censoring, considering how much they're censoring this. Like, you're supposed to like see Chizuru's legs here or some shit. You can't see anything. Like, it's literally all censored. I bet like the official release may not be so censored. Like when they release it on the Blu-ray. Oh, late. Oh, I kind of see. Ah, cute. Chizuru's actually having fun. This scene made my heart like fucking sing, dude. When I first saw in the manga, Chizuru's actually having fun. I love that Chizuru and Ruka. I'm gonna break my TV into pieces in chapter 16 is explicit. That's gonna be rough, buddy. Yeah. It's I love that the scene with Ruka. It really shows Chizuru like really just having a sister. Like that's what Ruka is. Like if Ruka just committed to actually being Chizuru's friend, they'd actually just be sisters. And this shows that like when they're not playing these roles, when they're not fighting over crap, they're just sisters, dude. Opening time. Oh, this opening kicks. Oh, it always swings. I always forget how peak this opening is. Go, my boy, go. This isn't Crunchyroll censoring. No. This is actually the anime censoring this stuff. It's not Crunchyroll. This is literally the anime. Because they're airing this on TV. Like they literally joke about this constantly. Like, hey, we're airing this on TV. We can't actually show you this shit. Like it's literally them almost getting you ready for chapter 218. Hey, like we're not gonna air this shit. Calm the fuck down. I feel like that's what they're doing. They're literally just warning you off the bat. Hey, 218 is gonna be censored. Chill. They air Nakatashi on TV. It's not an excuse. No, it is because Nakatashi probably airs on a different stage. Where they air this is different from where that thing airs. That's probably very clear, and I bet that is probably somewhat censored too. It literally does depend on where you're airing it, and who your audience is. That does matter, and there is censoring. Japan has a big censor laws. They even censor their own pornography, dude. Their own pornography is censored. They put fucking censor marks on their pornography. Like there's a lot of censoring in Japan. That's just a thing. So this isn't some like literally they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. Oh, this song kicks so much ass. I mean, seriously. Look at Kazuya show up as his real self and actually commit. It makes Chizuru tear the fuck up. She moves too when he moves. Like, bro, even in his own dreams, he knows he wants his real self to be accepted. Even in his own dreams, he takes action. You can see the stars. Oh, that's cool. It's an outdoor bath and you can see the stars. They can dream. Ooh. Classic. It'd be so funny if the Blu-ray version you can see their asses. This is evil from Chizuru because she knew Minnie will interpret her sentence like this and will tell Kazuya she wants Kazuya to interpret her words wrong like this. We don't know that. We don't know that. Maybe Chizuru's trying to get Kazuya to fucking move. I think I liked one interpretation that someone said this could be bait. This could be Chizuru baiting Kazuya. Right? I liked that interpretation. I thought that was cool. I could be wrong, of course, but we don't know Minnie would interpret her words like this. We didn't know Minnie would just like fucking lose it and say all this crap. Chizuru doesn't know what Minnie knows. Chizuru literally doesn't know what Minnie knows. And that's the issue. We don't know. She doesn't know anything that happened. Kazuya isn't communicating to her either. Communication is the big issue.
Like opening up and being honest is the big issue. So no, it's not. And evil? Really? Evil? Like you see atrocities in this world and this is evil to you. That's hilarious. You see like real atrocities in this world and this is evil to you. It's not evil. That's childish if you genuinely think it's evil. That's genuinely childish if you actually think this is evil. It's not. Yeah. So the whole Dmail stuff was Chizuru sending Minnie to Kazuya like Gmail. Pretty much, she gives her a future date. Hey, in this date, we'll meet up. This date you can meet up. And Minnie is the literal walking Dmail that sends this to Kazuya about a future date. Right? She literally sends him a thing about the future. Minnie is walking Dmail that Chizuru used. Damn. All right. Oh yeah, Kazuya talks to his dad. Oh, they removed a scene. They removed the scene where Kibe tells Kazuya he has a massive dick. They removed the scene where Kibe tells Kazuya he has a massive dick. Oh yeah, wait, is this new? Wait, is this new? I don't remember this. Kazuya's dad tells him, "Did you pay her back?" Oh, because they never showed this in the anime. Good job. Good job. They're rewriting the story because they never showed this in the anime. That's so good. Good job. They never included this in the anime in episode like 2 or 3. Kazuya's dad is supposed to see Kazuya look like taking money from Chizuru. In reality, he was giving her money. And then he was supposed to show up in season 2 and get into a fight with Kazuya about the money and get mad at him. That never happened. They removed these scenes. So now they're remaking that and re-including it knowing they fucking messed up. So they're having that conversation now, and Reiji wrote this. I think it was more than a year ago now. I saw you handing her a bunch of cash outside your apartment. Oh my god, okay. What's all this? Cash apartment. He saw her handing a rental fee. Okay. If you need money, ask us. Aww. Oh, they made the dad super wholesome. Better to use your savings than borrow from your girlfriend. Damn. Oh, they're making the dad a total goat. They're making the dad a total goat. I love it. Yo, don't use your girlfriend's money. Ask us, bro. I got you. He's being such a goat. I love it. He's being such a good dad. And Reiji wrote this scene. That's so good. Right. He asked if I paid her back. Be a man, at least with the girl you love. Oh, his dad's such a goat. He's always been a man of few words. Yeah, his dad's always been a man of few words. But he's been worried about us this whole time, huh? I've been a worse son than I thought. Oh, that's getting reinforced. Oh. Do you and mom have any secrets? You know, stuff you haven't told grandma? Well, is there anything you haven't told mom? There's some things you better off not talking about. Yo, the music is good with the shit. Listen to this music. Oh, listen to this music. That's some adult guitar music. That's like you know what this reminded me of? It reminded me of like Joel from Last of Us playing the goddamn guitar, and he's like usually the traditional masculine dude. So literally this is just that. It's just this Kazuya's dad, this old traditional masculine dude, just playing the guitar, sitting down. Hey son,
Let's have a talk. I'm here for you, home bro. That's so good. It's the same for us. We keep secrets too. Sometimes lies can help people. When you lie about what isn't what matters, it's whether you desire to see them happy is real. If nothing else, I've put in 30 years of work for that sole reason. Damn. Damn. Yeah, so his dad literally admits, yo, I've been lying for 30 fucking years trying to make these people happy. Well, he didn't say I've been lying for 30 years, but he literally says like, yo, I've been trying to make the people I love happy for 30 years. If it means I lie, then so be it. Damn. Damn. It makes you wonder what Kazuya's dad's hiding. Really makes you wonder what Kazuya's dad's hiding. Like, what has he kept secret? And I love that you don't know. You never find out. You never find out what kind of secrets he's kept. Because they're that important. He will keep them secret. Right? He will lie and he will keep them secret. They matter that much. If it means the people he loves are happy. No. Kazuya's dad's no. I don't think so. That's stupid. He seems like a person who would really value the people he loves, so no. I think maybe he has like a weird relationship with Harumi. I can see that because their marriage was weird. So I could see his relationship with Harumi being weird, but I think he's always wanted to make his family happy, and he put that first, always, no matter what. In the chapter, he punched Kazuya, but I kind of like the change here. Sure, has family is rough on him, but ultimately they still love him, but they still don't have much soft Kazuya. Yeah, I like this change too, actually. It feels like a really meaningful talk. I think it works well for the anime. For what the anime is trying to do, it works well. I think both scenes work perfectly fine. I think in my head, both scenes are canon. In my head, both scenes are canon. They both work perfectly well in tandem, and I think this works better in some aspects because it takes place in Hawaiians right after Chizuru's whole thing happened. So Kazuya's dad is actually trying to be really easy on him. He's trying to be really respectful of Kazuya. He knows like maybe Kazuya's going through a lot right now, so he's just trying to help him out, right? So this scene works really well because of where it takes place. The rewrite for the scene is fantastic because of when it takes place. Because Kazuya's dad would be a hard ass. He would be a bit of a hard ass on Kazuya, but in this current instance, in this place, in this time, what is currently happening, why they're doing this trip, it makes perfect sense for Kazuya's dad to be chill, to be respectful, and to be like, yo, here, I got you, son. Just talk to me, dude. Lies can help people, huh? I don't know if this lie is helping Gran in any way whatsoever, but it is, though. I do want to make Mizuhara happy. That much is for sure. Kazuya looks a little weird here. I'm going to pull up the manga, just out of curiosity. Kazuya looks a little weird here. He knows he wants to make Mizuhara happy. So this would be 204? No. 203. Yeah, I love how his dad looks here. His dad looks so different. Dude, he looks so pissed. Are you keeping secrets from your mom? Well, maybe some stuff that there'd be no point in telling, more or less. It's the same for me. That means there are lies that can protect people too. The problem isn't lying to someone, it's whether your own feelings or wishes or wishing them happiness are a lie or not. Or at least that's how I've gotten by for the last 30 years, right? I love how one of his eyes are shadowed out as if he's lying, right? And Kazuya doesn't know what he's lying about, but he's telling him I've lied. Are you heading to the sauna? Yeah, I'll go into later. Damn, that's beyond heavy. 30 years. Lying about your feelings for them, huh? I don't know if lying like this is actually the best for grandma, but I want to make Mizuhara happy. I know that much. Damn, I love this shot. It looks a little better in the manga. He looks a little buffer in the anime. He looks a tad buffer in the anime. And then now we're back to Ruka. Yeah, I love this element. I love this element of brotherhood, and fatherhood, connected to the element of sisterhood and motherhood.
Reggie really delves into here, right? Like Ruka and Chizuru really develop a kind of sisterhood, and they could actually be amazing sisters. Kazuya has this like brotherhood with Kibe and Kuri, contrasted by the fatherhood that he's going through with his dad. And then you have the element of motherhood with Grandma Nagomi, and then the element of motherhood with Chizuru talking to Harumi too, contrasted by her sisterhood with Ruka, who can actually be a good sister with her. Fucking the censoring is so funny. They use projection mapping here. Well, do you feel any better? Aw. Hear me to no end. Only further convince me that our world is. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's probably guts Chizuru to hear. It hurt me to no end and only further convinced me that the world is a cruel one. Oh. Oh. I fucking love Hawaiians, dude. I fucking love Hawaiians as an arc. It's so good. Chizuru gets this. Chizuru literally said this line. Chizuru literally said this line when Sayuri passed. She literally said, "God is cruel." Was Kazuya of any help at all? My grandson is no rock, but I hope he was able to support you in some way. He gave me plenty of courage and strength, believe me. Oh, he did. No human is an island. We offer one another comfort and warmth, and even then, this cold, unfeeling world threatens to freeze us whole. There's no filling the hole Sayuri-san left behind, but I know several people will truly wish for your happiness in life. It can be Kazuya, it can be me, Harumi-san, or even Kazu. But turn to us whenever you're cold and can't shoulder your burden alone. Please never think you have no family left. Oh, 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 this line fucking guts me, dude. Especially when you see the end of Hawaiians and Chizuru feels like she lost her family again. Like, bro, when this smile that Nagomi has here turns into hatred, oh man. That shit broke me. Like when I saw Nagomi like actually like really upset and like accusing Chizuru at the end of Hawaiians, I broke, dude. She was actually on the verge of tears. No, look at Chizuru. This is gutting her, dude. Let's pull up that chapter, man. Ah. Oh, my fucking heart. No, my fucking heart. This shit guts me, man. Oh. She literally looks like Kazuya too. Oh, she literally looks like Kazuya too. I feel like if Kazuya said this stuff to Chizuru, dude, she would know immediately she loved him. I feel like if Kazuya said this shit to Chizuru, dude, she would know immediately she loved him. But he doesn't. Oh my god. I'm sorry I dragged you out for this. I really just wanted to tell you that. Oh. Look at Chizuru. The guilt is eating her up. Oh, man, look at Chizuru. Guilt is killing her. It is gutting her, dude. Oh. And I think people just don't recognize that. The fact that Chizuru feels this guilty about it, the fact that she cares this much about it, proves without a shadow of a doubt that like she genuinely cares and she's not just making her choices lightly. Chizuru does not make any of her choices lightly. She cares so goddamn much. Like literally, if you were a bad person, you wouldn't care. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't feel guilty. You wouldn't care this way, right? Like, yeah, maybe you'd feel guilt, But you wouldn't really like address it or face it. You'd hide it. You'd run away from it. Chizuru actually fucking like feels guilty and thinks about it. The fact that she thinks about it shows she's a good person. Chizuru avoids the talk with Kazuya because of all the guilt. Pretty much. That's just one part of it too. Kazuya looks kind of goofy here. Okay. Oh, they skipped this part where they all meet up and they reintroduce each other. It's so cute too. So they skipped this and they get to Kazuya and Chizuru talking. Kazuya looks better here. Kazuya looks better in the manga. I like him better in the manga. Ruka sees that. Okay. So this is when Ruka has a talk with Nagomi. Hanashi. How would she feel if she found out Chizuru-san was a rental girlfriend? Would she cry or get mad? Maybe she wouldn't believe it. But it's all a lie. Oh, I love the creepy music. That's so good. They're deceiving her. That's a fact. That's not fair. But if I can't take Chizuru-san's place for her, if I can make up for the pain she'll feel over losing her. I love how naive Ruka is. Ruka's viewpoint is very naive. Like, she thinks she can just take Chizuru's place, just magically replace her, as if the lie never happened. That's not how it works. You can't just replace a person. And I think that's super fitting that Ruka believes this, because that's what Kazuya tries to do in chapter 218. He tries to like mentally remove Chizuru from his mind, and you literally can't do that. You literally can't mentally remove people from your mind like that. Okay. What are the criteria you have for Kazuya-san's partner? Oh. Is that all? You're trying to sound me out? No need to worry. Chizuru-san passes them all with flying colors. No, I'm not her friend. Isn't that so sad? No, I'm not her friend. I don't want to be her friend. And yet you do. Ruka does actually want to be Chizuru's friend. I'm Kazuya-san's girlfriend. Right? She tries to force a role on herself. I'm his girlfriend. I'm not her friend. I don't want to be her friend. A big lie she can never tell you about. Do you know something? It's just what if. Bird of the feather really do flock together. You're both saying the same thing. Oh yeah, Chizuru told her. Chizuru-san asked me the same thing before. What if you'd be if I were lying? She has her doubts about this too. I told her I'd love her even if she were an alien. I'm playing it up, but I mean it. She's a lovely girl. I find it hard to believe she hasn't had other relationships before. And I understand why she'd have a hard time talking to me about it. No, even this relationship is a lie. I love how they add so much weight to it. They add so much weight to this entire sequence. Like, no, this entire relationship is a lie. Jesus Christ. Well, do I have it right? I can't say anything. I get worried sometimes. The girl is the walking dictionary definition of the word perfect. I get scared that she'll up and disappear from our lives one day. Oh. She's the epitome of the word perfect, and I get scared she'll disappear from our lives one day.
leaving only a waft of her fragrance in the breeze, like it was all a dream. Oh man, it's literally what Kazuya. This is literally the opening. She's the epitome of the word perfect. I'm afraid she'll disappear from our lives one day, leaving only a whiff of her fragrance in the breeze, like it was all a dream. That's literally the opening. That's literally the opening. So she's considering the possibility of losing Chizuru's son. That means, would you be okay with that? Should that happen, Kazuya would marry another woman. They hold a ceremony and throw a party, and she'd become the Kinoshita family bride. I love how the music choice is brilliant. It feels so wrong. The music just hurts. Listening to the music just hurts. They did this scene justice. Listen to
結婚し式を挙げ披露宴をしその
私
人が木下
それが
の
私
I'm the other woman. I want to be the other woman. I love how the music is just like, this is sad. This is just sad. I love how the scene actively reinforces how this is just wrong. No, it's not Chizuru's theme. It's Kazuya's theme. It's playing a lower version of Kazuya's theme. It's playing like a sad, wrong version of Kazuya's theme. That guts me, dude. Years later, I would hear news that Chizuru's son married another man. Isn't yeah. That she had children and was living a happy life. I was certain I would then be able to say that's fantastic news. I only pray for her happiness no matter what she finds it. Oh man. It would simply be even better if it were with Kazuya. Damn. She said the same thing as Kazuya. Oh my god. She said the same thing as Kazuya. Dude, she said Kazuya's words verbatim. That guts me. Oh man. It's literally this scene. How did I not see it? It's literally this scene. This scene guts me. Oh man, that guts me. I wish for her happiness no matter what the form it may take. I simply think that if it were a Kazuya, then it would be even better. That I feel like crying right now. Jesus Christ. They handled this scene with perfection. Actually, well done. Well done. They've been on a roll since yesterday. They've been on a roll since yesterday, dude. Or last week, sorry. They've been on a roll since last week's episode. I can't take her place. She really thinks of her as family. Let's drink in your room. You come to cousins. Oh yeah, Ruka's like distracted because of what Nagomi told her. Why does she seem so down? The three of you. Best buds. Yeah, Ruka rooms with them. Agree, you son of a bitch. The implications. I love this scene. Agree, you son of a bitch. I love this shot so much. Chizuru's like, yo, fucking agree. Do it, you son of a bitch. Such pressure. Do it. Work with me, damn it. Do it. I love that the relationship they have where Chizuru is just like actually the one carrying the relationship in a lot of ways. He's just like, yo, do this. We need to fucking get through this. Don't be fucking stupid. Right? Because Kazuya would recklessly say, no, we shouldn't do this. Right? He totally would because he wants to confess. Instead of, being smart and just talking to Chizuru. Man, I'd lose the chance to ask her out. Is that so? Really? Want to have a pillow fight? Oh, that's so cute. She's literally like, yo, Chizuru, you want to have a pillow fight? Ruka's so young and stupid. I love it. Ruka's so young and stupid. I love her. She's so cute. Hey, want to have a pillow fight? Ah, that's so cute. She's adorable. Yeah. Could you even try to room with your boyfriend when you're a rental girlfriend? Chizuru gets up. This scene is like so funny to me because in 205, Chizuru literally goes to let him confess. And he doesn't. He just waits. So the least you can do is, since he's not confessing, is to lessen the load of how much he's paying to like make him feel less stressed out. Then people get upset at her for like, just talking about money and being like lessening the load. How could she mention that when she got to go on this trip for free? Well, she's literally just loosening the boundaries so that way he feels like he can confess. And she keeps loosening them and telling him it's not a problem. It's not a problem. You're not an issue. Confess, you stupid idiot. And she literally keeps trying to do that for him, but everyone always views her as the bad person when the story has consistently shown you she's a good person. She's just not perfect. Like, damn, dude. I somehow managed to get through day one with Mizuhara's help. I'm causing trouble for her there and everywhere, right? And she doesn't think that. He's so convinced. He's so convinced. Like literally, here, look at it. Kazuya consistently keeps telling himself, I'm causing her trouble. I'm causing her trouble. I'm causing her trouble. And she's like, you're not fucking trouble. Jesus Christ. She literally has to like tell him, stop being an idiot. You're not trouble. Day one, failed my mission to ask her out. Guess that makes sense. Ah, yes, they did it justice. Ah, they did it justice. Look at this gremlin. I love this gremlin. She's so funny. They did the scene justice. It's one of my favorite fucking shots of Chizuru. This is one of my favorite shots of Chizuru. Look at the gremlin. Look at this gremlin. Ah, it's so cute. She literally followed him. Dude, she literally followed you at night after knowing you were trying to confess to her.
bitch, go for it. Fool, go for it. And he wastes time. So much of this arc is about wasting time. So much of it about is trying to create the perfect moment, trying to do things in perfect ways. And because you try so hard to do things in perfect ways, it actually blows up in your face, right? It's literally about not using time correctly. It's literally not about communicating and using time correctly. So much of this arc deals with that. Their struggle to communicate, not using their time correctly, trying to create a perfect moment, wasting time. Like, so much of the arc literally deals with that, with those elements. And that's why the 3-month time skip literally deals with that idea. They literally wasted 3 months. Kazuya literally wasted 3 months. Chizuru for 3 months couldn't talk to him. She literally just sat and couldn't talk to him. She needed to move, right? It's something they both did. And that's kind of what this arc is tackling and showcasing. And I think people just ignore that in favor of their own bias that, oh, this is toxic. Bro, she stepped into the room and closed the door. She stepped into the room and closed the door knowing what you were trying to do. Bitch, get a clue. I was just thirsty too. Right? She gives him an excuse. I was just thirsty too. That's why I came here, right? It's an excuse. Have this then. You sure? Thanks. And then she stands there quietly. Bro. Bro. Why are you nervous now? Oh, wow. I love the heartbeat getting loud and loud and loud. The heartbeat is so loud. The heartbeat is so... It's literally like you can't fucking hear him. It's that loud. I brought this on by not refusing to come. And I stopped you when grandma collapsed and you wanted to fess up. She's literally telling him, I'm causing trouble for you. I'm causing trouble for you. That's why I want to give a discount. I want to help you. But he never breaks the boundaries. I had to tell you as soon as we got some privacy. No telling when I'd get another chance. No, this would have never happened if I told her the truth. But she stopped you from telling the truth. So how is it your fault? Right? It's like he's not considering the facts and how Chizuru feels. Kazuya is only focusing on himself here. He's not really thinking of how Chizuru feels. And he never asks her how she feels. Like what she means when she says this stuff. That's the problem. He never tells her how, he never asks her, how do you feel? Like, what does this mean? And he used to do this before. He used to do this before. And he never really stops and thinks about it. I wouldn't have caused her all this trouble. You had to come on this trip. Yeah, even here, notice how even here, Kazuya is still apologizing. And I think it's literally because Kazuya is still thinking of himself as this useless kid who's always causing her trouble, even from the very start of the series. That's who Kazuya always views himself as. And he never stops doing that. He never considers he actually helped her. He can never look at himself in a positive light. He's literally always convinced from all the way back then that he's the bad person. And he always keeps saying, sorry, I'm causing you trouble. He does this even when she's trying to live with him. When you keep doing that, when you consistently keep doing that, you make the person feel like they're a burden. That's the problem. Kazuya never eases her burdens when he keeps saying sorry, 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 sorry. He never makes her feel comfortable when he keeps doing that. Because she keeps telling him, you're not a burden. But he never listens to her. And so when he keeps saying sorry, 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 they feel like you feel like you're doing something wrong, right? If you're trying to help someone and all they do is tell you sorry, you feel like you're doing something wrong. And then you start thinking you're the problem. And he keeps doing that. He keeps reinforcing to her that by constantly apologizing and saying, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to trouble you. I don't want to burden you. And it's like she keeps telling him, you're not a burden. But he's convinced he is. Like Kazuya needs to start loving himself. And he did in the movie arc, and then he seemingly lost that again because of these things around him that he's convinced are a problem when Chizuru is making her own choices. He never considers Chizuru is making these choices not just because of rental, but because she wants to. That never crosses his mind. He'll never think that. Because he doesn't think otherwise. And then even when she's on a real date with him, he still keeps thinking it's the investigation. The investigation essentially became the new rental for him. No matter what Chizuru says to him, Kazuya will always think it's something else. No matter what Chizuru says to him, Kazuya will always think it's something else. Because he's convinced it can't be him. Because it all comes back to how he was rejected in the past, and it all comes back to mommy. Kazuya needs to face himself and recognize all of this is literally all connected to that. The investigation is just the new rental for him. When Chizuru never really presented it that way, right? But that's all he sees it as. And then there's Mami-chan, Ruka-chan, and even Kurbashi. Hey, keep it down. She because the door was open when he was saying all this shit. He's saying, sorry, it's all my fault. I lied, all this. And then she shuts the door. She's like, yo, keep it the fuck down, idiot. Time and place, right? Even here, he's still doing it. Literally no awareness of his surroundings. Kazuya has literally no awareness of his surroundings. He's so busy feeling guilty about this. He's so busy feeling bad about himself. He does no awareness of his goddamn surroundings. And she has to be like, yo, get your shit together. What are you fucking doing? Right? Kazuya keeps doing this. That's his big issue. He keeps fucking doing this shit. He's so trapped in his own mind that he can't move forward. And he has to get out of his own head. It's not all that bad. Mami-san wasn't as mad as we thought. Ruka-chan's playing along, and Curry-san's being super mature. I'm surprised at it myself. Wearing a swimsuit, getting in the pool, playing volleyball with everyone, having a great meal, and then taking hot springs dip. It all feels so refreshing. Okay, they did this stupid translation here. I've been going full tilt all the time. I don't think they needed to translate that like that. They could have just... How do they say it in the fan translations? It was much better. Oh yeah, they made Kazuya cry here. He wasn't crying. Yeah, they made Kazuya start crying here? I don't know why. He's not crying in the manga. Seems similar. He's not crying, though. I don't see why he's crying. But yeah, in the manga, she says, I've been working myself so hard all this time. I've pretty much never gotten the chance to let my hair down like this. Right? What she was saying is, I've just been focusing so much on my dream, I never had time to relax. And this helps. So I never had the chance to let loose and resort like this. And I don't have to be reserved since you told me to keep it real. And I don't have to be reserved since you told me I can be my real self. Not keep it real. Why do they translate like this? Dude, just translate like a normal fucking person. It's not that difficult of a fucking concept. Just translate like a normal person. Thank you for inviting me, really. I like the manga version better. I don't mind it. I like the manga version better. I also don't like the sound. They do the sound where it's like, oh, look, sparkles. But yeah, like, she's literally telling him, you're not a problem. I appreciate what you did for me. This actually means a lot. It's helped me a lot. Thank you for inviting me. She's literally saying, I appreciate being invited. I appreciate mattering. Like, she's saying, you're not a burden. I didn't get dragged into this. Thank you for bringing me even. She's literally saying, thank you for even bringing me. Which literally counters the fundamental argument people say that, oh, Chizuru doesn't appreciate this trip. She's asking for money. She's literally like telling him, give me money while getting a free trip. She's saying, dude, this trip matters so much to me that, like, I just feel blessed to be invited by you. That's how much this matters to me. Like, just you inviting me is a blessing. Thank you. That's how much this matters to me. That's how much this trip matters to me. That I would thank you for that. But for some reason, people will just stick to the idea, oh, she's saying all this stuff. Like, fucking idiots, dude. And then I think now Kazuya actually cries in the manga. Nope, he doesn't cry. He just gets emotional. Again, they keep making him cry in the anime. I don't know why. Like, this is just... He looks so cool here. Like, he realized his emotions reach her, but why is he crying? They keep making him cry. He doesn't cry in the manga. I thought long and hard about what I could do for my grieving angel. Isn't that great, Gran? Your desire to help got through to her. Okay. This is the part where you confess, dipshit. Yes, dipshit! Now! Oh, it's a little too fast. Huh. I think there was more of a pause in the manga. Yeah, there's a bit of a pause in the manga where it lasts about a page. And then Harumi shows up and she runs into them by accident. Mom, no. Wait. I'm a little pissed. So Chizuru says Oka-san, which is like akin to Miss Kinoshita, but it's also has an element of familiarity where she's calling her mom. And I think how you translate it can be weird. I don't like that they translate it to Miss Kinoshita. She says Oka-san, which is like mother of the house almost. So in a sense, she said Miss Kinoshita. In a sense, that's what she said. But I don't know. I like the mix of familiarity and lack of familiarity. Yeah, Kazuya says Ka-chan, which is just informal mom. Ka-san is formal mom. So for some reason they translated it to Miss Kinoshita, which is not what she said. Am I interrupting? Kazuya. No, we were just about to head back, right? Kazuya. Could have just said, you could have just took it back. Kazuya could have controlled this scene, right? Kazuya says, oh, let's just go. People still hung up over the discount thing. Like, literally, she was doing it to loosen the boundaries. Hey, I don't want you to feel like you're being charged a shit ton of money. I'm going to keep the money low for you guys. Like here, I'm going to keep the money low for you. Like, so you don't feel like you're paying a whole bunch of money. Like, I get this is hard. She's trying to just loosen it for him because he doesn't confess to her. She shows up, she gets a private room with him so he can confess. He doesn't confess, so she gets the impression, okay, he's not going to do that. So she tells him sorry. And then when he shows her what he's actually feeling, and that he's feeling bad about this, she's like, okay, it's not that. Okay, you can confess now. He doesn't confess. He doesn't take the charge of the situation again. You see what happened? Chizuru got the impression that he's not going to confess. So she tries to leave and she tries to go back to the rental role. She's literally tries to walk out and go back to her rental role because of what he did. But she feels bad, so she tries to give him a discount. Right? So but then he tells her sorry and all this stuff. So she gets the idea, okay, he just feels bad about this. She says, thank you for inviting me. The rental's removed now. He can confess. He's about to confess, and then his mom shows up. He doesn't take charge of the situation. He lets his mom take control. And then again, we get trapped in the loop. There's nuance to the situations and why Chizuru says what she says. And the reasons evolve consistently. The problem is people fixate on one thing and they think this entire thing defines the relationship. In some ways, look at it like this. You know how Chizuru rejected Kazuya at the end of the date? Literally, because she rejected him and because she kept telling him she wants to be his girlfriend throughout the entire date, they're like she was leading him on. And she was always going to reject him. When if you pay attention, she clearly wasn't, and the emotions were consistently evolving. And that was always going to happen because of Kazuya's own choices. Not because of Chizuru. Chizuru didn't want to reject him. That's not what she wanted. This scene is exactly that. Kazuya doesn't realize the influence of his own choices on the situation, because what this is showing to you is how much power Kazuya actually has, not only over his relationship, but over his entire, circumstances in the world around him, but he chooses to be afraid and to not act. This is the fundamental core of Kazuya's conflict, agency and autonomy. That's the fundamental core of Kazuya's conflict, agency and autonomy. And he keeps telling himself he has no agency and autonomy over and over and over, and eventually that gets confirmed to him in chapter 218, and then later in the conflict with his family, where that is confirmed to him that he has no agency, no autonomy, no control, no presence in his own life, or even his own mind or heart. He can't control anything. And it's the fundamental core of Kazuya's conflict that he feels truly powerless in the world that he is in, when he is the most powerful character in this entire story. When he is literally the person who makes the most change in the entire story, but he's convinced himself he can't. That's the problem. That's the issue. It's like when you convince yourself you're powerless, you become powerless. When you convince yourself you have no agency over your life, you don't have any control or autonomy. He's a mirror to mommy who doesn't actually have control over her life. That's the whole point. I let the moment slip again. Take the moment back. He literally says it. I let the moment slip again. Take the moment back. Right? Kazuya ends up giving the most lame fucking confession in Hawaiians, and she kisses him. It's almost like it doesn't matter how you do it. Just do it. Just take control back of the situation. And the problem is, he thought he was doing that in chapter 213. He thought he was doing that. The problem was he wasn't paying attention to what Chizuru was going through. So in chapter 211 to 213, he decides, I'm just going to confess I don't care anymore. The problem was that was the one time he needed to care. The one single time he needed to care, he chose not to. And he fucked up. Because he never asked Chizuru, why are you saying wait? Why are you doing this? And it was a parallel to the very beginning of the arc. It was a parallel to the very beginning of the arc. What does Kazuya do when they get to their room? Do you remember? When Kazuya and Chizuru get to their room, Chizuru is not expecting a confession. She doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. They get in the room. He tries to confess. And she knows he's trying to confess. She panics and runs away. And listen to what she says. You must be joking here now in this whole mess. Come on, read the room. Okay, she ran away here. But then she literally creates a perfect scenario for them. She gives him the perfect time. Everything seems good. This is when you confess. And he doesn't. Whenever Kazuya is presented a perfect opportunity, he doesn't see it and he runs away. Whenever Kazuya tries to create an opportunity, it's literally at the worst time fucking possible. But there are situations where he never considers this would be the perfect time to confess, when it could have been. For example, the taxi ride. In the taxi ride, it was just them. He could have just confessed. It would have worked. There was no issues. He could have just confessed. It would have been fine. After in the pool, when there's just them in the pool, where it's just them in the slide, he could have confessed. Right after, when he helps her with the swimsuit, he could have just confessed. In fact, there's a joke about that. There's a joke about that. In chapter 196, sorry, 197, there's a joke about that. He actually has plenty of moments that he wastes. So when he tells Chizuru, your swimsuit's amazing, it's perfect in every way, is he confessing loud much? It's almost like if he confessed right here, it would have worked. And he doesn't. Kazuya has a lot of perfect opportunities, but whenever there's an issue, he doesn't see it. And that's why the confession fundamentally fails in chapter 213. Because he goes to confess to Chizuru, and she's literally busy trying to stop mommy from outing them and destroying their entire relationship with their families. That she keeps threatening her. And she told him before. He should have known this. There's proof that Kazuya fucked up in chapter 213. In chapter 209, right here, it's just them in the room. Kazuya turns, something's wrong with Chizuru. She's not okay. He can see she's not okay. What's going on? He tries to confess, I'm going to do it, but there's no other part of the goal, right? I want to help her, right? It's part of the goal to help her. He tries to confess, and look at Chizuru. She's like, she's scared. She's like hugging herself. She's fucking terrified. Mommy's about to pull some shit. About mommy-san, what do you think of her? Oh, she was great. It's me. I'm the problem. After all, the one being blamed for this isn't you. It's me. And she says she never do anything to upset me. To be honest, I think it was my own self-loathing. That's why I treated her like she was here to blow everything up. He's literally starting to recognize his self-loathing as the problem. But now he's misdirecting it at mommy, not realizing she's using him. Things might have changed. What? Hey, what's going on? What the fuck? And something is clearly wrong. He knows something is wrong. She just told him something is fucking wrong. Things might have changed. Something is wrong. Nagomi shows up. They get interrupted. And Kazuya doesn't take charge and stop Nagomi. Chizuru tries to leave. He could have taken charge, stopped Chizuru, talked to her, see what the problem is. Instead, he lets Nagomi lead him around, and Nagomi plays directly into Kazuya's guilt. And what ends up happening, because Nagomi plays into Kazuya's guilt, because he loses control of the situation, he crumbles. He falls apart. And all he has left is the confession. All Kazuya has left in this moment is to confess and to believe in love, because he has no power to change anything else. And so Chizuru matters to him so much, but what he doesn't realize he did here is that he showed her how she didn't matter, because he didn't listen to her. He didn't talk to her. This is what chapter 213 is. Chapter 213 is Kazuya not realizing he pushed Chizuru away. He grabs her arm to stop her. He wants to confess, but he pushed her away. And this exact scene is a direct parallel to Hawaiians. Or no, sorry, this exact scene is a direct parallel to the current parts of the manga. It's the same thing. Here, what Kazuya is doing is pushing Chizuru away. He's holding her arm, telling her to stay. He's actually pushing her away, and he doesn't realize he's doing this because he's not talking to her. Here, it's Kazuya leaving Chizuru behind, and he doesn't realize he's doing this. That's why these two scenes parallel. Here, Kazuya is pushing her away. Here, Kazuya is leaving her. He's literally about to leave, and she's trying to stop him from leaving. And she literally says, I want to talk right here. The conversation isn't over yet. She sees a text. Mommy says, sorry, I'm right here. I already showed up. I'm already going to ruin everything. And he never considers Chizuru is not okay. This isn't the time to confess. Read the fucking room, dude. This isn't the time to confess. Read the fucking room. He scared her. She ran away, and all Kazuya sees is that he was rejected. When that's not what happened. But he's so trapped in his own mind, in his own perceptions, in his self-loathing, in his powerlessness, that he truly becomes powerless. This matches Ruka's character. This matches Mommy's character. That's the whole idea. Mommy is so trapped in her past, in her trauma, that she literally refuses to see the world in any other way than this cruel thing that it is, and she wants to destroy everything because of her own nihilism. Ruka, in contrast, is doing this too. Ruka is so trapped in her fantasy that her and Kazuya are the thing, that her and Kazuya is destiny, that she can't live without him, that she starts hurting him and the people around him. Not realizing what she's doing, but Kazuya doesn't really stop her. Kazuya never really gets in Ruka's way. He does it in the stupid way. He yells at her. He tells her, don't do this, don't do that. He treats her like a child instead of just being direct with her and just being like, hey, like, just don't do this, just don't do that. He's trapped in his own vision. Kazuya is not powerless. He is really powerful. He's a character who is really, really fucking strong. But he's so trapped by his own perception, he creates this reality for himself. You shape your own reality. Your perception shapes your reality. Literally everything you think you understand is based on your own perception of events. At least in your life. There are objective truths in the world. There are objective truths in the world that people try to manipulate by playing directly into your own perception of reality. But that's the problem. To be fair, when you're in that mindset, it's very hard to see in any other light other than the trauma that turns into. Well, that's the problem here. This is a cascading set of events. It's not just one thing. It's a cascading set of events. Kazuya, when Harumi showed up, didn't take charge. He let Harumi take control. Kazuya, when Nagomi showed up, didn't take charge. He let Nagomi take control. Kazuya, when Ruka showed up, didn't take charge. He let Nagomi take control. Kazuya, when Mommy showed up, tried to talk to her, but then played the sorry card, and then Mommy just controlled that. Mommy literally just controlled him because he let her. He let her control. Mommy is scared when Kazuya showed up. Mommy is fucking scared when Kazuya shows up. Like, let me show you. Like, when Kazuya grabs Mommy here, look at him. Yo, he looks serious. It pretty much feels like, yo, stop fucking around. This is the vibe you're getting from this. Yo, stop fucking around. And then you read it, and look at Mommy. She's scared. She's trying to make excuses to get out. She wants to leave. He scares her. But then he says, I'm really sorry, and she's surprised. He's just giving me a free card? What an idiot. And that's why Mommy does what she does. That's why she chuckles. He just gave me a free card. I could have been toast. Kazuya, she could have been toast right then and there. And he just gave her a free card. He doesn't really... This is what happens when you don't realize what you can do. This is what happens when you convince yourself you're powerless. When you're not. And the story actively shows you you're not. But you can't see the world besides your own perception. You're trapped in your own perception of events. And the problem is that with Nagomi was like the final straw. Nagomi was like the final straw in chapter 209 or 11. I think it's 210, sorry. And 210, Nagomi was like the final straw. Because, oh, these are the bad scans, right? He lets Nagomi lead him around, and then Nagomi literally tells him, perhaps I misjudge you. Chizuru-san noticed something about you, your true nature, something that your own grandma never did, and that is true. This is all true, but literally it gets into Kazuya's self-loathing. He can never believe this. This is what breaks Kazuya. The thing that breaks Kazuya, the fact that his own grandmother just admitted to him he's better than she thought he was. And it breaks him because he can never accept that about himself. I gotta pull up a better version. I fucking hate this version. Isn't it so fitting that the thing that breaks Kazuya is him realizing how powerful he actually is? And his guilt eating away at him. Like, he literally sees how powerful his influence is, and the guilt eats him up. Oh, damn it, wrong one. Okay, 210? All I've ever done is scold you, and while I'm sure your princess has keen instincts, I've been watching you since the day you were born, and I'm a sorry excuse for a grandma. I've been thinking lately about Sayori-san's death. Nobody really knows how long they have, but having Princess Chizuru come on this trip, being able to join her in the baths, it made me for an unforgettable memory. Things may be chaotic after this, so more than anything else, there's one thing that I want to say on this trip. I want you to show you 21 years worth of gratitude. Thank you for giving me this day today. Truly, thank you. And yet the guilt eats him up. And so what Kazuya does when he runs to Chizuru to confess, was it out of love? Or was it because he had nothing left because his guilt ate him the fuck up? Did Kazuya go to confess out of actual sheer love and belief? Or did he go because his guilt ate him up? And he had nothing left? Are you serious? You're thanking me. In a situation like this, you're thanking me. You're wrong. Mizuhara isn't my girlfriend. There's nothing to thank me for. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. But he cannot see it. He can't see it. His dad literally told him, just because your intention for lying was to make her happy. Just because it wasn't necessarily real, it doesn't mean you have to feel this way. But what does this reinforce to Kazuya? His own powerlessness. This is about him, his own powerlessness. And it eats him up inside. That's the issue. That's why like what you're feeling, what chapter 218 shows you, it's really painful because it's really showing Kazuya how much he hates himself, how powerless he thinks he is, how he doesn't matter in his own world. That chapter encapsulates Kazuya's pain and how meaningless he believes he is. Like in his own mind, in his own body, and in the world around him, he can influence and change absolutely nothing. It is a chapter that fundamentally guts Kazuya to his core. He literally just broke. That's what 218 is. It's literally, this entire arc is literally a microcosm of the character's fears and insecurities, in particular Kazuya's. It's not only because he loves Chizuru. Correct. The reason he's going to confess, he tells himself, is just because he loves Chizuru, but in reality, it's because of his guilt. It's because of all these other things. It's literally a reflection of what Chizuru told him. Right? What Chizuru tells him in the rejection, maybe it's not just love that I feel for you. That's what he did here. That's what he did here. In this scene, when he goes to chapter 213, he's not going there just for love. He convinces himself it's just for love. So we're always thinking worst case scenario actually has a name. It's called catastrophic thinking. That's what it is. It's literally called catastrophic thinking. And that's not necessarily what Kazuya always does. It's not always catastrophic thinking for him. It's him getting in his own head. That escalates to catastrophic thinking. That's the issue. He's being in his own head and he escalates to catastrophic thinking. That's how his mind kind of loses track like that. So, in reality, what was actually happening in this scene, the thing that was really eating him up, what was his own guilt, was all these other feelings that weren't because of Chizuru. He lost the meaning of why he ran to confess to her. When he runs to confess to Chizuru in chapter 211, he lost the meaning of why he was doing this. Right? If that's all it takes to make me give up, then it really isn't love, is it? What did he say here? I can't run from these feelings anymore. If it's going to hurt this badly, if I'm going to suffer this much, then it almost makes me wish I'd never rented you that day. It's almost like he's acting out of pain. I want you so much I can't stand it. He needs her. Kazuya needs Chizuru here, not realizing Chizuru needs him. He's running to Chizuru because he needs her. Not necessarily because he wants her. He needs her. That's the problem with this entire sequence. He's running from pain. He's running for love from pain. But you can't ignore your pain. That's the problem with this sequence. It has no proper context. You're not thinking straight. You get excited because confession, not realizing what's actually happening here is Kazuya is running away from pain. That's what this sequence is. He's not facing any of the problems. And that's exactly what happens in the Hawaiian, or not in the Hawaiians, in the cohabitation. How does the cohabitation start? Kazuya has a whole bunch of problems, but he gets to put them to the side and not worry about them while he figures out his feelings for Chizuru, while they go through their usual routine and they get to live together and they get to have fun and it's super nice. It's literally him getting comfortable overcoming his trauma. Chizuru literally created an environment for him to let him get over his trauma, to help him move forward, to help him feel like he can move. And every time Kazuya moves even a little bit, he starts crying because it's so traumatizing for him. And it's literally Kazuya learning to move with the pain. He has to accept he's going to feel pain and he's going to have to confront this eventually. And that's kind of what this arc has been. It's been this really slow burn of dealing with trauma in relation to love. Literally, that's all the cohabitation has been. That's what Hawaiians is, a big trauma. And it's literally the core of Kazuya's trauma. The feeling that he's powerless. And now it's about exploring that. Now I think for Kazuya, it's like kind of actually about overcoming his trauma, and he needs a reality check like he had with the rejection. Right? Like, it would be so interesting if Chizuru in like the later chapters tells Kazuya, I don't love this. I don't love this you. I love the real you. I don't love this. I think that would be super interesting, and it could really piss people off. I don't think that'll happen, but I can see that being something to tackle and explore. She doesn't love the Kazuya who's powerless. She doesn't love the Kazuya who keeps telling himself he's powerless, the Kazuya who keeps running away and making jokes and doing all this crap. She loves the real him. He needs to face the cruelty in order to realize how strong he fucking is. And that's the problem, is like Kazuya lost himself in Hawaiians. He got so consumed by trauma, he lost himself, not realizing what he could actually do. Right? Hawaiians in a nutshell, I think, is movie arc Kazuya clashing with the original Kazuya. I think that's the best way to describe Hawaiians. It's the clash of the self. The movie arc version of Kazuya is clashing with the Kazuya that we see at the start of the series. Who he transformed into is clashing who he actually is clashing who his trauma transformed him into. And I think that's pretty much it. That's what's going on. And then the cohabitation is exploring that trauma. What? Chapter 12 will be chapter 227. That makes no sense. We're in chapter... I'm betting this arc is going to end... This episode, which is chapter 9 or something, is going to end at like... No, not yet. So no, yeah, Jordan, you're wrong. I'm just telling you right now, you're wrong. Because this arc, or this episode, is going to end right here. Which is the very last part of chapter 226. Chapter 206. No. I think the Hawaiians arc is probably going to end... Or sorry, season 4. Season 4 is probably going to end... right here. I think season 4 will end right here. What you're describing is way too short. They've been adapting about 4 episodes, four chapters an episode. It's been about 4 to 5 chapters an episode consistently. If we go by that pace, 24 episodes should land us here. Chapter 239, when Chizuru says she'll do research. Which would be the perfect spot to stop. I think that would be the perfect spot to stop because that's when the arc begins. It's been literally 4 to 5 chapters an episode. Yeah, it's actually really good pacing, honestly. The pacing has actually been really, really good. But yeah, no, Kazuya is not powerless. He's really strong. But he's literally having a clash of identity. He's literally having a clash of identity. That's the issue. Is like Kazuya needs to accept how strong he is, see how strong he is. Stop fighting himself. And just accept himself. Okay. Okay.
The way they draw Harumi's funny. The way they draw Harumi here is goofy. Why does she look like that? Harumi here looks kind of goofy. So let me close all these. No, it's not that he chooses not to use it. It's here, the best way I can describe it to you. It's like you're Superman. I have the perfect one. Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2. When Peter Parker convinces himself he doesn't have any powers. When his powers never went away. That's literally it. That's literally it. It's Spider-Man 2 when Peter Parker literally convinces himself he has no powers. And he gives up being Spider-Man because he wanted to. He didn't like that. He wanted to live his life. He didn't want to be Spider-Man anymore. That's literally it. He wanted to forego his like a part of it is responsibility. A part of it is that Kazuya didn't want to suffer anymore. He didn't like the pain. The Tobey Maguire one, yes. Yes, it's the Spider-Man 2, the one that's considered the best Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 is like considered one of the best superhero movies ever made. That one. Oh, what the hell? She looks so much cuter. Harumi looks so much cuter in the manga. Dude, she looks so much cuter in the manga. Do you have a moment to talk? Mommy sees them. Yep. Where are you going exactly? Yeah, mommy. See, that's the thing. This is the best part. Mommy had nothing to guilt Chizuru. Mommy really needed something to guilt Chizuru, and she knew she had nothing. Right? Mommy knew she had absolutely nothing to guilt Chizuru with. She needed to gaslight Chizuru. And that's the issue. She really needed to gaslight Chizuru in some way. And so when she finds out about the ring, that was the perfect thing. Because she knew that shit would fuck her up. Because she saw how it mattered to Chizuru. She saw how much it mattered to Chizuru. And that's like, okay, this is what I can use. Because Mommy before had nothing, right? If she was just using, I'm going to out Chizuru. Like, Chizuru got worried, sure. But all Mommy really had was, making Chizuru a little scared and making her doubt herself. But the ring, that's when Mommy really makes Chizuru doubt herself. Do you have siblings? No, I don't. Kasai might have turned out differently if you had siblings or two, too. What do you mean? Don't mind me. You're not wearing the ring, huh? I like how Kazuya gets his worry wart personality from Harumi. She literally does the same thing as him. That's so cute. Mother told me she had landed into hospital. Yeah, Harumi's worried. My mother-in-law really doesn't know how to reel it in at times, huh? I guess so. But I don't see it as a burden. I just have the right to wear it. Whoa, does she actually say that? I just don't have the right to wear it. She says it even then? Holy shit. She says it even then. Bro. Yeah. Oh my God. She says it even then. It's not a burden or anything. I just don't feel qualified to wear it.
I don't have a right to wear it. She says it even then. Dude, even then, she doesn't feel like she's allowed to wear the ring. Bro. Bro. It took me back at first, too. Even back then, Mother had a gung-ho personality. I love Chizuru here. So, oh yeah, this shit was crazy. So she hooked her up with her husband. She showed up at her workplace to check in on her regularly, and she's like constantly monitoring her. And Chizuru is like, "Holy shit! Has Nagomi just been taking it easy on me this whole time?" And when we started going out, she joined us every 3 dates. Oh my god! And he was already asking if I planned to marry him by the second date. These aren't cheery anecdotes. This shit was so funny. For real? These stories are something else. Wait, is she still going easy on me? I'm amazed she stuck through it. She went that far. I love Chizuru, dude. She's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I can never be as strong-willed as her, so now I admire and respect her. Here we are. A wedding dress. Hawaiians is where we got married, actually. Married here. There's a church and a large hall past here. We held our ceremony and reception there. We wanted a small, homely affair. Aw, look at them. They're so cute. But Mother insisted on inviting all the distant relatives, too. I feel like an angel getting the princess treatment. Yeah. Nagomi always calls her a princess. In that sense, Hawaiians must be a special place for her as well. Yeah, Hawaiians is special for Nagomi. You're still here. You have family right here. Oh dear, did I end up putting more pressure on you? Truth is, we had trouble conceiving. Damn, dude. It took her 8 years and many treatments just to have Kazuya. That's brutal. That's brutal. It's no wonder Nagomi wants like a lot of kids. It's no wonder. Cause their family's kind of small and they really struggled through it. Like Harumi's a champ. Harumi's a goddamn champ. She hella struggled through it, dude. And like I love that this is just one of the secrets that Harumi and Kazu keep together. That's just one of the secrets. They probably like went through a lot of shit just to make Nagomi happy because they care about her that much. Like I bet they went through hell and back just to make her happy because they cared that much and they had to lie and do stuff like that. Mother must have been anxious while we were going through those hard times, but she stayed strong. Accompanied me on my hospital trips instead of the busy Kazu-san, and kept encouraging me. And that's how Kazuya was born. Damn. Literally, Kazuya's dad wasn't the one who carried Harumi, it was Nagomi. Right? Kazuya's dad wasn't the one who carried Harumi, it was Nagomi. Nagomi and Harumi are the like Kazuya's rocks. And I think that's so fitting for Kazuya's character. Especially, you see it literally in the opening. All the women in his life are his rocks. All the women in Kazuya's life are his rocks. They're the ones like doing the heavy lifting. They're the ones doing the carrying. Like, this is a manga that's literally like it's about like caring for both men and women, but it's really showing you, yo, women are like the people who like carry the shit out of our society, and we're just constantly giving them crap. Like, literally, the women are like the center of our society. They carry the shit out of us, and we're just constantly giving them crap because we're men and strong and stupid crap like that. That's literally what this manga is saying right here. Like, literally, the context is right there. Like, Nagomi is the one who carried the shit out of this. Nagomi was the one who was there for Harumi when she was struggling to like just even conceive. She was the one that was there for Harumi when she had a child. Kazu wasn't even there all that much. He was just busy working, right? And I think that Chizuru, that's why Chizuru like wants Kazuya to be there, right? Kazuya has to be different from the people around him. Kazuya has to be different from other men. He has to be there. Kazuya needs to be a part of Chizuru's life. He can't just keep running forever. That's what Kazuya is doing wrong, is like he gets trapped by the expectations of other men and how other men are supposed to act. Don't be like other men. Be there. Be present in these people's lives. Be present in the lives of the women around you. You gotta fucking care for them, dude. Like, they put in way more work than we do. We just think we put in more work. We're just so convinced we put in more work. We don't. Like, they work much harder than we do. My mom works her fucking ass off. She worked her ass off for fucking years just so I could have an easier life. And that's why, like, I'm trying my best these days to like help her pay with things and help her do things. Like, we don't appreciate women enough. That's pretty much what this is saying right now. That's pretty much what Harumi is saying. Like, this is why, like, Harumi is like admires Nagomi so much. Is like, Nagomi is kind of a problem in some ways. She's too in your business. She's too involved. But the fact that she really fucking cares. And even when Nagomi initially finds out and she's initially judging Chizuru based on her job, she is still even trying then to, like, you know, not lose it and blame Chizuru for everything. She fucks up, but she's trying, and she changes. She literally rents Chizuru. She sees how she does her job, and she learns. Like, Nagomi is actively trying to challenge herself and be a better person. And I think that really shows how strong Nagomi really is, how we got to really appreciate the women around us in this world, especially men who don't do this enough. What's wrong with the camera? Goddamn. Camera. Okay, we're good to go. The first generation that passed that along has really messed up with men's brains, that they need to be breadwinners. Otherwise, you're a failure. You must go shoulder all the problems alone. It doesn't work. Yeah. Look how Kazuya did a lot of things for Chizuru. She's just obligated to love him back. Yeah. Look how Kazuya did a lot of things for Chizuru. She has an obligation to love him back. No. It is an active choice. You must consistently be there. You've got to be better. Yo, if you love this person, you have to consistently be their lives. No matter how hard it is, go out of your fucking way to do it. That's love. Love is an active choice. Love is not just something you do once and whoop-de-fucking-do, everything's great. You gotta be there. What women actually want is to feel safe, comforted, and to feel like the person is always there. To feel like this person actually gives a shit. They're in your life. They see you and understand you. You feel safe around them. You feel appreciated, and you feel like they're actually there for you. And that is what Kazuya does in the very end of the date. That's where he stops fucking up. He's actually there for Chizuru. He stops fucking around. And he did not do that in the entire date. In the entire date, he's literally walking next to her, and he is not there. For most of it, he's not there. He shows up occasionally. It's like Kazuya is leaving and coming back. And Chizuru does not want that. Chizuru does not want that kind of relationship where you just leave and come back. That's not what she wants. She wants someone who's committed, who's going to stick through this with her, who's going to talk to her, who's going to communicate and understand her. So Reiji shows the negatives to explore the positives. And that is what Kazuya does in the very end of the date. That's why Chizuru feels like she loves him, because he's fucking there. He actually shows up. The date itself literally mirrors the 3-month time skip. Kazuya is literally right next to Chizuru, and he does not interact with her. It's a mirror to that. We saw Chizuru's half, where she seemingly couldn't communicate to him, right? But now we're seeing Kazuya's half. that he's the one who's been putting this off, that he's the one who's been running away, that he needs to be a part of her life and make an active choice to do so. Not just when it's convenient, not just when she says yes, not to win. You're not winning a prize, dude. Chizuru isn't a prize to be won. That shit that Minnie says is idiotic. Don't listen to Minnie. She's an absolute buffoon. She talks about it like it's a game, like Kazuya's supposed to win Chizuru, like she's some sort of prize. She's not. She is someone you have to actively be with. It is an active choice consistently and always. You have to actively be with this person and interact with them. You don't just get to fucking run away and decide, ooh, woo, I did enough. I'm okay for now. When that whole mentality of I confessed, I did this, that's enough, she should love me now, that whole mentality is the problem. The fact that you think you did enough. Because that's the mentality you'll have in your marriage. When you get married to the person, that's the exact mentality you're going to have. I'm here occasionally, I bring us money, I do this, that should be enough, right? But it isn't. That's not how it works. That's not how connection and relationships work. You have to actively make time for the relationship because it is important. You need to be in the relationship. You have to find a balance between work and being with the person that you love. To make them feel seen, to feel like you're actually there in their lives. This is a huge thing in Japan because men, when they work in Japan, don't get paternal leave, right? Women get maternal leave when they have children. Men don't. Men have to continue to work all the time. And that's fucked up that men don't get paternal leave because they need to be there for their children. The mom can't be doing everything. You have to actively be there in the relationship. A lot of people don't understand the issues with the Japan's birth rate and all that stuff. A part of it is massively because of how the government does their shit. That they're just like, oh, we'll just pay you to have children. We'll just do this, not considering the emotional burden that they're creating for the women around them, that the women have to carry the shit out of this on their own. That's plain idiotic. Like literally, you can tell this shit's like done by idiotic men who never even consider this stuff carefully. Or like by women who think women have to do all the carrying. You need to have balance in life. You need to have a balance in relationships. You have to actively make a choice, but also know that the person will be there and care for you. Chizuru has shown she will be there. But Kazuya needs to show he's going to be there. He may not be a very good son, but he's my son and he's very dear to me. No matter how old he grows, he's always be my little boy. I'll never forget Mother's blaming smile when back then. She looked like she was holding all the world's happiness in her arms. Damn. So while I can understand how you feel, I get where she's coming from too. Of course, you're a lovely girl. Too good for Kazuya even. But I know you're not immune to nervousness. If the pressure ever gets to you, please talk to me. You're the miracle that my miracle in life found. That makes you a miracle to me too. Oh, Harumi's such a goat, dude. Harumi's such a goat. You're a treasure to my treasure. That makes you my treasure too. Oh. Dude. Chizuru's too good for us, man. She's such a good person. Chizuru's too fucking good for us, dude. She's such a good person. She works her ass off so fucking much. And we never see and appreciate her. I think that's the best thing Reiji has done in this arc. The current arc in the manga. That's the best thing Reiji has done. He's both shown you how hard Chizuru is working, and he doesn't tell you everything. And now you're getting mad at her. And you're getting upset at her, not realizing how goddamn hard she's been carrying everything on her back. And when that shit comes out, and Kazuya realizes what he's done, and how Chizuru has been carrying this shit the entire time, all on her own, dude, he is gonna... It's gonna be that wake-up moment where he has to step the fuck up. He's like, hell no. What have I been doing? What the hell have I been doing? That literally Chizuru has been carrying this manga since Hawaiians. Like, since the start. Who are we kidding? She's literally been working her ass off this entire time. She's that good of a fucking person. Like, dude. It's like shit like this where you really think to yourself, we don't fucking deserve her. It's literally like, we don't fucking deserve women, dude. We don't deserve women and how hard they fucking work for us, and how much they do while taking shit constantly. Women in life take so much fucking shit constantly. There's women who like do awful shit. Mommy does awful shit. Ruka's naivety gets the better of her, and she does awful shit too. Minnie is very irresponsible, and she gets to get away with a lot because she's a cute girl. But Chizuru never lets that shit get to her. Chizuru never does that shit. But everyone wants to view her like this. There's a reason every girl that dislikes Chizuru, like Miho, the girl from acting, dislikes Chizuru because Chizuru is antithetical to her. Chizuru is fundamentally antithetical to Miho. That's why she dislikes her. Because Chizuru doesn't do what Miho does. She refuses to. Like, literally, the line that Kazuya's that Kazuya's manager tells to him, I think really encapsulates this manga. Let me tell you something, son. A man's got one purpose in life, and it's to be there for women. Never forget that. Perfectly encapsulates it. Oh, you didn't see it. Let me tell you, son, a man's got one purpose in life. It's to be there for women. Never forget that. As men, we have that one purpose. We can have our other purposes. He's not saying you can't have a different purpose in life. He's not saying you can't do any of this shit. But our real purpose in life is to be there for the people in our lives, especially for women who like carry the shit out of our society. Women carry the shit out of our society, and we're not there for them. And we gotta be, dude. That's a man's purpose. We gotta be there for the women in our lives because they carry the shit out of us. We gotta respect women and care for women. It's not saying don't care for anyone else. He's not saying for any of that. The whole message here is that, dude, we gotta be better for the women in our lives. That's the whole message. And that's what Kazuya does. And that's what Kazuya needs to start. He needs to keep doing. He needs to remember that and start doing it again. Because Chizuru's the one who's been there for him the whole time. Chizuru's the one who's been going through this whole shit on her own this whole time. Oh, the ending's playing. Oh, Chizuru notices the ring is missing. Oh, she's gonna do the thing. It's not. No. Don't say that stupid biological crap. No. The males are not the protectors and females are the nurturers. No. That's not what it's saying. That's not what it's saying. First, what he's saying is that it's not just you gotta protect women. You're not the strong, tough guy who's protecting women. That's not what this is saying. This is saying we need to be there for the women in our lives. Not simply protect them, but actually be a present part in their life and support them in the nurturing effort. Both men and women are protectors and nurturers. However, a problem with men is that they forego their nurturing nature. A lot of men forego their nurturing nature, but to nurture is not too dissimilar from protecting. The problem is a lot of men think, I don't need to do this. This is their role. You need to also nurture and be there and support women. You also have to do your part. That's what this is saying. You're not there to protect them. You don't talk biology to me, bitch. Don't talk biology to me, bitch. You don't fucking understand biology. Jesus Christ. No, that's stupid. Men have to be there for women because we need to support them while they're helping us and protecting us and carrying the shit out of us because they do more. They work more. They have to do a lot more. They have to put up with much more prejudice than we do. We have it easy. A lot of men do have it easy, dude. We do. But that's not to say men don't have struggles too. We do also have struggles. Yes, I did call you a bitch. Look, everybody in their own respective genders has struggles. The problem is we don't see the struggle women go through. That's the problem. We're so fixated on our struggle, we don't see the struggles that women go through. That's the problem. We only see the privilege that we ourselves don't have. Oh, they get this. Oh, they get that. And we pick the bad women to validate our stances. Just as many women will pick the bad men to validate their stances because those bad men reflect our own privilege, right? We like looking at privilege and we like looking at that bias to validate our stance of how we feel about other people. But the truth and the reality of it is there are a lot of women who struggle, who have less privilege than we do, who work much harder than we do, and there are many women who abuse that privilege that they have, right? And make it worse for those women who are struggling. In contrast, there are a lot of men who abuse the privilege they have and make it worse for the men who are trying to just get acknowledged that they have problems, while those men use that issue to be like, hey, look at how much privilege I've got. Because men are privileged. But because of that privilege, certain parts of what we're going through is ignored. We're two ends of the extremes. Women have less privilege than men, and because of that, there are women who abuse their privilege that they do have. In contrast, there are men have a lot more privilege than women, but because of that, there are men who abuse that privilege and make it harder for men who are struggling, who do need help. And we ignore that in favor of our privilege. That's the problem. There are people, we're two ends of the extremes and we're making it worse for each other, while literally just looking at the worst of each set of who we are. And then, of course, there's the people in the middle who probably have it a fuck ton worse, like LGBTQ+, like Jesus Christ, they go through hell and back, dude. And literally, we just want to make them a target for our issues. In general, regardless of role, both men and women have to work together in life. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. You have to work with the women in your life. You have to work together, right? You have to be there for women. You have to work with them. You have to help them. It's not about roles. It's literally not about roles. He explores roles and those ideas, but we have to be there for the women in our lives, dude. That's what he's saying. For 29 whole years, she wore it whenever and wherever. She must have felt... I wonder how it must have felt. Right? Chizuru literally acknowledges how painful it must have been for Harumi to give up that ring. It must have felt like a void in her heart. If I were in her position, would I be capable of being so nice to that person who took it from me? Right? How is Harumi so nice to Chizuru that Chizuru took this ring away from her? I'm so sorry. I'm just a rental girlfriend. I'm not his partner for real. I can't wear the ring or even give it back. Kazuya doesn't even realize he did this to her. She can't wear the ring because she's not his real girlfriend, and he told her don't give it back, so she can't even give it back. Chizuru's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He put her in this position. Kazuya literally put her in this position. She's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The more I talk, the more pressure I feel like I'm putting on. I promise. I'll talk to you if I ever need help. Isn't that fitting? She made this promise with both Harumi and Sumi. She made this promise with both Harumi and Sumi. And she did talk to Harumi a little bit. She did talk to Harumi a little bit. Right? And when she went to the nursery, she did talk to Harumi a little bit. Shall we head back? Let's go. Aww. Wait. The line seemed different here. Let's look at the line and I was passing by on the way. Oh, let me make sure you guys can see. Okay. I was passing by on the way from the baths and thought it was cute. There's no deeper meaning behind it. I just thought it'd be nice to get a souvenir or something for the memories. I like how even then she's being a bit of a tsundere. She can't be like super honest with her. She doesn't want to lead Harumi on just in case things don't work out. Just in case. Like when she says there's no deeper meaning behind it, it's just in case things don't work out. Just in case things don't work out. Don't think there's any deeper meaning behind it. I just thought it'd be a nice souvenir or something for the memories. I think the sad part of Chizuru's tsundere-ness, she thinks she needs to be a tsundere. She's almost forced into the role of a tsundere, and I think that's so sad. That Chizuru has to act, she feels she needs to act like a tsundere when she isn't. That's not her. She feels she needs to act this way because of these expectations, because things may go wrong. Is it all right, really? It's 800 yen, so I'm sort of like a princess. Oh. Are you sure I can have it? It's only 800 yen. No. Ah! I'm like a princess again. Right? The ring represents her being a princess. Nagomi calls them a princess. The flowers on Chizuru's dress in the opening are literally the same flowers on the ring itself. The crown literally represents the ring. That's why Chizuru wears the crown. The crown represents the ring. Chizuru is a princess, and she doesn't feel like she can be a princess yet. She doesn't like her role because she doesn't think she's allowed to be a princess yet. Even though she keeps getting called a princess and she wears the crown of a princess, she doesn't think she can be a princess. Just like she can't put the ring on. She's not qualified to be a princess, even though she is the princess. Dude, the opening is actually really good when you like break that down. And when you see Chizuru give Harumi a ring to remind her she's a princess too. Oh. A ring. Seriously. I wasn't expecting this. She accepted that while saying she didn't have feelings for him. Isutsuki. Now you're crossing the line. Oh, chills. Oh, chills. Ooh. Notice how Mommy validates her own stance. Gee, I wonder, Mommy. I wonder why Chizuru would fucking lie to you. I wonder why Chizuru would lie to you about her feelings. And you use that to validate your own stance that she's lying to you. Oh, now you're crossing the line. Now Chizuru's crossing the line. Are you shitting me? She vividly remembers the scenes where she got it out of Chizuru that Chizuru doesn't date him and isn't like him. But she forced her hand. She literally made her say these things. What did you expect Chizuru to say when you said that stuff to her? Mommy, a liar, is upset Chizuru is lying to her. Bitch! All you do is lie! Like, bro. It's literally... The whole point, the reason this doesn't make sense is literally because this is Mommy validating her own jealousy. That's the point. That's the truth. Literally, it's just Mommy. It's validating her own stance. That's all it is. It's just Mommy validating her own beliefs. Up? What? Dude. They ruined it. They ruined the scene. Do you want to know why I can say they ruined the scene? Dude, look at mommy in this scene. I beg of you, look at mommy in this scene. Holy shit. Holy shit. She's like a demon. It's like death just walked into the door. The angle is perfect. It's literally from below. And she's all in shadows. She's like a goddamn demon. Like she's here to kill. It's like she literally showed up to Chizuru's room and she's gonna kill her. That's what this feels like. She invaded Chizuru's private space and she's gonna fucking kill her. That's what it's supposed to feel like. It's supposed to be scary. Look at this. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. She literally looks demonic. And look at the anime. The only thing they did right, in my opinion, is make the place feel claustrophobic. The only thing they did right in this shot is make the scene feel claustrophobic. That's kind of it. The room just feels a little claustrophobic. Okay. Guilt and girlfriend. Ruka, no need to feel any guilt. My answer's always yes. Wait, no. No. She's literally curved like a literal demon. Yeah. Like, look at it, dude. This shit is scary. Right? The fact that, and like, just think about that for a second. This probably hits mommy in the extra sour spot. Extra sour. You want to know why? Mommy's backstory. She has an arranged marriage. And Chizuru gets to marry him? And she lies to me? How could she lie to me? How could she get to marry him? And then she literally does this again. Literally, mommy forces Chizuru to say she doesn't like him again. Sorry, Chizuru-san, but honestly, I can't really think of you as a good girl anymore. Right? Chizuru-san, what on earth are you doing? I'm just keeping the ring of the moment for convenience. Chizuru-san, get a hold of yourself. You're supposed to be a rental girlfriend. I really don't get what the idea is here. You don't take something like that. It's common sense. Answer me, Chizuru-san. I know, I get it. Just stop. But now I need to give it time. When? When are you going to give it back, huh? When are you giving it back? Come on, when? Look at how she's pushing Chizuru into a corner. Literally pushing her back. And Chizuru already feels guilty about this. And here's mommy just guilting her more. I don't... This is not okay. Are you going to put it off yet again? How long are you planning to drag this out? Isn't Kazuya-san's depraved attitude something you brought on yourself with this kind of wishy-washy behavior? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And all Chizuru can say is, I'm sorry. I hate everybody who hates Chizuru. I am an active hater of everyone who hates Chizuru. From this moment on. Now and forever. Bro. Literally, this girl is so fucking earnest. And it's gutting her inside. Don't you feel guilty about deceiving everyone? It guts her. I'm really sorry about that. I'm sorry for making trouble even for you, mommy's son. Are you shitting me? She feels so fucking guilty. She cares this much and this person's using her to validate her own trauma. Nah, it's fine. It's not like it's all your fault. I guess the responsibility still lies with the one doing the renting. But honestly, I have to make sure. Is Kazi-san someone special to you, or is it just a client? This doesn't sound like a rental girlfriend. Forces her into a situation. Forces her to make some sort of choice. He's just a client. Validation. Validation. Grabs her arm. Let's go. This validates my stance that I forced you into. And you wonder, why doesn't Chizuru just tell mommy, oh, I like him? Gee, I wonder. He's crazy. And that's why I don't want you to worry. I'm on your side. I know clients clung on to you and you're bound to confidentiality. So you can't say anything, right? But you don't need to let him manipulate you anymore. What do you think? How about you and I bring it into all of this? I'll save you from Kazuya-kun. It's not like Kazuya at one point liked mommy and Chizuru's just trying to protect him. It's not like Kazuya at one point really liked mommy. And here's mommy shit-talking him. Imagine how that would feel for him. Imagine how he would feel knowing the girl he really liked is shit-talking him. It's almost like Chizuru is really right, and this would actually fuck him up. She must really hate. He was so afraid of being hated by Chizuru, he broke down for 3 months. Now that's Chizuru. But imagine how much it would hurt if it was mommy. And in fact, she saw this a lot in the early parts of the series. So if she tells mommy how she feels about Kazuya, what is mommy gonna do? Do you know what mommy's gonna do? No. Right? What is mommy going to do? She's creating her own scenario, right? If Chizuru tells mommy, I do like him, what would mommy do? She would out the lie. Chizuru doesn't want mommy to do it. She wants Kazuya to do it. If Chizuru leaves and doesn't give an answer, mommy will do something. Mommy does not realize the power she has over this scenario, and she is lying to herself, convincing herself that Chizuru doesn't love him. And she orchestrates scenarios to convince herself this is the truth. In reality, she's literally cornering this person, and she knows she's cornering this person, and she knows she's making her feel guilty, and she feels validated whenever Chizuru gets hurt, because what mommy's actually doing is validating her own feelings. So much fun. And somehow, in a very interesting turn of events, mommy does in fact gaslight the readers into believing this. She plays directly into the bias people have towards Chizuru, and they believe it. And they call her a whore, and they say all these terrible things about her, and how Chizuru's just stealing his money. And they never even consider Chizuru herself and how she feels and how she's thinking about it. And how she's not actually a bad person. But no. She didn't actually say she liked him to mommy. How could she? I saw that so much. Whenever mommy would ask and Chizuru would say, I don't love him, they're like, why doesn't she just tell her? Think about it for 2 fucking seconds, you idiots. Think about it for 2 fucking seconds. I wonder why. Because mommy's literally threatening him, calling his family shit, and she's ready to out them and destroy everything. And she's literally a walking bomb. What do you want her to do? Chizuru's thinking ahead. That's the issue. You're short-sighted. You're being really short-sighted. She's thinking ahead. All right. How long have we been streaming? About 4 hours. Let me check. I bet there's not going to be anything crazy on... Well, there's this person, they... I'm so glad I've started to convert some Japanese fans into my point of view. I'm so glad. This particular Japanese fan, I really like what they have to say. God, if it'll work. I really like what this particular Japanese fan has to say, and I've convinced him that what Minnie is saying is nonsense. And he's like, "Shit, you right though." I'm like, "I know I'm right." And he's like, "That's just your opinion, right?" Like to the chapter with Minnie. Dude. Maybe ooh. Ooh, I have a new theory. Maybe the kiss from Chizuru to Kazuya in chapter 285 is Chizuru saying, "I love this Kazuya. I love this you. This is the you I love." Maybe this is what the kiss actually is. This is the you I love. Huh, I never considered that before. Right? This is the Kazuya she loves. Not the other Kazuya, not the fake one. This is the one she loves. The real him. The one who makes her feel like she's in a story. That's who she loves. And she's not saying, "Oh, you can't be powerless and weak." She's just saying, "You convince yourself you're powerless and weak. You're not." When she tells Minnie-chan to figure it out her feelings and be back off of her, that was long overdue. Oh, when she tells Minnie to fuck off. Yeah, that's gonna I don't think it's gonna happen just yet. I don't think that's gonna happen just yet. But like I think it's just like there's Kazuya is the main issue right now. I think Kazuya is the main issue right now. Yeah, Kazuya was honest with her before entering the taxi, and not just honest. He showed his real self again, and so she refused to react to any other version but that Kazuya. But she clearly showed him that she wanted like in chapter 384, she clearly showed him she wanted him to have she wanted him to have things. Like literally this sequence with the keychain, this scene is literally defined by what Ruka tells him in chapter 347. Or 348, I think. Let me go to it. This sequence is literally defined by that scene. At 348, what does Ruka tell him? It's something that you'll always carry with you. I want you to use something I bought for you. Here, you can have this. That's what this scene is defined by. She wants Kazuya to have this because she bought it for him. She told him it was a gift. He should remember. He should remember who he is. What did Chizuru tell him? She told him it was a gift for him. She literally told him it was a gift for him, and she's giving it back to him. That should have been an easy clue. Hey, she wants you to have this. You matter to her. She wants you to always carry this with you. You matter to her. Take action. Right? Maybe this is Chizuru trying to bring out that Kazuya here. Maybe this is her wanting to give him something. Right? I have a feeling we'll get another Kazuya mini chapter next week. I think so. So my theory about the distrust of men, I think that is Minnie's interpretation of Chizuru, based on her own bias. She thinks Chizuru really distrusts men. This is not necessarily true. Chizuru has shown she actually doesn't dislike men. She even told what is this? She even told Curry this. I can pull it up. I could definitely see that being Minnie's interpretation of Chizuru, which would further play into that. So we're definitely getting. I can definitely see it being another chapter focused on Minnie's interpretation of Chizuru, which would make a lot of sense. Guys are idiots, don't you think? I mean, it's just a rental girlfriend. You pay, you go on dates with us, and that should be all there is to it. Why don't we understand? But when we see someone as gorgeous as you are, we can't help but think things like I like her or I want her in my arms. It's just childish. Everyone is just childish. Personally, I like guys. You what? Don't get the wrong idea. I don't go around liking everyone. Oh right. It's true. Sometimes I do feel like they're a bit childish, but that just means they're idealistic. It's hard to live every day obsessing over what is realistic, but it must be even more difficult to hold on to your dreams. As a rental girlfriend, you probably can't do nearly as much as a real girlfriend. But at least I want to be like a bandage which can take care of your wounds when you're hurt. Chizuru literally says, I don't distrust men. I don't dislike guys. If anything, I think they're cool because they can keep their dreams alive like this. They can dream stupid shit like this in a world that tears your dreams down. It is stupid and idealistic, but she wants to help out. Isn't that, see? So I could definitely see that being Minnie's interpretation of Chizuru, whereas Chizuru's already told us that's not true. It's like we're literally forgetting who Chizuru is. We don't remember who she is. We forgot who Chizuru is. We're constantly forgetting. We keep forgetting who Chizuru is. In Hawaiians, that was when people really forgot who Chizuru is. Then you get to past Hawaiians and it keeps getting worse, and you keep getting reinforced on this belief that you forgot who Chizuru is. You don't know who Chizuru is. She's a terrible person. How could you? I can't believe I liked her. She's such a terrible person. And it keeps getting reinforced and reinforced and reinforced. And now we're just getting even deeper into it. Now Reiji is just like tripling, quadrupling down on it, even though, again, and them living together, he showed you she's not that kind of person. And yet he keeps tripling down on it on purpose to be like, look at your perception, right? Isn't Chizuru terrible? She distrusts men. That's what this means. And that's what's going to be Minnie saying. Minnie's going to say that. I can definitely feel the distrust of men. That seems like something Minnie would say. Because she probably distrusts men. Right? So she's going to pin that onto Chizuru. That feels like it makes a lot of sense. I could be wrong. That's my immediate guess. Minnie's going to say that. I think we're going to get a loop back and forth when Minnie goes to both Kazuya and Chizuru until neither reaches out to the personal. I died in the LA when Curry ran away after Kazuya found out Curry hired Ruka as his rental girlfriend, left my ass off. Oh, in the live action. I don't know if Chizuru... No. It doesn't feel like Chizuru would go back to... It doesn't feel like Minnie would go back to Chizuru now. That'd be weird. Next chapter is clearly going to be on... It's clearly going to focus on Minnie and Kazuya talking again. That's what the teaser implied to us. The teaser implied to us that we're gonna have Kazuya and Minnie talk some more. So and then the few pages with Chizuru at the end, like chapter 389. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Remember 386, Minnie never experienced the reunion. Yeah, we already know this. I don't know what your point is. We already know this. I don't know what your point is. But yeah. Man. Yeah, so this chapter has like an entire AI motif. And that's the thing that it's seemingly going for. I guess I can go to Reddit real quick just to download the chapter. I don't really feel like reading Reddit. Oh, I can read what Verkez wrote. If Verkez posted at all. I heard he didn't post for the serious discussion. I can definitely see people being upset and being like, what the fuck? And what's going on? This is the worst. I can definitely see that. Come on. Download a little quicker, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, sorry. Give me a sec. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna maybe eat some shit, and then okay, I can eat while recording, but I need the restroom. So what were we saying? I hope Kazuya actually says. Chizuru actually said. Wait, what? I hope Kazuya actually says. Did Chizuru actually say that, or is there something you're not telling me, or if you're leaving anything? But I need to know right now so I can expose the lack of clarification. No, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Kazuya might ask some questions, but he's not ever gonna get any clarification for anything, and that's the point. Kazuya will literally never get an answer to the kiss because Chizuru never explained the kiss. And Chizuru will never explain the kiss unless he asks her. She literally refuses to engage with Kazuya unless he fucking talks to her. That's what Chizuru's doing, I think. I genuinely think that's what Chizuru's doing. I refuse to fucking engage with you unless you talk to me. Don't send your little weenie pansy disciple to fucking talk to me. Talk to me first. Kazuya will literally never get an answer to the kiss unless he talks to Chizuru. Never, ever. It's not happening. Chizuru will literally never tell anyone else. He will never get it any other way unless he talks to her himself. I genuinely believe that's what she's doing. She's calling him the fuck out on his bullshit. She literally saw how Kazuya keeps running away, how he keeps hiding, and she realized who she loves is the Kazuya who doesn't run away, who never gives up, who faces that shit head on. And right now, he's being a goddamn coward and he's running away. So she's never gonna fucking explain unless it's Kazuya. And she's willing to give misinformation. She's willing to give misinformation. I agree with every sentence that Minnie said in the spread page. I don't. It's wrong. It's literally wrong. Fucking hell. Are you shitting me? Why are you agreeing with her? She's an idiot. Dude. Come on. Did we learn nothing? She is not. You're wrong. She's wrong. Holy shit. Dude. Are you shitting me? You believe her. Oh my God. Ever since she learned how you felt, she contemplated it over and over. After living together for a month and going on a date, she couldn't find her answer. She rejected you once for your sake. Okay, that's true. Fair enough. But then you told her again that you loved her, making her even more confused. No. Why would she be confused? She was still unsure even on the next day, but the moment for you to part ways was approaching. She was backed into a corner and unsure of what to do right as she was watching you get into the taxi. That's not true. Look, the first thing she says is objective fact. The first thing she says is objective fact. This is what Minnie does. Please, for the love of God, listen to me. This is what Minnie does. She uses her basis as an objective fact, right? She uses an objective. This is just objective facts. This is things Chizuru has told us. She uses an objective fact to bait you in. Then she says, but then you told her again that you loved her, making her even more confused. No, he said he said to her he loved her, but he never explained. That's not why she was confused. It's not because he told her he loved her. She was still unsure even on the next date. No, she wasn't unsure. She knew. She knew who she wanted, and she was trying to get it out of him. She already knew who she wanted. She was trying to get it out of him. But at that moment, for you two, the part ways was approaching. This is true. Again, she's using facts to manipulate the information to her own bias. This is not true. What Minnie said here is not true. She's not confused. She was backed into a corner and unsure of what to do. She wasn't necessarily backed into a corner, no. Right as she was watching you get into the taxi, right? Notice how it fits your narrative. Notice how it fits your narrative. This must be what it means. She felt a wave of sadness overcome her. No. For the love of God, no. They're parting waves. He feels a wave of sadness. No, she was not in denial. She was not in denial. Kazuya was confusing her. Kazuya was confusing her. But here, Kazuya is the one who felt a wave of sadness. Chizuru is stone cold. You don't see an expression on Chizuru's face. She's stone cold. Kazuya is the one who's sad. This validates Kazuya's viewpoint. He was sad. He was sad that they were parting. Kazuya is a pathetic simp and a loser. Chizuru did nothing wrong. You're getting banned for that. Or maybe I'll time you out. You know, because I like Chizuru, so I'll agree. But Kazuya isn't a pathetic simp, and he's not a loser. So, what happens in this scene? No. Minnie mixes fact with assumptions. Your problem is you're agreeing with everything she said. She uses facts to validate her own assumptions. Chizuru did not feel sad here. This is not sadness. Chizuru does not feel sad here. This is not sadness. This is wrong. Chizuru was waiting for this. She wanted this. This is what she wanted. She wanted the real him. She would never give him an inch unless he showed his real self. She was never going to give him an inch unless he showed his real self. And then, when he showed his real self, she kissed him. This is false. This is built on facts. This initial statement is built on facts. She's already changing things here. On the next day, again, you told her you loved her, making her even more confused. No. She was still unsure, not even on the next day. No, she wasn't unsure on the next day. Chizuru was not unsure on the next day. She knew. Chizuru found her answer in the walk home. She knew. That was made very clear. The walk home, that's when she found her answer. She found out who she loved. Not the fucking lie he keeps putting up. She found out who she loved. But that moment for you two parting was fast approaching. She was challenging him. She knew what? That this is... No. On the walk home, Chizuru found out who she loved. It was the real Kazuya. But the fake Kazuya was still there. And she would never tell him, I love you, unless the real him showed himself. She was challenging him on the walk out. The next day, she was challenging him. She was waiting in front of his door. She was listening to him clean. He's showing he's ready to leave. And she was challenging him. What do you want? Do you want to stay? What do you want? The next day, that was Chizuru making a choice. She decided already, but she would never show it to him unless he showed his real self. Right? Chizuru on the walk home was not okay. She needed some time. When she recovered, got her shit together, then she confronted him. She felt a wave of sadness overcome her. Those were the feelings of affection that she couldn't put into words. No. This was the big step that she needed. No. This was the big step Kazuya needed. All of this is what Kazuya needed. That is the answer to the kiss. No. That is not what the kiss means. The kiss is saying, this is the you I love, not this is what Chizuru is feeling. No, Minnie is wrong. Don't listen to her. Dude, I've been telling you for the past few chapters, Minnie has been wrong. Stop listening to her. Why are you still listening to her? Because now it sounds more convincing. No. It's not just Kazuya can just date her in the future. It's the fact that Kazuya needs to confront himself and see who she wants to date. Not this fucking lie he's putting on. The fact that he's lying to himself. She doesn't want to date that. Right? If Kazuya, I can bet you right the fuck now, if Kazuya shows up in his weak, pathetic state, and he says, I want to date, and he's being all wishy-washy and all that stuff, she's going to tell him, I'm not going to date you. I can tell you right now, if Kazuya acts like the weenie little bitch, and he shows up to her, she's saying, I'm not going to date you. But if he shows the real her, the real him, she'll date him. But she's going to tell him, I want that person. I don't need you pretending to be this other person. I don't want that. Yes, but Chizuru clearly didn't say she will get engaged with him after July 11th. Yeah, Chizuru never... Dude, what Chizuru did to Minnie in chapter 290, 390 is very simple. She never explained the kiss. So why is Minnie telling him this is what the kiss means? Objectively speaking, seriously, just look at me dead in the eye. Objectively speaking, did Chizuru tell Minnie what the kiss meant? Did she say that for a fact? Is this something Chizuru actually said? No. Chizuru never once mentioned the kiss to Minnie. She never told her this is what the kiss meant. She refused to explain that to Minnie. So why in the fucking hell does Minnie go to Kazuya and tell him this is the answer to the kiss with so much certainty that she is correct, with so much absolute confidence that she is right? She's not. She is literally wrong. She is straight up wrong. You are being baited. This is literally bait. You're being baited, and when he pulls the rug from underneath your feet, you're going to be like, what the fuck? You lied to me. And then you're going to sit down with it for a second, and you'll be like, holy shit, he was right all along. You're being baited, dude. Don't listen to Minnie. Minnie is not saying Kazuya needs to be passive or something like that. No. Minnie is putting a whole bunch of assumptions in Kazuya's head based on her own perceptions. Kazuya is listening to her, that's the problem. It doesn't matter if Kazuya is active or not. It matters if he's true to his own feelings. Minnie is treating this like a game. That's the problem. She's treating this like a game. She's treating this like Kazuya has to do these things to get love. She's treating this like he has to get these explanations and shit. In reality, what Chizuru's doing is baiting him. Fucking talk to me, you goddamn coward. She had doubts if it was really okay for a rental girlfriend and a client to become lovers. Chizuru said this. And that it wouldn't be fair to date someone without understanding her own feelings first. Okay, Chizuru said this. She had the gods of morality and guilt watching over her shoulder. What? The fuck? Notice how Minnie keeps giving these big speeches as if she's trying to arouse the audience. But the super earnest and timid angel gave you the silent answer. It's a full-fledged I love you. Doesn't this sound like nonsense? Doesn't she look like she's trying to convince you? Minnie is trying to convince you. She's so desperate to convince you that her perception is correct. She needs to be right. She has to convince you. Are these tears rolling down my face? Ah, what a rousing speech. Oh, I feel so emotional. What a rousing speech. Oh, what a rousing speech. Oh, that's what it all meant. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, that's so magical. Oh. You got played like a damn fiddle. You fucking idiot. I only see diamonds. I only see diamonds. What a good line. I only see diamonds. Yeah, bitch. All you see is rental. All you see is a facade. All you see is fiction. This chapter is fiction. It is literally Minnie's fiction. It is giving you what you want. You signed up for this when you spoke to Minnie. Why are you expecting anything different? This is why it's a reference to chapter 1 when he talks to the AI. You signed up for this. You agreed to speak to an artificial intelligence that doesn't know what you fucking want because you won't describe it clearly to it. It can only ever give you what you want. You paid for this. You signed up for the lie. You spoke to Minnie. You chose not to speak to Chizuru. That is a simple fact. You signed up for this. So why are you crying now that you've gotten what you wanted from Minnie? You got diamonds. You signed up for diamonds, so you got diamonds. This chapter is a lie. It is fiction. Almost every chapter I have read since like chapter 387 has been a repeating theme of this is a lie. Every single chapter, 387, you get a lie. 388, literally, they're lying to each other. 389, literally, Minnie and Kazuya act out. They're literally fucking acting. Okay, no, Chizuru does not. Okay, chick magnet. Okay, you're getting banned just because you're umi bait. That's what you are. You're fucking umi bait. Fucking umi bait motherfuckers. Get the hell out of here, dude. Fucking jackasses. I keep telling you, yes, there are truths to what Minnie is saying, because what Minnie does is use facts to validate her stance that she is correct. But she uses fiction and assumptions as the basis of her argument, not the facts. She uses facts to validate her assumptions. Those are two completely different things. You're working off. She's making hypothesis. She's making very convincing hypothesis. A hypothesis is not a fact. All she's done is give you hypothesis. Literally pure conjecture based on the few pieces of information she's been given. It is wrong. Straight up. It's a lie. Literally, the chapter starts with Kazuya speaking to a fucking AI. You feed the AI the information. It can only ever give you what you give it. So Minnie can only ever give Kazuya what he has given her, with the information Chizuru has presented her. She can't ever actually make a true logical conjecture of what is going on. She can't. She literally cannot. Chizuru confirmed absolutely nothing to Minnie. She only told her she won't date. She has a big play, and she won't have a boyfriend until July 11th. That's it. That is all Chizuru said to Minnie. There is no facts in any of the shit Minnie told Kazuya here. But he believes her because she is a walking AI. That's all Minnie is. She gives him what he wants. He signed up for this. He chose this. Just as he chose rental at the very start of the series. That's why Reiji uses AI here. This chapter is an artificial intelligence. It is not actually smart. It's not actually alive. It's not actually real. Minnie yells at an AI to get out of her way as she runs in like a stupid idiot, claiming she understands everything when she does not. Let me tell you one thing. Minnie spoke as a lawyer in court, right? She is literally like a lawyer. She's really convincing. It's very rousing. It's very charismatic. It's literally what politicians do. They give rousing, exciting speeches that sound charismatic and correct, but you never for a fucking second consider what they're saying is nonsense and insane. I have a perfect example of what Minnie did. Listen with me, boys and girls.
Typical politician. Big promises, but all talk. What? Jumpstart the economy? What a load of bullshit! All you care about is lining your own pockets. That and your approval ratings. You've got no principles. Just like all the rest. gone to shit. You're just another maggot crawling in the pile.
All right, the truth then.
Okay, listen to this speech. Listen to this speech. It's
You're
insane.
right about one thing. I do need capital and votes. Wanna know why? I have a dream.
What?
That one day, every person in this nation will control their own destiny. A land of the truly free, damn it. A nation of action, not words, ruled by strength, not committee. Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around. Where power and justice are back where they belong. In the hands of the people! Where every man is free to think,
Like, bro,
to act.
I want you to really
For
listen to this
himself.
speech.
Fuck all these lipstick lawyers and chicken shit bureaucrats.
Like,
Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of trivia and celebrity bullshit. Fuck American pride. Fuck the media. Fuck all of it. America is diseased, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down! And from the ashes, a new America will be born! Evolved, but unchained! The weak will be purged. And the strongest will thrive. Free to live as they see fit. They'll make America great again!
What the hell are you talking about?
You still don't get it. I'm using war as a business to get elected! So I can end war as a business. In my new America, people will die and kill for what they believe! Not for money, not for oil! Not for what they're told is right. Every man will be free to fight his own wars! So, what do you think?
How the hell did you get elected?
Well, I don't write my own speeches. You should try fighting for what you believe in sometime, Jack. Not for a company or a nation or for anyone else.
Maybe I was wrong about you.
Am I finally getting through? I'll rid this world of pointless wars, Jack.
I was wrong. You're not greedy. You're batshit insane!
that's fucking right he is. Okay. Everything Senator Armstrong just said is beyond fucked up and is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. This is not gold. This is actually very stupid. His Senator Armstrong would be the kind of person who would get elected in modern day America. He totally would. He is charismatic. He's voicing the exact problems and things we're really upset about. Fuck these limp dick lawyers. Fuck these chicken shit bureaucrats. Fuck the internet spew and bullshit media. Everything he's saying is right, except for his ideology. Everything about his ideology is beyond fucked up, because if you buy into this shit, hundreds and millions of people will die. His ideology is literally that. It doesn't matter what you do because it is your truth. So they can kill and murder and do whatever they want because they're stronger. Because that is the truth. He says fuck committee. He doesn't care for people working together. He wants everyone to fucking just do what they want to do at the cost of literally everyone else. His ideology... No. Armstrong is not Trump. Armstrong is not Trump. But his ideology is a somewhat criticism of that idea. But basically, the issues with him is that he's saying all the shit that's frustrating you. Every single thing. So, just so you know, Make America Great Again was not created by Trump. It's not his phrase. It's Ronald Reagan's. Ronald Reagan is the first president to say, make America great again. He's the one who coined the phrase. He's the one who made it popular. This is a quote to him. This came out before Trump. It's not quoting Trump. Learn your history a little bit. Anyways, what this is actually doing is inciting an ideology with his rousing speech, which is very similar to what Minnie does. He is so convinced he is right, and he uses facts to back up his delusional idealism that will get hundreds of millions of people killed. His ideology is beyond fucked up. He will make you like him. The game makes him incredibly likable. Incredibly so. He is so charismatic. He's so cool. He embodies everything about modern day America. Modern day America is literally this. It is nonsensical. It is stupid. It is macho. It is tough. It is big. You pull out a fucking cigar and you smoke it. He is literally intentionally presented like this for you to like him. No, his points are not solid. His points are not solid. The things he's complaining about are real. You're caught up in what he's saying. You're not picking up on everything he's putting down. What he's saying is true. We don't fight for our own ideologies. We get caught up in all the bullshit, like the chicken shaped bureaucrats, the fucking politicians and lawyers and all that stupid crap on the internet. We get caught up in all this shit. What he's saying to do is completely wrong. His solution is completely wrong. Because his solution is literally that I'll use a war to get millions of people killed to justify my stance that people should kill and do whatever they want. That there is no need for order or anything. The only true order is strength. That everybody should just fucking die if you're weak. His idealism is just kill everybody if you're weak. And you realize you were kind of doing the same thing throughout the entire game. In a sense, proving him right, because you spend the entire game fucking killing people to get to him, justifying your own stance and not considering how these people may have families, loved ones, or any of that stuff. But you kill them anyway. And that's the problem. It's literally destroying lives. It would destroy countries. His idealism is not about actually connecting to people in any meaningful way. He's just so pissed at the modern day world. He's so pissed at all these problems that you can connect to, that you can understand. He uses facts to build his own crazy idealism that makes no fucking sense and is actually a very dangerous ideology and would get millions killed in favor of his perception. So in his beliefs, you can essentially go to someone's house, kill them, and get all their money because you're stronger. That's the whole idea. That's what he's saying. That's why he likes Raiden. Because to him, Raiden is doing just that. If Raiden wins this fight, his idealism is true because Raiden is better than him. Therefore, his ideology is proven true. Even when you beat him in this fight, his ideology is proven true. Because his beliefs are that if you're stronger, if you fight for what you believe, and you kill someone for that belief, then it's justified. He doesn't care about community. He doesn't care about committee. He doesn't care about actually doing things. He just wants to solve this problem in the most brutal way possible. and never actually considers how many people it would hurt to solve it this way, because he doesn't care about that. And literally, his entire beliefs are built on bullshit. You want to know how it's built on bullshit? Armstrong is only strong because of other people. His nanomachines, that's not his own strength. That's bullshit he got from other people. The fundamental nature of his ideology is nonsense. Everything about him is a lie. He's only strong because he has nanomachines. That's not actually his own strength. That's total bullshit. Right? He's only this tough because he got these nanomachines from other people. He's only this tough because he has all these other people helping him. He's only this tough because he's lying to other people. Everything about Armstrong is a lie. And he literally embodies America in that sense. Right? We're so confident in these beliefs that we're right and we're going to do all this shit. In reality, all we're doing is just killing and hurting each other for no fucking reason. There are other ways to solve these problems. We're not animals. No, this is not the ideology of nature. This is simply not true. Nature is change. This is not the ideology of nature. That's actually fundamentally wrong. Nature is change. Nature continues to evolve and change. Us changing is fundamentally a part of nature. Us forming community is also fundamentally a part of nature. Every animal forms community. And yet he chooses to ignore community in favor of absolute freedom. This is not true. Nature is change. Nature is evolution. Yeah, right. I am actually quoting Ratatouille. Correct. I am actually quoting Ratatouille. Nature is change. To change is to be a part of nature. To connect is to be part of nature. The cycle of nature is that sometimes we do kill, and that tends to happen. But that doesn't mean that has to be nature forever. Because in choosing to say this is what nature will always be, you're fundamentally ignoring the nature of nature. That everything will eventually fade and disappear. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Things can change and evolve. That is nature. So you can't say this is what it's always been, this is what it has to be. That's not true. Because if that was the case, we would not have persevered this long. See how that's wrong? We would not be where we are right now if that was only nature. The idea of killing and taking what's stronger from us, right? Like only the strong survive. No, that's not true. A lot of people work together, a lot of weak people worked together and created the modern days we have now. They fought together, they persevered for the weaker people, and they made those weaker people stronger. Just as animals can be empowered by nature too. My point that I was trying to make with this is that his speech is so damn convincing. That's not the truth, though. The weak die and the strong live. This is the law of nature, whether you like it or not. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Because the weak can become strong. And the strong can become weak. In so doing, proving that nature changes, and the idea of weak and strong is ever changing. For instance, birds aren't necessarily stronger than lions, but they can fly. So they can survive things that lions simply can't. That doesn't mean the lion is weaker than the bird. That's not necessarily true. There are things that can only live in the ocean, and they can't live outside of the ocean. But some things came out of the ocean and they adapted. And they could live on the land. Some things can live in the land and the ocean. So they can survive in both things. That's not about strong and weakness. That's about adaptation, which is change, which is what nature actually truly is. Nature is change. It is not about stagnation. The antithesis of nature is stagnation, where we do not change. The idea that the weak die and the strong live is not nature. Nature is adaptation and change. That is fundamentally wrong. Okay? So, my point here that I'm going to stop talking about this now. We're going to get off this topic now. My point here is this. Minnie's speech is so rousing, so charismatic, so convincing that it makes perfect sense to you. Just like his speech uses facts and frustrations and logic that you seemingly understand, and it sounds so convincing to you. She's literally Senator Armstrong, minus the ideology of getting a bunch of people killed. Sorry. I was using Senator Armstrong's speech from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance to prove my point of how this speech is so rousing, but it's absolutely nonsensical. Because he uses facts, his frustrations of what America has become, to justify his own stance of literally just burn everything the fuck down. He literally wants to burn a whole country down. And that's his justification for it, that America has all these problems. So he justifies these horrible choices that he's making because of this. So Minnie in this chapter essentially does the same thing. She justifies her own stance, her own beliefs on what Chizuru is feeling based on the few pieces of information that she was given. Her speech is super rousing and convincing because she comes off as so charismatic. And it leads you along perfectly. It literally gives you exactly what you want. When people listen to Senator Armstrong's speech, they're like, this dude is spitting. He's not. He's literally advocating for your death. He's literally advocating for your death. That's the problem. You don't realize it, but he's claiming to help you when he's advocating for your death. Every single luxury, every single thing you would have would disappear because of his choices. Literally, you would not have the safety of a home because someone could just break into your home and kill you with his choices. You would not have safety of committee. You would not be able to trust anybody because of his choices. If anything, he's doing exactly what he claims America is not doing. He's using the exact idealism of America, of imperialism, to justify his evil stances. The problem with Minnie is that she's doing this while trying to help. Minnie's speech is so goddamn convincing that you get caught up in it and you're like, it's exactly what I want, not realizing everything she's saying doesn't actually add up. It just gives you exactly what you want. You paid for this. You signed up for this. You knew Minnie was an idiot and you signed up for it anyway. Okay, getting to the point of what Minnie said. How do you think Kazuya should act now? What are their... Oh, we're going to keep doubling down on this. Oh, no. If you think Kazuya is just going to magically break out of this, you're kidding yourself. We're going to keep doubling down on this until Kazuya eventually talks to Chizuru and this shit blows up in his face. Until Kazuya eventually talks to Chizuru and this is just going to blow up in his face. That's where we're building to right now. That's pretty much what's happening. And I think when it blows up in his face, people are going to be like, what the fuck? I feel lied to. Yeah, you signed up for this. I think that's where we're going. Kazuya is going to ask questions. He's going to try to get answers out of Minnie, and none of it's going to make any sense. And then we're going to see Chizuru contrasted in the next chapter, probably. So next chapter, we'll probably see Chizuru, and we'll probably get a little bit of glimpse of what she's thinking. Actually, no, we probably won't get a glimpse of what she's thinking. We'll just see her in silence again, most likely. Or we might see her acting or something. But, yeah. I think that's where we are right now. Minnie is like a drug. It makes you feel good for a moment, but it's harmful in the long term. Actually, well said. And this is best represented in the alcohol she gives Kazuya. When you drink initially, it feels kind of nice. And then it starts making you depressed. Right? If you already have depression, it makes it worse. I don't think Minnie's purposely trying to be a pain. She's acting on face value. No. Minnie is not trying to be a... I'm not saying it's intentional. I'm saying even people with the greatest of intentions start believing their own lies. Even people with the greatest of intentions start believing their own lies. And that's pretty much Minnie. She started believing her own lies. That's pretty much what's going on here. Minnie believes her own bullshit. It has to be true. It's something she's convinced herself is real. She's lying to herself. She's convinced herself it's real. It's like me 5 shots deep while playing poker, loud and obnoxious. Yeah, which brings me back to my initial theory that this is about responsibility. She's not... No. She's chaotic neutral. She's chaotic neutral. I think she's chaotic neutral. That's more and more mommy is. She's chaotic neutral. Do you think Minnie, if you get tired of seeing Kazuya suffer, will betray Chizuru and make a move on Kazuya? It could be. but I doubt it. I don't think Minnie has the balls for it. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if Minnie has the balls for it. She's afraid to have love. So I don't know. I do think that's something that'll be explored. Kazuya and Minnie's intimacy and their weird relationship with no fucking boundaries is gonna have to be explored at some point. And I do think it will be soonish, but not immediately. I think we're skipping a few steps. The immediate issue is Kazuya. Ruka and Minnie are actually not the immediate issues. It's like what Minnie represents. What Minnie represents is the issue. Well, Kazuya signed up for Minnie, right? Kazuya signed up for the rental that is Minnie. So he should know what he fucking signed up for. He's known her to be wrong in the past. He literally said she was wrong in the past. So why is he listening to her? That's just a fact, right? Kazuya should know better. Hopefully when Kazuya and Chizuru talk and everything Minnie is wrong, she will realize what she has done and will leave them alone. I don't think that's how it's going to play out. There's a chance, but I don't think that's how it's going to play out. I think Kazuya and Chizuru might have a talk on their own. And maybe Minnie will be there. I don't know. And in that talk, Kazuya is going to get another rude awakening. He's going to get another rude awakening, and it's probably going to piss off Raiders again. It's not going to be massive, like, oh, no, they're not going to date. Oh, no, it's not going to be that. I think it's going to be, like, another rude awakening moment for Kazuya, where he's going to start to, like, kind of see what's actually happening, and start to slowly, like, realize what he hasn't seen in Chizuru. It feels like a possible fight, maybe, but I don't know. I just think in, like, 2 weeks or so, or I don't think it'll be next week, but I think in 2 weeks or so, we're going to get something. I think next week is just going to be Minnie and Kazuya, and it's going to be set up for interacting with Chizuru. And the week after that, so 393. So, Johan, you think 1.5 of no talk? No. What? No, that's stupid. No. That, if anything, that would prove Chizuru's point that Kazuya would bail. So, no. Kazuya actually needs to talk to Chizuru. So I do think, weirdly, there's something Kazuya said that actually made me realize something. Kazuya is right about one thing. Kazuya is correct about one thing. I do think there was an element of a test here. I do think so. What he's wrong about, so here, could she be doing one last part of her research? Yeah, actually, I do think so. But this part wasn't planned. What do I mean by this? When Chizuru was waiting for Kazuya to take an action before he left, and he proved her right, she had done everything she wanted to. So this is just a theory. This is just a theory. This might not be true. I think this is what's going on. This is just my theory. When Chizuru kissed Kazuya, she was committed to the relationship because she saw the real him and she rewarded that him. That him is the one she rewarded. And she wanted to talk and she actually genuinely wanted to speak to him. But then Kazuya sends Minnie. So what does Chizuru do? She sets the 1.5 months time period to see if Kazuya would actually wait. Or if he would actually be present in her life. I think so. I think that's what she did. Because what is Kazuya's biggest thing that he keeps doing? That I've explained to you a few times now. He's bailing. Is Kazuya just going to wait for 1.5 months and do nothing? Or is he going to actually take action? When he takes action, that's going to be where it's going to start. Kazuya will talk to Chizuru. Kazuya will talk to Chizuru. He's going to talk to her. That's just a fact. I think so. When he talks to Chizuru, that's going to be the wake-up call. That he keeps bailing, that he keeps running away, that he keeps getting the fuck out of here and not actually interacting with her. Kazuya's big issue that leaves Chizuru uncertain, that leaves Chizuru so confused, is he's bailing. Chizuru does not want someone who's going to bail. I need no further proof. Can we really do it? I don't want to waste the time I have left. If you'll give up in the middle of it, if you can't do it, I want you to say it now. I can do it. I'll show you. Guys really are stupid, looking cool, having dreams. In this world, there are a lot of dreams that don't come true. Please, make my movie. Let her watch it. Do it. I'll do it. Definitely until the very end, no matter what. Is Kazuya just going to keep bailing on her? Or is he going to actually commit? Because so far, they haven't even started and he's already seemingly bailing. Am I right or am I right? He's still not here. He's still not talking to her. This current chapter became a test. It wasn't a test initially, now it is. It wasn't a test initially, now it is. I think the 1.5 wait, that's a test. Are you really just going to bail? I think what Chizuru was hiding there is that the play is real. What she's hiding is that this is a test. That he has to do something. She doesn't want him to just keep bailing. Stop bailing. He keeps bailing. I don't think they'll talk about it. It will happen naturally after they finally see each other for real. No, if Kazuya waits, Chizuru's not going to be happy. If Kazuya genuinely waits for 1.5 months, Chizuru's not going to be happy. Okay, Sergio, I'm just going to time you out. I don't care for this discussion, and it's not interesting to me, and the fact that you just think that is very boring to me. I don't think they'll talk about it. It will happen naturally after they finally see each other. I think the anxiety was with not talking to Chizuru and seeing her campus, but ignoring being so brutal. But it's no different this time, Johan. But it's different this time, Johan? No, it isn't. She won't have a boyfriend, that's true, but she's going to know he's going to bail. And he's just going to sit and wait and do nothing. He would prove her true. Why is Kazuya continuing to sit and wait? I think this became a test. I think that 1.5 months is a test. Are you really just going to sit and wait and do nothing? For 1.5 months? Really? Are you really just going to do that? You're going to sit and wait for 1.5 months? My anxiety are almost very high like Kazuya. Hey man, I have anxiety too. And I worked on it. If you have anxiety, work on it. Make some life changes. Talk to people. Interact with human beings. It's not easy, but at least you're trying. Like, just don't let your anxiety be an excuse. Everybody has anxiety. A lot of people have anxiety. I have anxiety. I'm on fucking screen here, and every time I say something, literally, like, remember last week when I was saying, oh, Chizuru texted Kazuya in secret? Yeah, I was a fucking idiot. And literally, Discord and Reddit were fucking roasting my ass. But I still go with it, even though I know they'll fucking do this to me. Don't let your anxiety become an excuse. Can you get past the lost and confusion and make your own choices on what it means to ask me and what it means? Don't get caught up in the anxiety. Just take time and just try to think about what the author is trying to show you. No, I genuinely believe this somewhat became a test. I don't think the kiss was a test. The kiss was not a test. I don't think so. But Kazuya is being challenged right now. Maybe she... Let's see. Yamori-san said something like that too. It sounds like Mizuhara was backed pretty far into a corner. Maybe she took it seriously and used extreme measures. No, I think right now she's using extreme measures. I think now she is. I think Chizuru at this point is seeing Kazuya not do anything again. She's seeing him cower again. And now she's willing to use extreme measures. I genuinely believe there is a lie in chapter 390. I think so. I think it's a challenge to Kazuya. Are you going to sit for 1.5 months and do nothing? That's the challenge. I think I agree that Kazuya will contact her or not. He get his dish served for Minnie to satisfy his belief. What will she bring out the Kazuya she wants? I think what she wants Kazuya to do is take action and stop bailing. He bailed on her, dude. She kissed him and he didn't come back. She let him go because she had faith he would come back. Chizuru let him go because she had faith in him. That's why Chizuru said, you can go now. She had faith in him. He can make his own choices. No, Chizuru can challenge him to focus on his own life, but this is something that needs to change. I think this is the biggest thing that needs to change. I think something big is going to happen soon, and it's going to need to happen. And it's going to be Kazuya's big fucking wake-up call, because we've had Kazuya sit down and think for quite a while, and it feels like we're hitting a breaking point with the thinking nonsense. She's not ranking him on points. She's ranking him on action. Take meaningful action. We can agree that Chizuru decided to end the relationship with Kazuya at the end of the day. She revisited her decision on the piggyback ride. Chizuru decided to end the relationship with Kazuya, and it's not that she revisited it's not shit that she revisited, it's that she had to live it again. And she saw who she felt in love there. She genuinely felt in love in the walk home. Because that was the real him. And she didn't want him to hate her. Because she actually cares what he thinks. It's not that she revisited it. It's that she genuinely experienced it. She experienced actual love with Kazuya in that moment. She had actual meaningful love with Kazuya in that moment. They walked with walls surrounding them, and they end the chapter with a clear road ahead. So, no. I think in the walk home, she found her answer, and she's not ranking him on points. She's just simply ranking him on action. Just move, dude. I do think there's a truth to this, that there might be one last part of her research right here, right now. And if he doesn't move, then Chizuru might be like, ready to actually end it. Because if she knows Kazuya isn't going to be reliable, right? In that moment, she wanted to marry him, but now he's proving her wrong. And if Kazuya really isn't going to be reliable, she doesn't want that. She wants movie arc Kazuya. She wants Kazuya to be reliable. She wants someone she can rely on and trust and have faith in, that he'll be there, that he's not going to just fucking bail on her. Why didn't she contact Kazuya? She was going to, but then she got a call from her director. I think that call reminded her of the film. It reminded her of the fact that she shouldn't need to act. He should. I really don't care what anyone else says at this point. Kazuya is the one who needs to take action, not Chizuru. I genuinely don't think Chizuru needs to take any action anymore. It's his turn. He needs to take action. If you want love, you have to take meaningful action. Chizuru has taken a lot of meaningful action. The entire date is her taking meaningful action. The kiss is her taking meaningful action. So no, if Kazuya wants this, he has to talk to her. But the main contradiction is that she'll know Minnie will tell him bullshit. One, she doesn't necessarily know that. But two, there's one thing she knows will be conveyed to him, and that's just a simple truth. That time period. That time period is what will be conveyed to her. That wait. That time. It doesn't matter if Minnie conveys bullshit. As long Minnie is going to tell him about that time, man. She's going to tell him about the deadline. It was Kazuya that came up with the idea to make the movie. Correct. I think that call reminded her of who the real Kazuya is. That call reminded her of who the real Kazuya is. And that is where she realized, I'm not going to baby him anymore. I'm not going to give him protection anymore. And she's like, I'm not calling anymore. When Minnie showed up, I'm not calling anymore. He's either going to take action or he's not. And she poses a challenge to him. That is a challenge to him. He's either going to take action or he's not. He's either going to actually confront me and talk to me or he's not. And if he's not, he proved me right. If Kazuya doesn't take action, he proved me right. That, like, he will bail. He will not be here. He will run away. And I can't rely on him. I think this is what this is. I genuinely think this is what this is. It's a challenge to Kazuya. And if he doesn't show up, he will bail. That movie arc Kazuya, that Kazuya that she loves, he's gone. Kazuya who doesn't bail, like the movie arc, Kazuya who's always there for her, Kazuya who's always supporting her, he's gone. Now, I don't think she believes this, but I think she knows. She has faith in him that he'll take action. I think she has faith in him that he'll take action. I think Chizuru actually, even now, still believes in Kazuya, that he'll take action. Right? I genuinely think he will. She believes he will actually take some meaningful action. But she thinks she needs to challenge him. If Kazuya really doesn't show up, that's not him. If Kazuya really does not show up, that's not him. That is his true character. If he actually doesn't show up, that is his true character. But if Kazuya actually talks to her and proves her faith right, if Kazuya actually speaks to her and proves her faith right, then that she'll bring out the real him. This is a challenge. What is perfectly plausible? Kazuya may be passive or confused, but this is perfectly plausible in my opinion. After all, we too, at least some of us, had these dilemmas at his age. We need to convince himself. He just needs to convince himself to act. I think Chizuru is really just challenging him. This is a test. Get the fuck up and move. No, Kazuya is gonna move. Kazuya is gonna move. No. Look. This is about faith. This is about faith. Chizuru has faith in him. He needs to live up to that faith. But she realized just faith in him isn't going to do the trick. You can't just have blind faith. Blind faith is meaningless. Like, I'm sorry, this is the truth of life. Blind faith is meaningless. You need to take action to pursue your faith, to pursue your dreams. Chizuru realized she can't just have faith in him. She can't just tell him, I don't doubt your feelings. She can't just tell him, I'll be your girlfriend and I'll support you and all this stuff. She realized she needs to challenge him. Why did Chizuru realize this? She rejected him. He was down, and then when he saw her hurt, he stepped up. In that time, I think she came to a realization. Kazuya needs to be challenged. He does not need to be babied. So she's going to challenge him. She presents him a time period on purpose, knowing full well that this may challenge him and actually make him step out of his comfort zone. Do you think Reiji will remove Minnie from the equation when Mami slowed down after resort? Even Aruka, but Minnie will slowly go into bed after the accommodations ended. I think Minnie will come back at some point, but it's more so a matter of Kazuya making his own actions. It should really not matter. See, I think, okay, I have to point out something about Minnie. Minnie is a big problem. Yes. Minnie is a big problem. Yes. But, big, massive but. Kazuya is choosing to listen to her. It is a choice. I can prove it's a choice for a very simple reason. Chapter 251. Hearing that just now, that worries me even more. Investigation is such a vague word. If there is so much development on the emotional side of things, the simple way of looking at it is that the investigation never ends because she doesn't want it to end. First off, she can do all the investigating she wants while dating you. She's wasting your time too. This displeases me. Usually you just think we aren't compatible and just drift away from each other. I don't want to doubt Mizuhara-san's intentions, but most people would say that kind of girl is devious. No way. While I'm grateful that you're on my side, I trust her completely. He could not listen. He chose not to listen to her before. Why is he choosing to do so now? He chose not to listen to before. Why is he choosing to listen to her now? He chose to listen to Minnie. He is making an active choice. Minnie is not the problem, just the symptom. You make it what it is. You make the problem what it is. It's not his fault he listens to Minnie. He did not get a proper response from Chizuru. He even calls it out in chapter 3, if I'm right. No. That's bullshit. You want to know why? He listened to Minnie the entire cohabitation. Kazuya didn't get a proper response. Go fucking ask her. Why won't you talk to her? Just speak to her. She is a normal fucking person. No, that is an excuse. Oh, it's not his fault. He didn't listen to he listens to Minnie. No, it is. It 100% is. No. Chizuru didn't give you a proper response. Go talk to her. Get an answer. Why are you listening to someone who doesn't understand? Why are you listening to someone who's making assumptions? You've seen her wrong before. We've seen Minnie wrong before. Why is he listening to Minnie? He wants to. It's easier. It's an escape. This is Kazuya's trauma. He has to face this trauma. No more running. This is what this is. This is Chizuru being responsible. This is Chizuru calling him the fuck out on his bullshit. They're both being hard asses, not communicating. No. Kazuya is the one not communicating. If Chizuru gives him an easy way out here and talks to him, that rewards this behavior. If Chizuru talks to him right now, it rewards this behavior. This is unacceptable. This is not the kind of relationship you're supposed to have. That's unacceptable. If Chizuru speaks to him right now, it rewards this shitty behavior. That's unacceptable, dude. If I'm going to talk to you, talk to me. And Chizuru has done everything when talking to him. Constantly. Will Kazuya take action before or on his birthday? I think he's going to take action soon. I think it's going to take action soon. I think in the next 2 chapters, we'll see Kazuya take action. I think in the next 2 chapters, we'll see Kazuya take action. I kind of feel it. I think in the next 2 or so chapters, Kazuya is probably going to take action. This wait won't be long. The reason Reiji's making this wait just a little longer is purposeful, just to be like, hey, look at the time being wasted, look at the time being wasted, look at the time being wasted. And again, you get contradicting information about the Chizuru not focusing anything on her play and all that in chapter 390. Like I told you, you literally see Chizuru making plans with her friends. Right? I want to go to the beach again. I want to go snowboarding. You literally see Chizuru making plans. This contradicts the idea of not having a boyfriend because she wants to totally focus on this thing. No, he's doing 2 things. He's getting you frustrated with Kazuya, and he's getting you frustrated with Chizuru. To further build into this idea of Chizuru's a bad person. Kazuya wants an easy answer so the problem can potentially go away, but that's not how life works. You can only sync your life based. You can't sync your life based off one thing because that one thing can't change, everything else will. Yeah. Basically, this is Chizuru choosing responsibility. Literally, no. I'm not giving you an easy way out anymore. No. Toughen up. Stop being a fucking coward. In the entire cohabitation, Chizuru is babying Kazuya. She is literally coddling him. She's trying to make him comfortable. She's trying to make him okay. That's why she takes down the curtain. I think the reason Chizuru took down the curtain is because the curtain represented protection. And she realized Kazuya doesn't need to be protected anymore. He can do it. She could take the curtain down on her own. She didn't need Minnie's help for Kazuya to get stronger. She didn't need Minnie's help for Kazuya to be a man. He can do it. Kazuya misunderstands what a man is. He's doing it the wrong way. And literally, this is what's going on right now. This, to me, is Chizuru challenging Kazuya. Make a choice. Get up. Move. That's why you see contradictions in the chapter. That's why you're seeing these contradictions in the chapter. That's the point. Chizuru's making plans with her friends, but somehow she doesn't have time for Kazuya. We've seen her make plans in the past. Somehow she doesn't have time for Kazuya. But Kazuya, my bro, you have to stop overthinking. Yeah. Enough. Enough. He's so caught up in this. It has to end. The overthinking nonsense has to go away. He's choosing to listen to Minnie, who validates his fears. He's choosing to overthink. He's choosing to worry. Just see things as they are. Stop thinking. Stop thinking so much. Just act. Just take action. Like, I think this is what's called ruminating, when you sit down and you think for too long. And literally you start kind of shaping the reality to what you want it to be. You kind of ruminate too long. And I genuinely think that's what's happening. Chizuru's had enough, right? She saw Kazuya could take action, and she loves that Kazuya, right? The Kazuya who asked her out, she loves that Kazuya. The Kazuya who made the movie, the Kazuya who came to her and chose to take action, she loves that Kazuya. She loves active Kazuya. She doesn't care if he's insecure or if he gets scared or if he gets worried. That's normal. That's not what Chizuru has issues with. Chizuru doesn't care when Kazuya's being pathetic or he's being kind of like a wuss sometimes. She doesn't care about that. What she cares is if he takes action. Maybe she doesn't want dates with Kazuya only because she knows he would focus all her attention on supporting her and doesn't want him to neglect his own life. No, I don't think so. I think she can't... Look, I think the better way to understand what Chizuru is saying here, Chizuru wants to put all of her focus on this play. So, she doesn't have time to sit and baby him. She needs someone who she can trust. She needs someone who doesn't need to be babied, who can support her in this film. Right? She won't have a boyfriend who gets in her way. Right? Women don't want to be parents. Women don't want to be mothers to their boyfriends. That's not what you need. You need a partner. You need someone who can help you. The problem is Kazuya is letting him be his mom. She's babying him. She's taking care of him. That's not good. He needs to step the fuck up. And Chizuru is doing it in her own way. Next time is distrust of men. Kazuya starts distrusting Minnie when she suggests that he should party and wait until July 11th. Please, Reggie, please, God, please, I need this, please. Wait, what? It's distrust of men, not distrust of women. How does that make sense? This is a leap in logic. It's distrust of men, not distrust of women. Why would Kazuya distrust Minnie? That makes no sense, dude. Distrust of men. Maybe she watches Kazuya and Minnie having a good time and gets jealous about it. My theory. No. So Chizuru is currently at school and Minnie rushes off of school. I doubt she'll just randomly meet them. I think this is Minnie's assumption that Chizuru has a distrust of men. I think that's my assumption. I think Minnie has this assumption that Chizuru has a distrust of men. Which would make a lot of sense because the series has been discussing this element of gender a lot. And you know how women must distrust men, right? So this could be Minnie talking about her own distrust of men and putting that onto Chizuru. I could see that kind of being the case. Minnie talking about her distrust of men and seemingly putting that onto Chizuru. And then maybe you'll get a contrast to Chizuru who doesn't seemingly do this. This isn't about trust. I think I've heard this a lot. I know there's a dude named Brief or something. He's like a Hispanic speaker, or sorry, a Hispanic fan, or something. Sorry if I'm saying it incorrect. I do apologize. He's a okay. He's a fan of this series, and he constantly says stuff about like the manga that I don't really agree with. And one of his stances was that the curtain represented trust. It doesn't. Chizuru straight up tells you it does not represent trust. Trust is not the issue here. Trust is not the issue here. Chizuru trusts Kazuya, but she needs to challenge him so he can live up to her faith in him. Wait, what? What about Grandpa? What? Chizuru loves her grandpa. She also sees Kazuya as her grandpa's son. No, she doesn't see Kazuya as her grandpa. She sees her grandpa in Kazuya. Kazuya is not Katsuhito. Kazuya is different from Katsuhito. He's not Katsuhito. He's different. But she sees parts of Katsuhito in him. I surely hope Kazuya takes initiative on and disconnected. Well. My back. I disconnected briefly. So look, I think in a week or 2 weeks' time, so either chapter 392 or 393, Kazuya and Chizuru might meet. And I think it's going to blow up in Kazuya's face. I really think so. I think the immediate issue right now is very clear, and it's literally Kazuya's constant overthinking and lack of action. He needs to take meaningful action. Kazuya is rewarded for meaningful action. Chizuru wants a partner, not someone she can baby and take care of. She can't do that right now. She's literally, read Chizuru's speech in another way. Read what Chizuru says to Minnie in another way. I have a play I need to focus on. I don't need a boyfriend to get in my way. I need someone who can support me. Chizuru needs support when it comes to films and plays and stuff like that. She doesn't need someone to get in her fucking way. She doesn't need someone she's gonna have to baby. And Kazuya should know this. Because he helped her make a film and he knows how hard she works on plays. He knows this. He literally said this. He knows better. Regardless of what Minnie says, I think it's important to realize that. Notice what Kazuya says at the end of the chapter. Notice what Kazuya says at the end of the chapter. It's a very intentional thing that Chizuru's doing a play again. Just like in the movie arc, she was doing the film. And it's a very important film for her. She's doing a play, and the play is very important for her. Just like the film was really important for her. What did Kazuya do in the film? He supported her. He was actually always there for her. So it's very purposeful to me that Chizuru is seemingly reenacting that with the play. It's like she's literally calling Kazuya to action. I think that's literally what it is. She's calling Kazuya to action, and she refuses to give him any crumbs or any way out. And that's why I think Kazuya says, wait a second, tell me everything. Mizuhara, what did Mizuhara say? Sure, let's talk. Let's order a drink first. Give me the touchscreen. Right? So Kazuya wants specifications. He got validation for his feelings, but now he's going to need specifications. Next chapter is going to be about specifically what Chizuru said and what Kazuya wants to do in regards to that. Right? Kazuya will want to support her in the film. He's going to know, okay, going through this on her own is not going to be easy. So he's going to want to support her. And then he's going to go want to help her. That's when something will happen. Kazuya going to support her, that's when it's going to happen. Whatever, that conflict between the two of them, that's when I think is going to happen. Next chapter won't be Kazuya, it might be either the beginning of Kazuya taking action, or it might be like Minnie and Kazuya talking. So it'll definitely have Minnie and Kazuya talking. And then it'll either end with Kazuya starting to take action, or it'll end with us seeing Chizuru before Kazuya takes action. And then chapter 393 will be Kazuya taking action and then getting called the fuck out for it. Right, getting called out for being passive and not doing anything, and how Chizuru wants support. She doesn't want someone she can baby. Or someone she needs to baby. The pattern with the numbers in the chapters indicates something good or bad happening, making me feel like the Hudson telling Mason, the numbers would do numbers mean. At this point, she reveals the play, and I think that's when she will realize that Minnie isn't all that reliable. Maybe. I think Chizuru's going to realize Minnie is not reliable soon, right? But she knows Minnie tends to jump the gun. Chizuru kind of is aware of Minnie jumping the gun. Like, she sees it all the time, right? She sees Minnie jumping the gun all the time. And I do think a part of Chizuru's mistake is seemingly using Minnie, but, you know, it's a tool she thought she needed to use, so maybe it makes some sense. But you know, you see Chizuru bothered in 390 when Minnie shows up, right? When Minnie shows up here and she says, "What are you doing, Chizuru's son?" Right? Chizuru maybe feels like, oh, Minnie figured out what I'm doing. But no, clearly she didn't. Clearly she didn't figure out what Chizuru was doing. So Chizuru does this to use this opportunity, right? She used Minnie. I think Chizuru used Minnie here. She's literally walking mail. Did you notice that while Chizuru's talking to Minnie, you can't see her eyes? The only time you see Chizuru's eyes is right here. The only time, and she's in shadow. And the light is literally behind her. It's like the light is behind the moon. Right? It's literally like an eclipse. The light is literally behind her. This is conviction. I'm seeing conviction here. But what is this conviction, actually? What is the secret of this conviction? What is the truth of this? Right? But when she's talking to Minnie, right? Notice this. You don't see Chizuru's face here. She's in shadow. Minnie's eyes are closed. She literally doesn't see Chizuru. When Chizuru talks, you don't see her face. When Chizuru continues to talk, the words are far away. It's like they're at the center of a stage. There's even a film, right? There's literally a projector that can play a film. And when you see Chizuru here, she's in darkness. It's like she's acting. It's literally like she's acting. Literally an actress who misdirected away from the kiss, refused to give any clear answers, set a deadline, and almost set a challenge. Right? She's saying, I have this thing I want to focus on. Hey, remember the play? Remember when we made the film? Remember that, buddy? Yeah. She doesn't give Minnie any answers. She just places the bait. The scene is all an act. I think the play is real. There's a chance the play is real. I think the play is real. But Chizuru knows she wants support, and she's literally saying, come and support me. Actually be with me. Don't run away. Right? I want a partner. I don't need this bullshit. So I think that's what it is. And I think their relationship starting kind of rocky makes some sense. I don't even know if they'll actually start dating, but them like seemingly starting in a really rocky place makes a lot of sense. So to me, this is bait. Yo, get your shit together. I don't need someone to baby. I need help. I need support. I need a partner. I don't need this bullshit. Chizuru wants a man, not a son. Yeah. I don't need this bullshit. I need a partner. Get your fucking shit together. And she knows Kazuya can do it. He's shown he's not weak. He can do it. He's shown her before, and that Kazuya shows up during the walk home. He's not weak. He's not pathetic. He's not a coward, and he's not a loser. He can do it. He's convinced himself he's a coward. He's convinced himself he's a loser. He's convinced himself he's pathetic. He's not. And he needs to stop acting like this. And I think this is going to be when Kazuya actually gets his shit together. That's why, I wrote this thing. Let's read Reddit real quick. I'll just read a few things from Reddit really quick, and then we'll get back to this. I want to read one thing for you guys that I wrote on Twitter. Anyway, damn, Reiji is good. He speaks with images more than the dialogue. Yeah. She needs a man that made her movie for her. No, she needs her partner. She doesn't just need a man. She needs her partner. This shit's so ass. Yeah, of course. I want to see what Verkis wrote. Keep moving forward. Dude. ABBA song. A lot of assumptions as well. I know I'm operating on assumptions, but I'm just simply looking at Chizuru's character. My assumptions are built around Chizuru's character. That's the difference. I know what Minnie is saying is nonsense because we've seen what Minnie is saying is nonsense. So what I've tried to do for the past week or so, if not 2 weeks, is try to understand why is Chizuru doing what she's doing. So I went and sat down and reread through the date. And literally, the entire date is literally just Chizuru asking for a partner and asking for some action. Please just take some meaningful action. Do something, anything. She's literally confessing to him the entire date. And he doesn't do anything. And every time he gets close to doing something, he chickens out. When they're about to go to the pier, and Kazuya implies sex, she pushes him to go. She sees him chicken out, and she pushes him to go. And then they agree to go, and then he does nothing. The person Kazuya wants, the person Chizuru wants, that I've seen consistently, and that aligns perfectly with her backstory as a character, with her mom, with everything that she wanted, is someone who is reliable. She wants someone who will always be there, who's not going to bail, who's always there to support her. Kazuya in the entire date, whether Chizuru realized it or not, made Chizuru feel alone. Chizuru in the entire date felt alone. And that's why she thought she didn't love him. He made her feel alone. In the movie arc, it's the antithesis of this. She literally tells Sumi this verbatim. He was always there. She literally says these exact words to Sumi. He was always there. He didn't give up on me. He didn't give up on anything. But that Kazuya, we don't see that now, do we? Kazuya right now is doing a lot of giving up, isn't he? Is that not true? Is that not literally what's happening? Kazuya is doing a lot of giving up. He's doing a lot of running away. He literally walked out of her house and got into the cab, and just before he got into the cab, then he took action. He's not just dooming, he's showing her, I'm giving up. And that's the antithesis of what Chizuru wants. Kazuya is not his real self around Minnie. That's actually a lie. So the reason he acts more comfortable around Minnie is very, very simple. Minnie is absolute safety from all of his problems. Kazuya, when he's around Minnie, doesn't have to be responsible. He doesn't have to address his future. He can just complain forever and never, ever, ever do anything. Minnie has no real future of her own. So when she's around Kazuya, she can just focus on what he wants. He can go drinking with her. He can waste his time. He could not live his life. Kazuya doesn't really want to deal with problems. He just wants to run away. But he can deal with problems, and he has to because life is full of problems. And you have to go through these problems together. You can't do it alone. And he is running. And Minnie is that safety he goes to. She is an out from his problems. Rather than address his problems, he wants to complain to Minnie, who's just a void. He wants to complain to her to feel better, not to actually do anything about these problems. Kazuya being his real self with Minnie is a lie. He's being a coward with Minnie. Minnie fuels his cowardice. Minnie lets him be weak. Minnie and Kazuya are a terrible pair for that exact reason. They're a terrible pair for that exact reason because Minnie pushes Kazuya, sure, but she actually enables his passivity by never actually challenging him. Minnie never challenges Kazuya. She just tells him, you should do this thing. Instead of telling him, why aren't you doing this? You fucking coward. You're running away. You're an idiot. She did that a little bit during, she tried to do that. Correction. She tried to do that in the 3-month time skip. And it simply didn't work because there was never going to at that point. Kazuya was never going to move. Any push wouldn't really matter here. He needed confirmation of the truth. He needed Minnie to do something for him. At that point, he was never going to move on his own. in the 3-month time skip. He needed Minnie. But now he can. He showed he can. He showed he's not weak. So now is literally when Kazuya needs to take his first step. Literally, like Minnie said in this chapter, Chizuru took her first step. In reality, it's Kazuya who needs to take his first step. Minnie says, oh, come on. Screw you. Come on. Minnie says in this chapter, this. Are you kidding me? Just let me do the thing. It's not that difficult of a concept. This was the big step that she needed. No, this is the big step Kazuya needed. Kazuya is the one who needs to take a big step. Kazuya is the one who needs to take his big first step into actually like living again. And this aligns perfectly with the cohabitation. For instance, chapter 290. Chapter 290 is when Kazuya and Chizuru go on their date after the whole Umi incident. And at the end of the date, what happens in chapter 296? Oh, I have to pull it up here. My bad. Right, this was literally on Minnie's bottle. Or the can that she was drinking. On that day, I took another step into adulthood, implying he must take more, implying he must yet again work to be an adult, because currently he's a child. That is what that is the theme of this arc right now. He's so good with children because in some ways he's a child himself. But Kazuya must also realize that his childishness must also be his strength to become an adult. He must accept his inner child. Kazuya here took another step into adulthood. Chizuru here accepted that she could be a child too. Kazuya is too much of a kid right now. He needs to step the fuck up. Chizuru, in contrast, has been an adult for too long. She needs to be able to be a little bit of a kid around him. He needs to comfort her and let her be a kid. She can't be a kid. I think you need to make a video on the infamous rejection scene. The more you talk about Kazuya not taking action, the more I'm getting angry at him. Yeah, I've been considering it too. I've been definitely considering it too. I'm debating if I should do that. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that first. So I've made a few plans already to do a few things for terms of videos. So I'm gonna cover the Ruka project, but I'm gonna make it into like a documentary, and it's gonna be multi-part. So I'm gonna do a part 1, and then a part 2, and then probably a part 3 for the finale. And they'll be like multi-part, you know. And then I'm also I've been meaning to do a video on the rejection scene. I'm just, I'll figure it out. I'll do it. Right. Minnie and Kazuya are 6th grade students in adult bodies. Not quite. Kazuya is an adult. He just doesn't want to acknowledge it in himself. See, this is the issue. This is where problems happen. I explained this, and people immediately jump to the fact that Kazuya is just a stupid kid who's too young. No. Kazuya is an adult who's convinced himself he's a kid. That's the problem. He, out of trauma, he convinced himself he's a kid. That's the issue. He literally convinced himself he's a kid, and he's powerless. He's not. And Chizuru calls him out on that. You're not. You're tough. Stop thinking you're weak. You're tough. You're not weak. Kazuya has convinced himself he's weak. He's not. He's one of the strongest people in this entire story. But he's convinced himself of his own weakness. That is the issue. Okay? So, yeah, I think I said that. Oh, yeah, and then again, with the whole Minnie thing, like when Kazuya and Minnie were drinking, you'll notice the can she was holding is 296. The actual can is like 196, and it's like called Spring Zero or something like that. Hers is called 296 Strong Love. Right? So this to me told me, oh, I should go back to chapter 296, and oh, wouldn't you know it, right? Wouldn't you know it? right? It's a chapter that challenges Kazuya, and he steps up, and he can handle the challenge. This is the chapter where, who do we see? Right? Who do we see in this chapter? Kazuya with his shit together. Wow, he really has it together. This Kazuya needs to come out. This is the real him. This is who she loves. This is who she wants. She wants a man who's going to be reliable. She wants a man who's going to fucking step up. And he can. He showed he can. But he has to get called out and challenged. Okay? He needs to stop doing this. Sitting down and drinking and wasting his fucking time with Minnie. Right? Getting intimate with Minnie. Doing all this shit with Minnie. That needs to go the fuck away. I think the AI being used might mean that some part of the chapters are correct, as AI can sometimes be correct and some are wrong as to how Minnie was babbling on the double page. No. So the AI, the reason it's being used isn't because it's incorrect or correct. That's not the point. That's not the point. AI gives you what you give it. It can only ever give you what you give it, not any actual real thing. It can't give you something real. It can only ever give you whatever you tell it to give you. It can't actually create. It can't give you an answer. It can only give you what you tell it you want. That's why what it says to Kazuya is nonsense. It's not necessarily inaccurate. It's not necessarily inaccurate, but it does not suit him personally. It does not suit his situation at all. It will never give him an answer. It doesn't matter if it's incorrect or correct. It's only giving him what he is giving it. That's the truth. That's just it. And it's the same with Minnie. What Minnie is saying can be correct, and it can also be false. But it's not the truth. You're not actually getting the truth. You're only being given what you have given it. That is why the AI is something Minnie has to step past, because she herself is a walking AI. Right? She thinks she's different from the AI, but the AI literally follows her. Like it knows her. Like it's like she herself is an AI. Right? She feels the need to step past the AI. She never even considers, I just gotta like press the thing and get it out of the way. She's so caught up in her world, what she has been given by her own respective AI, right? The rental girlfriend gave Minnie the information she herself wanted to receive, and thus Minnie regurgitates the thing she believes to be true. Chizuru gave Minnie the artificial intelligence information that she craved to give her the results she wanted, and then she runs to Kazuya and ignores the AI in front of her, literally like how she's ignoring Chizuru, and saying what she believes to be the truth from the pieces of information that she has given. It doesn't matter what Minnie is saying because it's all what she believes to be true. That's it. And she sounds convincing, and you agree with her, and it makes perfect sense. Do you see the problem? Minnie got information from an artificial intelligence, and she believed it. And she went on her own spiel, convinced that she's right. But was any of this actually what Minnie believed? Is any of this actually real? I mean, Minnie literally admits Chizuru didn't actually tell her anything. I asked Chizuru's son about what the kiss was. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said, "What are you doing?" Minnie said, "What are you doing?" She didn't ask about the kiss. She gave me an answer, or more like she didn't give me an answer. So she didn't give you an answer. If you ask the AI, give me the most stereotypical e-girl video gamer anime enjoyer, it will show you a picture of Minnie. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. But yeah, right? It's all just a big illusion. So Kazuya is the one that needs to make his move. Correct. He has to step the fuck up. And Chizuru will call him out on his bullshit. when he does. She needs to call him out on his bullshit. And it'll make a lot. I think when it initially happens, people are going to be pissed. When it initially happens, people are going to be pissed. Then once they calm down, look at it carefully, go like, oh my God, they were right all along. And that's because Reiji often makes jokes at Kazuya's expense. The thing is, a lot of these jokes are either in Kazuya's head or they're actually accurate to the situation. Because Kazuya is in his head, and Kazuya is being passive. And yeah, the manga does make fun of him, but that's something he's doing to himself. It's the truth. And I say this as someone who loves Kazuya. But I love Kazuya who faces this shit. I love the Kazuya who faces these problems and isn't fucking running away. That's why I love him, because he's tough, dude. She didn't give me an answer. They proceeds to speculate about the kiss. Pretty much. Right? She didn't give me an answer. Proceeds to speculate about the entire thing. Literally, she didn't give me an answer. Proceeds to say all of this. This convincing speech, this rousing speech. And it's all nonsense. It's all just a bunch of doohickey bullshit. Because she's literally got fed shit from an AI. Right? That's why the chapter calls back to that in the very beginning. Kazuya speaks to an AI, much like how he literally paid for Chizuru, and he rented a girlfriend, and she did what he wanted her to do, and then he got upset that she didn't give him what she wanted. So Minnie does the same thing here. She goes to speak to Chizuru, a rental girlfriend who gives her false information, or just incomplete information more accurately. And then what does Minnie do? She ignores the AI in front of her, trying to talk to her, right? Because she's so convinced of her reality, and she goes to tell this to Kazuya, and she spouts all this bullshit, convinced that she's correct about everything. Just like Kazuya was so convinced he was correct about something, feeling something with Chizuru, when she literally sold him the act he wanted. But he's not an idiot for feeling this way. You're not an idiot for believing this. The problem is you got to admit there's something like not there, not fully accurate there, and you shouldn't be getting angry at the rental girlfriend like he did in chapter 1, right? It's not her goddamn fault that Kazuya got angry at her, right? It's his own goddamn fault, and she calls him out for it. And I can see once Kazuya meets up with Chizuru, she's gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" Right? Like on one hand, Kazuya's emotions is the spark of their relationship. Right? Kazuya's emotions is the spark of their relationship, which is a good thing, right? On the other hand, he still accosted a rental girlfriend for just doing her job, which is an ass move. And that's the whole point of the series, is that, like, literally, yeah, he's not saying go and accost a girlfriend, but just be true to your emotions and understand yourself and communicate. Even if things start off in a weird situation, it doesn't mean they have to be bad. Even AI said to talk to her. I just tried out it ironically on ChatGPT. It's Minnie's interpretation. She's told that Chizuru did not answer her question. Kazuya can review all that on his own. When will Kazuya will realize that Minnie is unreliable? Not in a little bit. I think once Chizuru like calls him out on his bullshit, that's when he's gonna be like, "Oh my God, why have I been listening to her? Oh my God, why have I been listening to her?" Anyways, so let's go back to Reddit. Because I was supposed to read some shit. I mostly wanted to find what Verkez wrote. Okay, so disappointed, but not completely. I obviously don't like seeing things delayed once again, and Chizuru's behavior toward Kazuya is still awful. But even someone as dumb as Chizuru is being must have realized that telling Minnie specific meant getting the message delivered to Kazuya. I guess it makes sense. Chizuru didn't have the courage to talk to Kazuya yet, given how little time has passed. Not that it justifies her. I've said my point, so I don't need to say it again. I think the delay is due to Reiji wanting to do something big for the end of the volume, Chapter 400, instead of the useless whatever. I don't care for any of that. I'm not a huge fan of this person's analysis because they can just do weird things I don't agree with. What did they say here? Reiji fell off. Okay, nope, not bothering with that. See, I think the coolest thing that I've seen with Reiji is that he knows people feel this way, but he's become very confident in his writing, so he doesn't care. He was literally saying this like 2 weeks ago on Fanbox, or not Fanbox, on his Twitter space, where he's like, I know people are not going to like what I'm putting down, but that's what makes this story what it is, and I'm proud of that. And I think as long as there are still readers who enjoy this story, that's all that matters to me. And I'm like, damn, fucking cook, dude. Did Reishi just destroy Minnie? When did her character win 180? This isn't resolution, it's avoidance. 390 made Minnie bleed. 391 turns the pain into PR for Chizuru and calls it progress. Until we see on page accountability, Kazuya's boundaries and Minnie's own aftermath. The story isn't moving. It's just throwing away the one character who kept it human. Oh, that's such a funny interpretation. Because Minnie has done this since the moment she was introduced. Do we not remember how Minnie and Kazuya's relationship started? I'm sorry. Like, do we not remember how Kazuya and Minnie's relationship started? Because I sure fucking do. I sure fucking do. Where is it? This one? This is what Minnie did when they first started their relationship as master and disciple. He's walking home. She grabs him in the night, in the middle of the night, and drags him into her room. And this is what Minnie does. It was there from the start. She literally never had boundaries. Minnie has literally no sense of boundaries at all. She did this from the start. Are you shitting me? Let me introduce you to let me show you how she was introduced. This is how Minnie was introduced. You two over there. Recently, I've been hearing all sorts of talks. If you got so much to say, why don't you do it in your rooms? Our neighbor. I mean, I can't really concentrate on my work with you two being all lovey-dovey out here, all sneaky-like. If you're already flirting this much, why don't you two just go out already? Isn't this just rude? Right? And the anime, I don't like how the anime presents her here, because the anime makes her smile. The anime makes her coy and fun. Here, no, she's just rude. When Minnie's presented here, she's just rude. She already doesn't have boundaries. Right? We cheer for Minnie because we agree with her. Right? We cheer for Minnie's character here because we agree with her. But she was always like this. She was literally always like this. And then Kazuya sees Minnie at school. Honesty is not rude. No, she could have said that in a much... No, she could have said that in a much different way. She was being rude. She was, in fact, being rude. Hey, I'm sorry. You guys are, like, constantly talking out here. It's kind of bothering me. Could you not talk out here? She didn't need to add, oh, you two should just go out already. God. That's what it sounds like. She didn't need to say that, and it's because Minnie is quite cynical. When Minnie is first introduced, she's meant to come off as cynical. It's you! You go here too? No way! What year are you? Second year. That means you're my senpai. No way! What a coincidence. Well, I'm a first year. The name's Minnie Yamori. She's acting like yesterday didn't even happen. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She acts like yesterday didn't even happen. What? She's super friendly. The other day, she was rude as shit. Well, sorry about yesterday. I made you really angry. No, that was my position tokens. I'm asserting my dominance. My position tokens. I must have a firm stance when confronting troublesome neighbors whom I haven't met before. I saw it on YouTube. Is that even any of her choices? Minnie already has an interesting character from the start. That she is literally this character who doesn't even decide these things on her own. She's literally deciding this based on what she heard on YouTube. YouTube. But now that I know you're my senpai, I humbly apologize for sending something so rude. She even admits it was rude. She's surprisingly polite. Your friend Minnie? No, this person's my neighbor who I saw in the veranda yesterday with another woman. Shit. Yamori, can I talk to you over here for a second? Huh. Well, A secret? Why? Did she really just ask why? I can't tell her the truth. I need to give an adult-like response. Of course, we were talking on the veranda, but we both have our reasons. And so it's not very nice to disturb relationships between two people without considering the consequences. Huh. It's like she never considered the consequences of her actions. It's literally always been there. No, Minnie was being rude. There's a way to be honest. But Minnie was rude. And she admits she was being rude. She literally admits, I did it on purpose. No, she literally admits she was being rude. She was. She acted like she knew them. She didn't know anything about them. And she just made a whole bunch of assumptions. Like, literally, Minnie's phrases are rude. Let's read it again. Hey, you two over there. Recently, I've been hearing all sorts of talk. If you got so much to say, why don't you do it in your own rooms? That's rude. Hey, you got so much to say, fuck off. Do it in your own rooms. She could have just said, hey, guys, I'm trying to work over here. Can you just not do that, please? At least, yeah, she did take accountability, right? But the reason she did it wasn't even really her own choices, right? The reason she did it wasn't even really her own choices. But literally, this is rude. I mean, I can't concentrate on my work when you two being all lovey-dovey out here, all sneaky-like. She calls them sneaky. If you're already flirting this much, why don't you two just go out already? It's rude. Even I think it's rude. But we agree with Minnie because she's great. And Minnie represents the audience. So if the audience themselves are losing their humanity, so too must Minnie. Because she represents us. Minnie says, oh, that's why. She's pretty attractive, so I can see why. Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Of course, if the relationship is with an important person, I've also got an important person. Is that so? She has a waifu? She compares Kazuya's relationship to a fucking waifu. Bro. We're talking about something which is 3D, though. Every time I fall in love for real, Hatsumitsu Nozuma was my waifu until just a while ago, but I tend to change waifus like every week. Even so, every time I fall in love for real. Did she? The fuck is this? I have friends who have 4 waifus at the same time, so I know what love is all about. Huh. It's almost like Minnie's always a jackass. Love is so painful. She says it there. She literally says it there. Minnie's always been this character. She didn't magically transform into someone else. She's always been this character. This has always been her. What's up with this girl? I thought she was going to ask me out when she started talking to me about it. She's got a 2D waifu or something? This is a modern day girl. I'm going to go study Okama-kun. What is this? Okama-kun is the romance documentary shows that follows the theme of high school girls who want to fall in love. My God. My lover only has Netflix subscriptions. They were only 2 seasons, but it felt like a lifetime. Jesus. Either way, don't worry about it. I'll keep my mouth shut. Is this really okay? Maybe she isn't so bad after all. And then she sees the whole Ruka thing happen. And what did Minnie do when she saw the whole Ruka thing? Like, I need to fucking remind you people. What did Minnie do when she saw the whole Ruka thing? Because I think people don't remember. So Ruka happens. Right? Chizuru takes charge of the situation. They get Ruka in the room. And what do you see? Minnie fucking filmed them. Bro. What the hell? And then we have her doing this shit. And she doesn't realize what she's doing. She's already all up in Kazuya's biz, dude, and she doesn't realize what she's doing. Please, wait. Her boobs are everywhere. Yomori-1, wait, what are you doing? I can't hold it in anymore. Hold it. Hold what? I mean, what is if she's literally hugging him. Bro, boundaries, for fuck's sake. Is this a prank? Doesn't this look like we started on some AVA? I just want to buy some gyoza, and then I suddenly get dragged into a room by a half-naked woman wearing cat ears. What's up with this outfit? What is she dressed like that? Wait a second. We can't do this. We're just neighbors. We haven't even gotten to know each other yet. And for me, I don't have any experience with this. Huh? Experience? Explain what the situation is. Oh, sorry. I did it without explaining. I did it on instinct. It's a bad habit of mine. And I know you want to sleep with me, but I ain't interested in that. She's subconsciously being rude, right? Even subconsciously, she's fucking rude. God damn it. I was getting really curious, so when I heard you come from the room, I just pulled you on instinct. And what were you being curious about? This. Oh! What? This video. Ruka exposes everything. Shit, I'm in deep shit. She got me. This kid's got everything. I'm already backed up. Oh, what do I do? Wait, why didn't she even take this video? And she even showed it me. Why? Is it blackmail? This truth is going to be revealed. I'm sorry. I'll explain everything, so please forgive me. A year? It's been like this for a year. Wow. So after all that, you have feelings for the rental girlfriend. Oh my God. To confess to her, maybe in the future. What are you saying? The billing amounts is proof of your love. Huh? You don't need to feel weak. Follow your heart. She's already speaking nonsense. We like her, but she's already speaking nonsense. How is the bill proof of his love? Why should Chizuru define her feelings by love? By the way, how much have you spent on Mizuhara? Wow, even though the investment hasn't paid off, this is no time to be sad. She views it as an investment. She thinks of it as an investment. And she already gets trapped in her bullshit. She's already doing it then. No matter how cute she is, piercing an iron will is so emo. Being a main character in a harem rom-com is what everybody wants. Wow, so they really do exist. There are people who lead such fun lives. Hey, are you listening? I Chad, who's willing to spend any amount for his waifu. I applaud you, kind sir. Actually, about that money. What is she even going on about? She thinks Chizuru is his waifu. Like, bro, she's already treating this like a game. I used to ask myself with each pull, is this the life I want? What do I even gain from spending 10k yen to roll for an SSR? Will there ever be a day when my life pays off? But now I've seen the light. You ought to live doing what you love, no matter the cost. I humbly ask you to allow me to call you master. She's Delulu. This girl is Delulu. It's told to you from the start. She's out of this fucking world. She's absolutely Delulu. Okay, did you actually call Chizuru a gold digger right there? Because I might just ban you. Just tell me right now. Do you actually think that? Because I might just ban your ass and get you out of here, dude. Anyone who says that shit here in this chat, you're gonna get fucking banned. So look, Minnie has always been like this, okay? Like I hope what you're saying is satire. But Minnie's literally always been like this. I think he's joking. I just, would like not to think about that. But, you can call me master. There's no logic behind it. It's what my soul wants. Soul? What kind of kid what is this kid even saying? She wants me to be her master? Is she crazy? Scared to say it out loud. Still, I've got to think about the videos. But you just threatened me with those videos you took of me of Mizuhara. Threatened? No way. This is just for self-defense. Excuse me? After all, if you take a video, you'll have the upper hand if you ever get into a fight. I heard that online. She threatens him. She's rude to him. Then she wants to call him master. And now she tells him, oh, I'm using this just in case. What is she even trying to do by recording this video? Does she even have any morals? Does she even have morals? Anyway, she wasn't that malicious when we first met. She's not malicious. She just has no true morals of her own, no convictions of her own. Minnie has no convictions of her own. And those convictions are hidden underneath everything. Who she defines herself as is who she has been forged into. Damn, you have the mentality of a Twitch mod. No one messes with my waifu. Okay. Okay, now. No. It's not someone messes with my waifu. It's just when people call Chizuru a gold digger, I get very, very irritated. And I don't consider her a waifu. I actually don't have waifus. I have characters I like. I don't have waifus. I very much dislike waifu culture. I very much dislike waifu culture. So I don't have a waifu. No. I just really, really like Chizuru's character. I think she's a fantastic character. I really love her. But, no. So literally, from the start, Minnie's always been pure chaos and unreliable. She literally tells Kazuya, your money is an investment. Instead of just, realizing the truth. Minnie is blind as shit. I wouldn't dare do anything like the Demon King. Like taking a video and then using it as a threat. It'd be interesting, though. I was in the middle of properly recording a video on my way home using Twitter. Video. Does she find this fun? Anyway, let's continue this inside. Even her room is a mess. She lives like a mess, too. Right? She literally lives like a mess. So naturally, everything around her is also a mess. Minnie has not grown up. Minnie is still a kid. She was always like this from the start. You just think she was different because you love her. Minnie is so fun. She's literally us. Minnie's so great. She's literally us. We love her. She says what we want to say. She cheers them on. Recently, I've been streaming from home in some cosplays, and since I couldn't wait once I heard Master leaving his room, I had to pull you in. Home cosplay? I've been working under the name of Koronomaru as a cosplayer. Then what do you mean by streaming? Oh, well, I've been doing this since a while. I Twitch casting, Neko Live, and also a YouTuber. So this has some blog. It's no use. I can't understand her at all. Twitch casting, Neo Live, YouTube, how are they different from each other? Anyway, is it really okay to be a cosplayer and a streamer at the same time? If humans can't enjoy anything, then it's basically the end of us. Not necessarily wrong. This isn't necessarily wrong, but I think she's enjoying things too much. And literally, she's like a cat. Curiosity killed the cat. Right? When we're first introduced to Minnie, she's called a cat. And literally, she has an animal name. And she dresses as a cat. Right? She thinks Chizuru is a cat. And Chizuru relates to a cat, but Minnie's the actual cat. Her curiosity got the better of her. Right? What does Minnie do in the date? In the practice date with Kazuya? She literally acts like Cat Chizuru. Minnie is a cat. Minnie literally sits in a box in chapter 389. Minnie is a cat. She's just constantly acting on her instincts and just following her instincts constantly. She doesn't really care about anything. Literally, look at how she's walking right now. Anyway, Master, I want to watch a movie about a rent-a-girlfriend's first love. Love that was only professional at first, but slowly became essential as time passes on. God, she's so selfish. She's so selfish. What kind of person is Mizuhara? You've known her for a year. Well, she's really nice. Oh. Bitch be buying gyoza like my dad buying cigarettes. I bet this is not actually the translation, but that's so funny. That's really fucking funny. I'm sorry, that got me. That's really, really funny. Oh my god, that was so funny. Mizuhara is much more than I imagined. She's such an angel. Oh, Mizuhara is such a bad scenario. Master's such a supportive person. You're this era's Mother Teresa. She's really crying a lot. She might really be a nice kid. For the time being, it'll be better to not mention the movies. But I want to go as well. If you spend this much time and it's not an SSR, then there's no hope in the world. SSR. She's labeling her as a trophy. Kazuya even used to call Chizuru an S-rank, an S-rank beauty, right? It's intentional. The wording is very, very intentional. It's very objectifying. And this is done by a woman who happens to be a weeb too. That's why I'm not getting my hopes up. First of all, Mizuhara wouldn't have thought about me anyway. What are you saying? Isn't there already love between Mizuhara and Master? right? When it's just plain and obvious, Minnie's kind of right. What are you talking about? No shit. The fuck? This is Minnie being her honest self. This is Minnie actually just being herself. Everything up until now, right? It's just getting caught up in shit. Here, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what makes Minnie interesting. She's not purely negative. She has positive traits to her character, especially when she's just saying the obvious. Huh? What? She's like, what the fuck? He didn't realize? What, idiot, what are you saying? That wouldn't happen even if hell were freeze over. He literally quotes Chizuru. Are you really saying that? You've been partners for a year. You're such a gutless master. Can she be more respectful? But the rental company does have rules and things to reduce the risk of getting along with troublesome customers. So what can you do when someone develops feelings? Feelings. Mizuhara, that'd be... No way. Mizuhara is restricted. No wonder this happens when you have the mind of a virgin. Right? The conversations are kind of fun. Though you definitely aren't at the stage where to sleep with her yet. God, she's... Again, oh my God, here we go again. You're not being honest about your feelings, and this comes from an idiot like me. She even knows she's an idiot. She literally admits she's a jackass. No. It can't be helped, master. Anyway, I swear on my name, Yamori, that you shall be rewarded for these feelings, and I will give you my full support. Rewarding his feelings. Like he's pulling an SSR and he's gonna win. Are you seeing the problem? Are you seeing the problem? It's been there since the moment Minnie was introduced. The nyan 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 is so funny in the anime. Yeah, it is. Who Chizuru loves is not who Minnie wants him to be. Let's see. Absent Heartless. Disappointment. Ooh, what's this? The ending captions even plays a bit with Kazuya's state, using alternate spellings. There's tears that can only be shed by someone who has truly and wholeheartedly fallen in love. No, that's not what it says. Here, the Kashita part is read as Durokashita, try hard, according to the furgonas above the Kazuya, and it sounds like those are tears that can only be shed by someone who has truly and wholeheartedly tried hard. A less positive interpretation. Oh, okay. Given some users mentioned Shonen No Abyss, me included, at the spoilers thread, seems Reishi took something from it, although Domestic no Kanjo also did the same ones. However, Abyss did it more frequently. The double spread is filled with verbal vomit. This may be the first for Reishi Sensei, and makes me wonder which path this arc may take. Honestly speaking, I was expecting the type of paneling during a mommy lash out moment at Kazuya or Ruka, revealing his true secrets at him and the angst she felt for not having a normal heart. Those two were more fitting candidates. No, Minnie has always been the most fitting candidate for such a spread. Minnie has always, without any doubt in my heart, has always been the most fitting candidate for such a kind of spread. It makes perfect sense for her. This is literally Minnie's character. First impressions. For fuck's sake, Minnie, shut your mouth. I guarantee you that Minnie's explanation is not correct. We would all like it if Chizuru had a change of heart and realized she loved Kazuya after all, but this is quite certainly not the case. Minnie couldn't help giving him her own interpretation again. Now that Kazuya has gotten a clear answer from Minnie, he's going to just patiently wait for the fateful day. No, I don't think so. No. We've seen evidence he's going to talk to her some more. He's not going to just wait, expecting that Chizuru will come to him after that. He won't try to contact her because he has this answer, and he's probably full of completely misguided optimism. Chizuru will probably break his heart again when she keeps hanging on to the rejection even until July 11th. No. Okay, Verkez is kind of dooming, bro. Verkez is kind of dooming, bro. I don't think so. No. Kazuya can't wait that long. And it's ambiguous, but the koi shita shinji is the kind of caption has an alternate spelling. Yeah, Verkez is kind of dooming, damn. Okay, I don't want to read everything Reddit had to say. So I wrote some stuff on Twitter. Would you guys like me to read what I wrote? Because I wrote some good ass shit. I wrote some good ass shit, bro. I kind of cooked. I kind of cooked real good. I cooked extra juicy good. Like, dude, I made some wagyu. I made some wagyu. Fire away. Okay. Let me check Discord real fast. Kazuya's greatest soldier is down. Josh said that. Maybe it's a message to not trust AI. Actually, it literally is. Sorry, just one moment. Okay. I need the bathroom one more time. I don't know why I keep needing the bathroom today. This is getting fucking irritating, actually. Good God. Why do I need the bathroom so much today? Okay. Profile. Yeah, I think I kind of get it actually, now that I think about it. I think I kind of get it, having just written it down. I think Chizuru's fears about Kazuya, I think Chizuru's fears about Kazuya in terms of Kazuya, in terms of like her past, definitely stem from Hawaiians because of how Kazuya handled Hawaiians, because how he made Chizuru feel constantly alone, even though she was trying to help, right? Because how he kept trying to look at how scared she looks. Look at how freaked out she looks. Because Kazuya kept doing what he was doing in Hawaiians, it made Chizuru feel cornered and scared. And then when he gave up afterwards, she got, like, literally look at her. She feels cornered and scared, and she doesn't want it to happen now, not like this. And then when the whole mommy thing happens, and mommy tells her, "Oh, what you have with him isn't real, and it's all and you know it's all fake." And Kazuya proves that to her in chapter 219. Right? When Chizuru comes back, Kazuya doesn't cheer her up or anything. And he just tells her, "The thing at the chapel, could you just forget about it? Let's pretend it never happened." She hates that. But everyone blamed Chizuru for this scene. So could you let Grandma keep her dream alive until then? He gave up. A little bit of adversity and Kazuya seemingly gave up. So it made Chizuru doubt her feelings. Right? Because Kazuya made her feel cornered. And then nothing happened and she ran away, so he just gave up. And what is the one thing Chizuru's afraid of? Right? Chizuru's afraid of people bailing on her, of giving up. And that's what Kazuya does. And he doesn't realize he's doing this because he's trapped in his own mind. Kazuya doesn't realize he's doing this. And then when he confesses, she kisses him. Because she sees him not giving up. He empowers her. So literally, Chizuru's fears and insecurities about Kazuya not being there is because of Kazuya and because of how he seemingly made her feel alone in Hawaiians and literally cornered her, essentially, and made her feel scared. And I think that's the issue. That's where all of Chizuru's fears and insecurities stem from. It's that moment in Hawaiians. That's why she had those doubts for so long. It's literally how Hawaiians played out. And Kazuya kept reinforcing that all this time. And then occasionally showing his real self. And Chizuru just kept getting lost in who Kazuya is because he's sending mixed signals. He's the one being weird. When we're so convinced Chizuru's the one sending mixed signals. In reality, it's him. And that's why Chizuru is so confused. That's where it all stems from. That's where it all ties back. Kazuya's actions in Hawaiians. What he did in Hawaiians. That's what it all was about. So, let's start with this one that I wrote. I've made a lot of theories regarding the current chapters, but let's try simplifying things and just look at the obvious. Chapter 390 introduces a play that Chizuru wants to put her full effort to and focus on for once. No distractions, and this is totally understandable. Chizuru says she won't have a boyfriend until July 11th, but this feels weird considering how much she agonized over her decision before kissing him. Now she says this. Doesn't it feel sudden, selfish, even uncaring? She kissed him, but now she won't date him. She's stringing him along. I mean, it's just this isn't right. I know that I'm making you wait, and here I am borrowing your shoulder again, not even able to understand how I feel. It comes off as emotional and unplanned. Like she doesn't know what she is doing, and she will change her mind on a whim. In fact, this is Kazuya's exact fear, and Minnie thinks about this exact worry the whole chapter 390. It's why Minnie does what she does at the school. But what did I just show you guys about Minnie earlier? What did I just show you guys about Minnie earlier? Right? I showed you guys Minnie earlier literally doing this. Emotional and unplanned. Minnie just acts purely on instinct. She doesn't think anything through. It's almost like when we look at Chizuru, we're actually looking at Minnie. We're not actually looking at Chizuru. We keep seeing Minnie thinking it's Chizuru. In reality, that's not Chizuru at all. It's like we're literally under an illusion. And Minnie, thinking this because she does this, projects herself onto Chizuru. That's why she keeps having a flashback to this scene. It just makes me think that she changed her mind again. Like Minnie herself constantly changes her mind, telling herself she's doing this for Master's sake, but in reality, it's for herself. The chapter even starts by giving us the information that Kazuya has not texted Chizuru and that she did not text him. Yet she made this decision without ever informing him. And the only reason we ever find out is because of Minnie's actions. It frames Minnie like the hero of this story. Chizuru, in contrast, is starting to look more and more like the villain, like she's not actually committed to this and instead values her acting more. This even matches a certain part of her rejection that many cling to, her job, acting. She loves me, but not enough to date me. Considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I don't think this is something I can jump into right now. It's like she's saying I value that more. Chizuru was also very adamant in her rejection while literally being carried by him, like she's using him, and yet she kisses him super suddenly after, like the kiss was not planned at all, like it was not a decision, but an emotional reaction that may change at any time. She also let him go after the kiss and didn't explain, telling the driver to politely leave. She then doesn't text him and seemingly waits for him to text. She acts cold with Minnie 1 second and emotional when talking about him the next. It's like emotional whiplash, right? She shuts Minnie out 1 second and then gets emotional the next. She must not have control over her feelings. Kazuya even describes it this way during the date, while his ass cheeks are literally in the air. The point is, it feels like the whole lot of mixed signals, emotional reactions, and indecision, contrary to Kazuya, whose emotions have remained rather constant this whole time. This direction is very purposeful. As Bacon loves to say, it's by design. It feels easy to assume she's not thinking this through or doesn't care, but this is where we bring in Part 1. If you go through the cohabitation, you can see how much Chizuru has thought about this and how often. For example, her birthday. Do you have someone you can depend on? As Sumi hugs her. When Sumi asks if Chizuru has someone she can depend on, Chizuru says yes, indirectly speaking of Kazuya and how his persistence saved her, how he cared even when she said she was okay, how he was always there to cheer her up, and how he was always on her mind. His persistence, him never giving up. That certain someone's persistence, it saved me. How he kept being there. Someone who stayed by my side, who was there for me on the day Grandma passed away. Does this sound like Kazuya right now? Does this sound like the current Kazuya? Or does this sound like movie art Kazuya? Notice how these words pan to him, but he's kind of not there, right? Even though I insisted I was okay, someone stuck by me despite all my persistence, or all my refusals, right? He stuck by her despite all of her refusals. Doesn't this literally sound like the walk home? Doesn't this literally sound like the walk home? She loves his persistence. She loves that Kazuya. She loves the Kazuya who doesn't give up. That's who she loves, and that's not the Kazuya on the date. What she's describing is literally what happens in chapter 383. And I know this person is always on my mind, but notice how she never says his name. Notice how Chizuru never says Kazuya's name. But isn't that interesting? It's because who is Kazuya? Who is Kazuya? Kazuya keeps calling her Mizuhara. Chizuru never says his name. And it's because the real him, the persistent him, isn't always there. In reality, what Chizuru keeps getting is her version of Mizuhara. We're so focused on Kazuya calling her Mizuhara, we're not realizing what he's actually doing is that he's putting on the act of Kazuya. He's not actually Kazuya. He's him. He's that other guy. He's the nice guy. He's not actually him. When asked if she likes him, she says she does not know. She says she knows she's been unfair in that regard, and she's been asked this before, but she needs to face these feelings. She won't run away, no matter what she decides, because Kazuya has never given up on anything. Do you like this person, Chizuru-san? Do you like them? I don't know. Someone else wants to ask me this question. I said that I won't say that I like them, but I don't not like them either. Thinking back on it now, I think I've been very unfair in that regard. But, you know, these feelings that I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. No matter what I decide, I can't run away. At the very least, someone hasn't given up yet. In Japanese, she says, he hasn't given up on anything. Right? Kazuya that doesn't give up is the one she loves. But that Kazuya isn't showing himself. Right? But she still doesn't know what it means to love someone. If she wants to be with him, is that love? Here she uses the word koi, which is romantic love. If she can't dedicate everything she has to him, is that not true love? She uses the word I here. I is a more encompassing form of love. The word choice is deliberate here. Koi is generally considered romantic love. I is a deeper love. It happens after koi. Koi is a deep desire to be with someone to the point of heartache. It's a strong attraction with such emotional intensity that it often leads to inner conflict when trying to express those feelings directly, fearing rejection. What is Chizuru constantly struggling with in the date? Her emotions are so deep, she struggles to really show herself, and that's actually what Kazuya is doing. The fear of rejection can cause hesitation, making one anxious about confessing romantic feelings. In simple terms, koi is romantic love that stems from the attraction and desire. I is feelings of cherishing each other, valuing and caring about someone, devotion, if you will. Chizuru throughout the date is literally constantly confessing. I said this. Other people have said this. She's literally constantly confessing. Kazuya, on the other hand, is constantly fearing rejection and hesitating and stopping himself. I also encompasses a broader range of relationships, parental love, sibling love, or even love of living beings. When feeling I, one acts without hesitation, regardless of the other person's reaction. It's about the intention and the act of loving. Unconditional love. This should make you think of the movie arc. This should make you think of the cheer up date. I is often characterized by selflessness and the willing to act for the other person's sake without expecting anything in return. In other words, an unwavering quality that allows one to express feelings unconditionally and be true to who they are no matter what others say. I'll protect you, I swear I will. We're actually seeing each other, as if it were a desperate night, and so my final act began. I'll tell them if we broke up after we get back, but if everyone's going to be a liar, it's going to be me. Because I swore to her back then, Mizuhara, I swore I'd protect her. Listen, I can't apologize enough for everything that's happened, but she's always so beautiful and so kind and always so freaking cool. That's who Chizuru Mizuhara is to me, and that's why I love her. He says this despite everybody saying terrible things about him and attacking her. He expresses his love regardless of what other people say. The date arc is called The Girlfriend and Love, Koi. And remember the phrase, I love him, but not enough to date him? Chizuru views her love as simply koi. In other words, just selfish desire. She knows she wants to be with him, but is this just purely out of desire? In the date, Chizuru reacts to his reactions when asking questions. She reacts when he gets close to her. She wants things but gets scared and struggles to say it. But then she has to face her fears and say them anyway. She has expectations and wants to plan for the future. But Kazuya, on the other hand, never shows this part of himself. Kazuya always hides himself. Kazuya also goes through this too, of course, to some degree. He also consistently is scared of prospect of romantic love. The whole idea is this whole date kind of encompasses koi. What's interesting is how I is actually there the whole time for Chizuru when you think it's koi. And 380 encompasses this. In 380, Chizuru rejects Kazuya out of responsibility. She can't find an answer to her love, and she cannot keep him waiting. He has a future. He has to live. This is selfless love presented as selfish. She bears with the blister for him. She keeps saying no for his happiness. Because it's not right. You put so much work into everything. It wouldn't be fair to ruin it because of me. Because this isn't right. No. She keeps saying no in that scene because that Kazuya comes back. The persistent Kazuya who doesn't give up. She finally got to see him. The Kazuya she hadn't seen the whole time. She finally got to see him. That's why she keeps saying no. She got to be with that Kazuya longer. Chizuru does not see how her love is actually full of care and appreciation for him. She literally sacrificed her own happiness for him because she felt her love was not true love, and he deserved better. The truth is, this I and koi stuff is all bogus. Love is a mix of the two. Love is selfish and selfless. That's a fact. We both feel desire and want to help those we love because of that desire. Our selfish nature defines our selflessness and vice versa. And the fact that Chizuru was thinking this hard about it shows how much she deeply loved and cared about him. Even though I've given a lot of people relationship advice, I'm a real mess, huh? Sumi-chan, that's not true at all. Chizuru-san, you're the most wonderful girl that I've ever met. Whatever answer you come to, I'm sure it'll be the right one. This is criticizing the idealization of love. How love is supposed to look, how love is supposed to act, how love is supposed to be pure and clean and magical. When love can also be messy, confusing, stupid, and lustful. It has ugly sides that are not pure, and that makes it shine. This shows Chizuru did not make her choices lightly, and she thought every single one of them through. She even told Kazuya, I like people who properly think things through. She wants to plan for the future together. She wants to make this work from beginning to end. And while Chizuru, like any other person, has done things out of emotion and without fully thinking it through, the kiss was not one of those choices. This brings us to part 2. The kiss by Chizuru was not an emotional choice made with no certainty. It was a decisive action. There is much proof to back this up. For one, Chizuru's feelings didn't change overnight. In fact, they were consistent the whole time. He was always on her mind. She kept thinking about him the whole 3 months. She always thought of him. This consistency matches Kazuya's feelings. This is where we bring up an interesting thing. In chapter 319, Minnie asks Chizuru if her heart skipped a beat because Kazuya asked her out like a man. Chizuru responds, not really. If looks change based on my mood, that'd basically be magic. But her eyes are closed here, right? Your heart must have skipped a beat because he changed his heart like a man. Her eyes are half closed, half open, because there's a truth to what Minnie is saying. The reason Chizuru reacted like this to when Kazuya said that was because this was the real Kazuya. The Kazuya who asked her out is the one she fell in love with. The one who asked her out in chapter 316 is the one she fell in love with. That's the person she agreed to date. This Kazuya, this is the determined Kazuya who doesn't give up. This is the one she wanted to go on a date with. This is the real him. And then he tries to walk away. Again, he tries to run. And she agrees. He didn't need to run. Why is he running? And he cries again. The issue here is that Chizuru closes her eyes here, which usually means she's lying. But what's interesting is that those things do and did happen. When the person you love is cool, you swoon. So why did Chizuru lie? The premise of Minnie's question. You had a change of heart. She didn't. You had a change of heart. No, she didn't. Her feelings stayed consistent. The problem here is that Minnie is looking for change. Her feelings remained consistent. They did not change. They just felt different because she saw the real him. That's the issue. She saw the real him. She loves that him, but she just saw those feelings now. Are they just a fluke? Is what Chizuru felt in that moment just a fluke, or was that the real him? That's what Chizuru finds out on the date. She sees who she loves on the walk home. She sees who she fell in love with on the walk home. That's what happened. In reality, What Minnie is looking for is some sort of change to her feelings, which did not change. Her feelings remained consistent. They just felt like they changed because Kazuya acted differently. Chizuru just felt excited for the date because she always wanted that. That doesn't mean her feelings literally changed, and Minnie reacts to this poorly, as you would expect. That's why I said if you'd know if you just kissed him. Chizuru didn't do this. She didn't kiss him to find her answer. She kissed him to express her answer. Minnie proceeds to doom, which should be telling, and she thinks Chizuru would know if she just kissed him. Is that what happened? I can't say, but maybe not. Minnie here introduces the expectation that it has to be the best thing ever, which clearly scares Chizuru afterwards. She tells Chizuru, going on a date with the person that you love has to be the best thing ever. I'm also really, really looking forward to it. This makes Chizuru worried. I have to live up to this expectation. I don't think I'm completely innocent or anything, but will things really work out if I start dating him before I understand my feelings? Besides, what if this date doesn't go well? What if he loses interest in me? What if he loses feelings for me? What if he loses feelings for me? Huh. It's like Minnie put that in her head. This fear informs her choices and why she wants him to think she's cute. This is contrasted by her actually making active choices for the date outside of Minnie's influence. She's not doing what she does because of Minnie, but those expectations add to that fear of rejection, right? Chizuru texts him, Chinese hot pot, sure, I'll take a look, right? She tells him we should do that, and she's happy when he's happy. The kiss is Chizuru's decision outside of those expectations. She was ready to marry Kazuya. 387 show this. Chizuru makes an expensive celebratory meal, expecting him to return. Minnie calls her a wife and a mother while eating, and she sits in her pose that she made when she was talking about her ideal proposal. Right? She was ready to marry that Kazuya. Again, more signs here. Feelings are consistent, and she already made plans. I think Chizuru just accepted her feelings for what they are rather than trying to change them, because Kazuya accepted her for who she is, something he failed to show on the date when she reached out. Chizuru's mistake, however, was waiting to assume Kazuya would return and understand. He does not understand, and to him it appears like her feelings have changed. Minnie reinforces this exact notion in chapter 387, 389, and 390, and as the readers, many of us most likely felt the same way, right? Minnie says, "You've changed." Minnie says again, her feelings change like the seasons. Minnie yet again says here, is there a different reason or did she have another change of heart? She's talking like people's emotions just change. That's not how it works. Your feelings don't just puff and change. That's not how it works. Your feelings don't just magically change. They're pretty consistent, right? They persevere. And that's what I think is going on here. Is that Chizuru did not hope Kazuya understood. She was telling him this is who I like, and she wants him to talk to her. She wants him to move, to show that he cares. But he's not doing that. The problem is, it's not that she assumed, it's that she had faith. Minnie assumes Chizuru has faith. Chizuru is choosing to believe in him as he believed in her. That's the difference. It's not just she accepted her feelings, she accepted them because she knew who she loved. She found her answer on the walk home, just as, when Kazuya says this, he doesn't realize what he did. He doesn't realize what he did here. And Chizuru kisses him, just as in the walk home, he didn't realize what he did. He doesn't realize who Chizuru loves. She loves that part of him. She loves that real Kazuya, not just any other Kazuya. This all brings us to our final part. If Chizuru clearly cared, thought this through, and didn't kiss him on a whim, then why is chapter 390 presented as it is? Well, let's consider a few things. One, there's no way Chizuru wouldn't feel terrible about this choice. I bet she would feel awful just having kissed Kazuya, preparing for a relationship, then suddenly pulls this rug from underneath his feet and telling him he has to wait some more. That doesn't feel like something Chizuru would do, does it? It doesn't feel like something Chizuru would do if you actually know Chizuru's character and you're not just some stupid hater. That doesn't feel like something Chizuru would do. So why do this? My current theory is that it's a bait. It's a challenge. She's challenging him. Are you willing to settle for this, or are you going to make a choice? This doesn't sound right, no matter how you slice it. There has to be a catch. It feels cruel. Now, this isn't to say the play is a lie. It feels real. Her eyes are even open, but there's no way she wouldn't message Kazuya, explain, talk, share her intentions and feelings with him. This just seems rude to make such a choice without him. But maybe there's more to this. Chizuru and Kazuya are out of sync right now, and we don't understand each other nearly as well as they wish. And it's clearly hurting their relationship from the start. It's far too soon for marriage. They need to actually plan for their future, and Kazuya is pretty lost. Maybe they need time before rushing into this, time to actually get to know each other properly so they can make this work. In reality, I think what really needs to happen is they need time for Kazuya to reclaim himself. The crying is indicating he's settling. Yeah. The crying is indicating I don't know about that. No, actually, I don't know about that. The crying is showing that he is, he's getting what he wants, and it makes him cry. But no. Right, so I think what needs to happen right now is Kazuya needs to accept himself. Right, find themselves and find each other. I think Kazuya needs to find himself. Think about it. Let's say Kazuya did come back and they met up. They would be building a whole new routine. How would that work with Chizuru's urgent call for the play? That was always going to happen. Chizuru can't build a whole new routine with Kazuya if he's being a baby, if she has to take care of him. She doesn't need that, right? She's already got a lot on her plate and she wants to focus on this play. She doesn't need a baby. She needs someone who's going to be her partner, who's going to support her and be there for her, not this. They need an established foundation so when change comes, it doesn't hurt them. I'm literally right about this. That is true. This is why Chizuru asks Kazuya about his future plans for 3 to 5 years from now. This is why she wants to know where he is, what he'll be doing, when they can meet up, how much time he has off, and how to help. Life doesn't always go as planned. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have one. In that way, that's what Chizuru is doing in chapter 390, informing us of the plan for the future and how to move forward. All of this is paving a path for the future. Chizuru said she wanted to do this play just for once, meaning this is not something she always plans to do. This is an opportunity she cannot waste because it could help her shape her future that she wants to have for herself and Kazuya. But Kazuya has to do the same. He has to work towards his future too. Through work and money, you have self-autonomy. This is necessary to control your life. The story so far has revolved a lot around agency and controlling your own choices, shaping your own destiny, not letting fate shape it for you. And Chizuru is doing just that. She trusts her feelings and herself here. Kazuya needs to start trusting himself and her, not what other people say. Chizuru never said she wouldn't explain the kiss. She never said she wouldn't talk to him, and she never said she didn't plan to meet him, only that she would not date. And to Minnie, of all people, a person she has consistently walled out in terms of her feelings for Kazuya. We tout Minnie as our hero. In reality, she is the antagonist in disguise as our hero, a Trojan horse. She wastes time, gets Kazuya drunk, is super invasive, and has no boundaries. Chizuru, in contrast, is responsible and focuses on making sure they have safe and happy futures. Chizuru isn't perfect. She's still young and immature in her own ways. You see that in her struggle to communicate, her fear of rejection, and her confusion about her feelings. But to say she is the villain is to not see Chizuru at all, to choose blind anger over insightful love. The next arc will be on the future, not simply to make a film for a dying dream, but to find and build new dreams, work on their own future, figure themselves out and what they want, and get ready to step into adulthood, truly grow and accept ourselves and each other. Okay, right. I made some predictions here, right? We had the mini thing. I said this one. I actually think this might be true. I didn't want to mention one more theory. Chizuru is pissed at Kazuya, and this is in part punishing him for not showing up. I don't think this is true. I don't think she's punishing him. I do think she's pissed because he's being a goddamn coward, and she's calling him out. I've written extensively on how Kazuya is being a total ass right now, and Minnie is accosting Chizuru at school for not doing anything while Kazuya is not doing anything either. Chizuru has every right to be angry. I love Kazuya, but this is beyond a dick move, and it's the reverse of chapter 2. It's a little immature, but I already told you, Chizuru isn't perfect, and she just poured her heart and soul out to him while he goes drinking with Minnie, ignores her for 3 days, and then sends his little weenie disciple to yell at Chizuru. I'd want to cook both of their asses too. Right? Like, fuck off, Minnie. Oh, yeah. Chizuru's new role is also urgent, and in a week. She probably barely has time to get through this, to get this right and really needs to focus like she said. This means she can't be distracted by trying to build a new routine like a relationship. Time is of the essence, right? And I think that's important too, that she literally needs help, not something to get in her way, right? She needs help, not all this fucking nonsense that Kazuya is seemingly doing. So I'm going to read this now. And I think this was also a really good analysis. And then I'll stop after this one. Looking back on the scene where Chizuru speaks to Sumi, I found it interesting how Chizuru speaks of devotion and giving her partner everything with a panel of Sayuri's picture, right? This is where she says this. If I can't give him everything I have, it's not true love after all. Okay. She speaks of devotion and giving everything to her partner with a panel of Sayuri's picture. She views Sayuri as the symbol of true love, and Sayuri gave up acting for Katsuhito. But Chizuru loves acting. I think this is one of the reasons Chizuru struggled to find her answer. She compared herself to Sayuri, but does Sayuri ever love acting like Chizuru did? She constantly talked about how horrible the industry is and was worried for Chizuru's dreams, if they would bring her pain. What's this supposed to mean? Why so serious? My dear Chizuru, isn't following your dream just making you suffer? She speaks of it as a fact. She speaks of it like it's a fact because it made her suffer. This sense of obligation you have towards your grandfather and me, aren't you overdoing it? Right? Look at Chizuru. No. But Chizuru loves having a dream. She loves acting, not for fame or success, but because she really enjoys it and it's meaningful to her. She sees the cruelty of the industry and still perseveres through support and grit. She shouldn't have to give up her dream for love. That's wrong. Seriously? That's it? Well, you can relax. I've had a lot of tough times. But I like having a dream, and I'm going to keep chasing it. Right? What does Sayuri tell Katsuhito in the past? Why would you tell her she can be an actress? Love is about balancing your dreams and your love, not sacrificing who you are for those you love. If you do that, you aren't living or loving at all. I think the current art may focus on this, chasing both love and dreams, giving them both the time they deserve for us. I'm against it. I'm not going to encourage her to do something so irresponsible. Come on, Sayuri, honey, I love you. Well, I don't love you right now. I'm going to cheer her on. Dreams can come true. I'm sick of hearing you say that. The acting world is one big crapshoot. You think this is the perfect world where you can just wish your dreams into existence? So what then? Dreams don't come true? What? I mean, sometimes they do, but that's not the point. Whether it actually happens is besides the point. Sometimes dreams do come true, and that tiny shred of hope, that's the light that keeps us going through the pain and the loneliness of life. Let me pull up the chapter so I can read it, because it's a good chapter. So what's so bad about having someone stand next to you and tell you dreams do come true? Katsuhito-san. Look, Sayuri, if I end up dying before you, there's something I want you to ask Chizuru. Is following your dreams just making you suffer? Is having me cheer you on just a burden? I don't want her to suffer not even for an instant. You win, Katsuhito. This gives credence to how Sayuri's death plays out. She collapses upon accepting that Katsuhito was right and that Chizuru faces reality and still chooses to dream, something she maybe couldn't do. The reality was too cruel for her. Dreams persevered, facing cruel reality. Chizuru is so much stronger than I'd imagined. She accepted reality, but she still enjoys following her dreams. I can't believe we raised a girl like that. Katsuhito, are you watching? Soon our little girl will be in a movie. Her beautiful face will be on the big screen. She will do what she loves and act her heart out. There'll be a crowd of moviegoers, and I just know they're going to applaud her. That sheepish smile of hers will creep in and she'll take a bow. If it almost makes me a little embarrassed just thinking about it. She's just like any marvelous actress, don't you think? You did it. You were right. Hey, are you watching? She collapses. Sayuri ever only did one big movie in the industry, then quit right after. But Chizuru's different. She won't settle for that. She wants to surpass her. Dream chasing is part of Chizuru. It's one of the reasons Kazuya loves her, and she's reclaiming that and never letting it go. This is Sayuri-san. Isn't she amazing? She's normally so gentle and cheerful. After seeing this, can you believe this is the same elderly woman who couldn't even read a map? It's honestly refreshing with how unrecognizable she is. She took the movie industry by storm with just this one movie. She received more offers than she could count, but she only ever starred in this one movie. I was surprised too when I first watched this. It's like she mesmerized me, and I've been following that same path ever since. I get the urge to watch this movie whenever I feel demotivated. It's strange, but I guess you could say it gives me the burst of energy. She is both my idol and my rival, someone who I will never surpass. Her dream is informed by her love, and her love is informed by her dream. To sacrifice one would be to sacrifice the other. A part of love is to dream, to believe, to fight for what you love and chase it. Love and dreams aren't so different. They are tied, and Kazuya must dream too. Basically, my goal. As she turns to look at Kazuya. Right? What does Kazuya say? I had no idea. I didn't know Sayuri-san was an actress, and that Mizuhara felt this way about her. Right? You didn't know anything about her. Isn't that interesting? It's like you didn't know anything about her. She's always been trying to drive herself harder, even when she loses heart, so that she doesn't lose sight of her goal. I want to be there for her. I can't hesitate now. If the day goes well, we'll be closer, and I can support her even more, even if we don't live together anymore. Huh. It's almost like that's a tell. Hey, yo, you gotta work through this together. You want to support her? Fucking support her, dipshit. I'll make sure it goes well. I swear I will. I have to. I absolutely have to. Chizuru's original dream was for her grandparents, and they are dead now. She has to find new meaning in her dream for herself. She didn't have that before and stagnated. Now she clearly has a new drive, making a dream for herself and Kazuya, looking to the future with aspiration. It's not simply Kazuya asking this of her, right? So he said, this is the unspoken implication of her obsession with Sayuri's movie, though that thing that she's missing is that he would never ask that of her. I don't fully agree with this statement. It's not simply Kazuya asking this of her. It reflects her own doubt of her feelings. She can't live up to Sayuri's love just as she can't live up to Sayuri in acting, in her mind. Chizuru could never live up to Sayuri. It's why even her love felt inferior. Chizuru is consistently reminded of how Sayuri knew more than her, whether it be from Nagomi visiting her grave every day, or even her own grief that she lost this person and can never find out. That's why Kazuya accepting her let her accept herself. She didn't need to be Sayuri. Her grief at losing Sayuri informs the attachment of trying to understand and surpass Sayuri. She wants to know more about this person that she lost. This clashes with her love that she wishes to reach and feels like she can't. But she's not Sayuri and must accept she is gone. Chizuru being given acceptance on the walk home lets her start accepting her grief and letting Sayuri go. She took that first step into moving forward, moving on from the pain and living again. Loss informs this whole arc, whether it be the apartment, time, or even Minnie and Kazuya. Kazuya lost his character and wants to reclaim his spot next to Chizuru. He defines his character by external forces, much like how Chizuru tries to be Sayuri. His future is only Chizuru, nothing for himself because he too suffers from grief and what-ifs. Mami, Ruka, and his future. The relationship with Ruka is like living dead. It's already over, but they keep dating, but neither changes things. Mami accepted she likes Kazuya now, but she takes no meaningful action, and he already moved on. Kazuya doesn't want to focus on his future, only his present. Minnie embodies this idea perfectly, reflecting Kazuya's stagnation. She never speaks of her future, only Kazuya and Chizuru's future. Minnie has no dreams or goals, or anything outside of cosplay and YouTube. She doesn't chase love out of fear that she isn't fit for it and it's lonely. Nearly every character is suffering from grief in some way and trying to move forward, and they stagnate and don't know what to do and how to change. This arc seemingly signifies that coming change, to focus on the future and live again, find meaning and purpose again. It's all about acceptance, accepting the past in order to see your future, accepting yourself in order to accept the feelings, in order to accept your feelings, accept love so you can have love, so you can love yourself and thus others. Acceptance is the key to everything. It is through acceptance that we can truly connect and dream. Grief even embodies Kazuya and Chizuru's struggle to be together. They should already be dating, way past it even, but they aren't. And it's because they think they are at different points when they aren't, don't know each other when they do. It's not even their first date. This is like their 10th or some shit. Even the cohabitation embodies this. They both want to live together, but have to make an excuse to do it. Chizuru puts up a curtain for boundaries and brought Minnie along because she thought they couldn't live together comfortably otherwise, which is simply not true. They could. In that sense, the cohabitation is just an illusion. Fan service, if you will. It wasn't real. A writing trick. They acted living together. They weren't actually. It wasn't really necessary. It's like practice, like rental. Real, but fake. The experience was real, but it was also an act. They kept secrets they didn't need to, lied when they didn't need to. They investigated their feelings that they already knew. They didn't show their feelings when nothing told them no. This was all a coping mechanism for their grief, to find themselves again and accept their pain. Ooh. Had a comment here? What's going on? Oh, never mind. It's even there with sex and intimacy. They felt they couldn't have this because they had not reached the point of love yet, earned their desires, when they were already in love. So they actively restrain themselves, and this informs their doubt about their feelings too. This is why Minnie's actions make things worse. She's trying to get them to change when they really just need to accept themselves. She's literally trying to make them into different people while telling them to just be themselves. This contradiction matches grief. It's fake and real. Minnie also wants them to show themselves to her, but she actively hides who she is. That's why she hides her answer. Kazuya even admits he doesn't know anything about Minnie during the practice date, and in many ways, he still doesn't. She's a total mystery, yet we like her, and yet we feel like we know her. It's parasocial. Okay, so I said a lot of stuff here. Probably some of it needs correcting now that we have our new theories and stuff like that. I hope this was a fun read for you guys. I'll probably stream tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't want to fixate too much on this. I'm not sure. What did you guys think of the stream so far? Like, is it fun? Are we chilling? Is everything cool? Did we have fun talking about this stuff? Nope. Silence. Silence it is. Damn. Chat's gone. It was fun. Yep, it was fun. Nice. Right. So based on everything I've shown, I think Chizuru specifically mentioning a play will inspire Kazuya to move. I think that's the biggest thing. I think Chizuru mentioning a play will inspire Kazuya to move. Will make him move because he said he would in the past. He wants to support her. So now he has a very easy way to support her, right? Even if they stop living together. He literally said it. Let's see. The stream was very fun, but the chapter was tough for me. Yeah, being a dead horse. I'm working right now. Still sad and scared with a great stream. Enjoyed it. Glory of remote working. At this point, I don't really know what to expect. I don't know what Reiji's doing, and I desperately need to know. He's got you by the balls, huh? I need this jet lag to wear off fast. It's been 3 days. Forget movie Kazuya. We're going to play Kazuya soon. Yeah, baby. Play Kazuya. Yeah. So I've shared my thoughts. I'll organize them. I don't feel like shit, so I can take a small break and then do some video editing. I don't know if I want to write anything on Twitter just yet. I feel like I can write some stuff. I'll write occasionally, like on and off while I'm editing. I'll write some stuff. I think that'll be like a cool distraction, just balancing myself out. Or I occasionally write on Twitter, and then just come back to this. Yeah, I think the biggest thing I want to write for now. Chapter 390 is about how do I want to describe it? I want to say it's about AI, but it's about like shining you getting exactly what you wanted. Is about getting exactly what you paid for. Kazuya uses AI much like rental, and it only gives him oh yeah, I forgot. Oop. You guys get a little teaser. The right question to the wrong person. The beautiful dark fantasy. Wait, what? Having your cake and eating it too. Chapter 319 is about getting exactly what you paid for. Kazuya uses AI much like rental, and it only gives him what he asked, which leaves him upset. Minnie gets from Chizuru what she wanted, and she makes. I'll have to rewrite this. I don't like it. I'll rewrite this on my own. I'm not good at performing in public or some shit, or whatever we want to fucking say at this point. Like, I feel like I write better in silence. So, don't worry, I'm not gonna post this. I will just keep it. Delete. Delete. Okay. So yeah, I've been streaming for like 7 hours, like 30 minutes or some shit. It was a fun stream. I'm gonna stop for now. I think this was nice. I'll stream tomorrow. Let me read some of the comments before I go. Kazuya may be thinking distancing himself from Chizuru as a way to help and support her, thinking himself being a burden and distracting for Chizuru. Dipshit move, and he knows it. That would be really fucking stupid. And he knows this because she's told him before she prefers support. So and he could just show up and say, I want to support you not as a boyfriend. So no, that doesn't seem like him. You get what you wanted, but you lost what you had. Friends are on the other side. Yeah, I don't think so. I think Kazuya will take some sort of action, and he's going to get called the fuck out. Rent-A-Girlfriend Doomsday. Minnie is Doctor Doom. Oh, please. Minnie wishes she was Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom was fucking insane, dude. Absolute beast. That's the same guy who will fight Wolverine and tell him you wish you would fight I'm gonna make you wish you were fighting Magneto. That's the guy you're talking about. And Magneto is literally like a 90-100 matchup for fucking, or sorry, a 90-10 matchup for Wolverine, because Magneto just instantly wins. And he's telling him, bro, I'm gonna make you wish you're fighting Magneto. Like, Jesus, how badly he's gonna kick your ass. Holy crap. Like, Doctor Doom is you don't fuck with Doctor Doom, dude. He's that one villain you don't fuck with. Like Doctor Doom is scary. You don't mess with Doctor Doom. Like, he's such a cool character. Anyways, yeah. No, mini Doctor Doom, please. Yeah, let's see. So 7 minutes, 23 seconds. I'll stream tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. I just don't know when I would want to stream. When would you guys like me to stream tomorrow? When would be a good time for me to stream tomorrow? So like today we started at 8 a.m. for me. We started at around 8 a.m. for me. I don't mind starting that early, but would you guys prefer it like a little later? Like, I don't know, like 10? After 4 Eastern time? That's late. That's late. I can't do that. That's too late. So that would be 1 o'clock. I think that's a little late. I think I'll start like 2 hours after today. So maybe 10 or 11. Yeah, 10 or 11 probably. I think that'll work for me. But I'm not, that after 4 Eastern is way too late. Like, that's, hell no. Sorry, dude. I get maybe you want to watch, but sorry, dude. Okay. Hey, Fate, check out the penguin theme before end of the stream. Why do you... Fucking hell. Fine. I'll just make sure the audio's off. So you... Here. Turn off the audio. Penguin, like the TV show Penguin, like from the Batman. Penguin theme. From Penguin. Scarzio for a flightless bird. Okay. Oh. Okay. Ooh. This is good, actually. What the hell? Ooh. I left the violin. Oh, I love the movement of the thing. It feels like a penguin wobbling. The way the music is playing feels like a penguin wobbling. That's so cool. What the fuck? It's like being chased by a penguin. It's so demented. Ooh, crescendo. I can't have audio. This is a song from a show. I can't have audio. Well, this part is good, but it doesn't feel like Penguin. Oh, there we go. Oh, now it's demented. Yes. Oh, it's so demented. Okay. Okay. There's a part in the song I don't really like very much, and it's like the middle portion when the song kicks into gear and it gets all exciting and shit. I don't really like that part very much. It's too exciting. Literally everything but that sequence is peak as fuck. Everything but that sequence is peak. But the part where the song just kind of pops off and gets exciting, I felt that was a little weird because it felt almost heroic. That part almost felt heroic, so it felt a little weird for me. And I kind of wasn't vibing with that very much, you know? I wasn't kind of clicking with that very much. Other than that, though, it's really good. Other than that, though, it's really good. Yeah, so I'm probably going to watch this video while I edit my video. And then I'll have to write some stuff regarding the chapter and talk about the AI stuff. And talking about that. Okay, so I think now is as good a spot as any. I got a few seconds, so I'll wait until it hits 7 hours and 30 minutes. And then the moment it does, we'll end it there. But for now, let me zoom into me. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing, hit the like button, and the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Consider supporting me on Patreon. Is there anyone here I can talk to about like Patreon stuff that I could plan and do? I kind of want to do some stuff for Patreon. I just don't know what. I also want to do some stuff for Discord. Again, I don't know what. So there's some stuff I want to do. I also want to make some stuff for memberships on YouTube. You know, diversify the income and all that stuff. So there is stuff I want to do. I'm just not sure how to do it. And I would also like to lessen how much I stream so I can focus more on doing that kind of stuff. Like lessen my workload and like focus on what I want to do. I think that would be a lot more effective. You know, responsibility and all that stuff. So yeah, consider supporting me on Patreon. Consider also joining the Discord to talk to me directly. We have a Discord where we can talk. Just keep it civil and be nice. And then finally, consider following me on Twitter. I write a lot of analysis on Twitter that I end up reading on streams here. Look into Twitch and multi-streaming. Yeah, that's something I also have to look into. I'll probably see if I can make some sort of test stream where I can see if I can multi-platform streaming. That's a good idea. That's something I do want to look into. So yeah, that's it for now. Thank you guys for watching, and remember, let's mosey. I'll make this into a video and try to organize it. I'm gonna use time today. I got time. I don't feel like shit, which is nice. Sleeping good helps. Sleeping good is helpful. Taking meaningful action is helpful. Okay, fellas. I'll see you later. Thank you guys for watching. And I've hit the 31-minute mark. Damn it. I hope to stop at 7:30, but 7 hours and 30 minutes, but whatever. Okay. See you later. See you tomorrow. I'll probably start at 10 a.m. See you then.